Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Okay, well, thank you. So I am very pleased to be welcoming everyone back to our 6th overall Free Cities Foundation conference and our 4th in Prague. Every year we have more and more people, and I can see that the room is already filling out really nicely. Can I just ask for a quick show of hands? Do we have anyone in the house from Germany today? Please raise your hand. Oh, okay, that's about half of you already. Any compatriots from the United Kingdom here? Oh, hello. Okay, we'll chat later. Very good, very good. Anyone from the Czech Republic? Oh, okay, like 2. That's what I expect a few more than that. That was good, but yeah. Anyone who's come from Europe in general? España! Brilliant. I was waiting for your call out for Venezuela. That's coming later. Anyone from Latin America? Venezuela! Okay. We'll let Jose have whatever affiliation he wants. That's fine. Anyone from Asia? Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, and anyone from North America? Okay. Anyone who has visited Antarctica in their life? Wow, okay, Mark Edge, 2. Raphael, you've also visited. Okay, cool. Christoph Heumann, I thought might get there, but he's here a bit later. Anyone who is from Australasia? Not this year. We normally have a few. It's a long way to come. And anyone from Africa here in the room? Okay, great, at the back. Yeah, you've come a long way. Okay, so thank you very much for joining us at the conference. Just so you're aware, by way of introduction, my name is Peter, and I'm the Managing Director of the Free Cities Foundation, and we host this event. We're a US 501c3 non-profit organization. As of the last year, we've become registered and received this special status. And our goal is essentially to promote the idea of self-governing special economic zones that have a special focus on upholding individual rights and freedoms for their residents. So the short term we use for this is free cities. And at this conference, you're going to hear a lot about this concept, free cities, as well as the sort of broad range of projects that are encompassed within that definition. So within this week, you're going to hear about intentional communities, places like Veritas Villages in Latin America. You're also going to hear from fully legally autonomous special economic zones, like the ZAs in Honduras. We've got Massimo Mazzone here from Sierra Morazan. We've got Trey Goff here from Prospera. We've also got some amazing talks for you on seasteading. So while our sort of primary focus is looking at ways you can create special zones on land, we're also very aligned with the seasteading movement because they sort of present a unique opportunity to start new societies on the open ocean, on places where there is currently no government jurisdiction. So there's a much better chance of getting that completely blank slate in terms of governance. So this afternoon we've got some talks by Joe Quirk, Mason, Mitchell Suchner, and we're going to have a great Q&A on that topic on Sunday as well. So another thing I just wanted to briefly mention is we were previously known as the Liberty in Our Lifetime Conference, but we decided to change the name to the Free Cities Conference because we're the Free Cities Foundation, and people were sort of saying the Free Cities Conference, and so we thought, why don't we just change it to the thing that people are actually calling it? So hopefully now you've only got to remember one name, Free Cities, and that explains why we've got the new conference and the new branding this year. Just a quick point as well. I know we've actually got a very full room, but we've got some photographers here in the house. They're going to be taking some snaps of everyone as we go through the week. This is a really nice way of capturing some memories. We've got really talented photographers here, and if people are willing to have their photo taken, it really helps to capture amazing memories of the event, and you'll have some great things that you can look back on from your experience here. But I know some of you are conscious of privacy, and that's completely okay as well. So if you do prefer not to have your photograph taken, I'd ask you just to speak to our registration team. They can provide you with a red lanyard, and that will just signal to our photographers that you don't want to have your photograph taken throughout the week. And if you are someone with a red lanyard, we would ask that you generally sit towards the back of the hall, because we're going to get some shots probably of this staging and everything to get the crowds in. So it would be good if you could sort of sit where you're less likely to get captured. And as a general thing that can sort of help those photos look great, it's wonderful if people can sit towards the front of the hall if they don't mind, just because that makes everything look really nice. So the final thing for me to say is to introduce our theme for 2025. Every year we have a conference theme, and the theme of this year is vote with your feet. This is a phrase that we often use quite a lot. It's featured in Titus's 2018 book, Free Private Cities, Making Governments Compete for You, and it signals the way in which we exercise our democratic voice. So we think that the best way of actually exercising your own power is not to sort of wait for 5 years to put a piece of paper in a ballot box that probably won't have much of an impact on your local jurisdiction. It's actually to take the things that you control much more readily, where you are located, where you choose to live, where you choose to run your business, where you choose to invest. So we're kind of capturing all of that really under the label of vote with your feet. So if you want to increase your freedom, improve your quality of life, we really do encourage you to consider options to vote with your feet by moving to a new location, traveling to a new location, exploring a business within a new location. You're going to hear lots about that over the next 3 days of our program. So on that topic, I'm now going to introduce you to our foundation president, Dr. Titus Gebel, who is going to give a talk on that very topic, vote with your feet. So, Titus, welcome to the stage. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm happy to see so many of you. Some are known faces, but may I ask for your hand who is here for the very first time on such a conference? Oh, wow. That's about nearly half of the people. That's exciting. How did you find this? I mean, if you're out on the street, it's hard to, that was my experience the first time, hard to find the entrance with Google or, yeah. Vote with your feet is our topic, and I'm going to tell you a bit about that. Capital is a shy deer, you know that. And that's why we're looking, first, how millionaires migrate. Because they're the first to migrate, and the places they are going to and the places they are leaving is instructive to study. This is 2024, and you can see that you have the usual, where millionaires are going to, you have the usual suspects like the US, Canada, Singapore, Switzerland, Australia. That has been a trend for a long time, going into the Anglosphere. But what we see in here, what is new, is there's a new kid on the block that is attracting the vast majority in numbers. It's the biggest destination. That's the United Arab Emirates. And that is not a surprise to me, because I have been there several times. I've watched the shareholder movement within the company Tipolis. When we started, there was one living in Dubai, and now it's 8. And that's people who lived somewhere else before, so they moved. So you can clearly see. And this morning, I talked to one of our shareholders who says, "I'm probably going to Dubai." So there is clearly something happening, and strengths begets strengths. I mean, a lot of people are going to Dubai, spreading the word. More people are attracted. Of course, taxes plays a role, but also stability, and you don't have all these woke attacks on your daily lifestyle and these propaganda messages everywhere. That's not the case there. It's also not a perfect world, but on the other hand, and that's why I was talking about Dubai since 2 years to people, say this is the new Switzerland of the 21st century. And why is this so? Because Dubai, or the Emirates, you know that the main emirate is Abu Dhabi. It's not Dubai. Abu Dhabi is the leader. And Dubai is only number 2. And the leader of the Emirates is very well respected king or sheikh all over the world. And they deliberately stay neutral. They deliberately are not involving into East-West, into pro, contra China, Russia, Ukraine. They're not taking sides, like Switzerland did before. Switzerland is becoming more and more like Western Europe, and so it means they are also making the same mistakes. That means they are not, you know, they had a peace conference where Russia was not invited about Russia-Ukraine war in Switzerland. I mean, this is a joke. And so people are going now to Saudi Arabia or the Emirates to make that. But this is just a reflection. What millionaires have all their own decision. Of course, taxes plays a big role. And do you know why the UK is becoming so unpopular? That's regulation. It's the non-dom regulation where you could be as a non-domiciled person, live tax-free in England and London, and that has been changed, and this is the result. And China is obviously not so popular amongst its rich people. Many people say, yeah, China, which is true, have a fantastic infrastructure and it's more or less safe, and people like it there, they don't want freedom. Well, obviously not everyone thinks that way. And this is a clear indication that China, as such, is obviously not an attractive system. India, the same. That is not really surprising. A little bit surprising is Italy. The reason before this is again, it's regulation. Italy had offered about 5-6 years ago this: you pay 100,000 flat tax if you haven't lived in Italy before, and then you are tax-free other than this 100,000 for 10 years. And this is so successful. Italy is an extremely attractive country when it comes to landscape, culture, people, food, everything. I'm living close by, I know that. And now they could raise it to 200,000. It's still attractive. And now they're discussing to raise it to 300,000 flat tax. So you see that works. And so even old countries can be attractive. Again, this is millionaire migration. This is probably also, I mean, I know you're not all millionaires, but you are very mobile. That's why you're here. You think about these things. And you would probably also consider these green dots if you want to relocate. So the absolute migration preferences are a bit different. These are the number in millions of migrants who don't have the passport of this respective country. US always has been the main destination for migration. Germany is a special case. I will tell you a bit about that. Saudi Arabia is, you know, it's a rich country because they have a lot of oil and they don't want to work. But somebody has to do the work. These are the 13 million people. They're coming for work. Germany is attracting people who are looking, they say they're refugees looking for protection, but they're attracting rent seekers. The German government has spent 350 billion euro over the last 10 years to subsidize migrants. Housing, so-called Bürgergeld, which means citizens' money, which you're giving away for non-citizens. To me, this is the genius combination, open border and welfare state, and you're giving away your taxpayers' wealth to foreigners who are not even citizens of your country. They have zero obligation towards Germany. So this is, for me, it's clear expropriation of the citizens, and the result of this is Germans emigrate from Germany, and you can clearly see in 2015, when they opened the gates, the years after, a lot of young and qualified Germans or Germans that all were leaving. And it's still high and will not get down, below. And if you are losing 250,000 qualified talent and taxpayers every year, and getting rent seekers in that are not paying into the social system, you can imagine that this number is probably to grow in the next years. So what to expect in the European Union? This graph is showing which country or which area is market leader in which area, right? And it speaks for itself. And so we have clearly here contested areas, and I want to focus on the European Union. We are in Europe. Is also leading in one area, that's regulation, right? We are world champions in regulation, and that is especially the Western European countries, but overall the European Union. I think when it comes to vote with your feet, what we will see in the next years, especially focusing on England, Germany, and France, the big Western countries, is an increased outflow of qualified native Europeans because the government destroyed affordable energy, established censorship regime, destroyed innovation by overregulation, set record high taxes, import hostile migrants who in part openly despise the Western culture. And believe it or not, and you can check it, today you can get arrested as a Brit in Britain for showing the British flag. This is crazy, but this is the Europe of today. Now, what about speaking out against it? After all, we are the home of free speech, especially UK, right? Magna Carta, Bill of Rights. You can call it the dark ages of Europe. This is the number of arrested people for online comments in the year 2023. And amongst the top three is one usual suspect, Belarus, but two Western European countries. And by far leading is the United Kingdom, right? More than 12,000 people have been arrested in 2023 for online comments, and probably it's even more in 24 and 25. And the countries that are lectured by our elites in Germany and in the UK, like Hungary, look where they stand, right? I mean, even countries like Russia are far below the UK. So speaking out is not an option if you don't want to get arrested. Let's look at 3 young Europeans generated by Grok. This is Nigel. Nigel is 23 years old, he's British, he's a software developer, and he has worked relentlessly the last years to create a new app. And finally, he was able to sell this app to Apple for an astonishing £1.6 million. Nigel is happy. I'm a millionaire. No, Nigel, you are not. Because you have to give half to your government, and by the way, they imposed a fine on you for exclusivity reasons, since the users of your app can only choose between 2 genders. And if you speak out against this in public, we will arrest you. This is Claudine. She's 21 years old, French, she's an actress. Yeah, she's hot, but this is Grok. I have nothing to do with that. She got her first important role in a TV production and won even an award endowed with 500,000 euro. Now guess what happens to that 500,000 euro? Government takes half, exactly, and on top of that does nothing to prevent that she's afraid to go out after dark alone. Instead, her boss tells her, not to dress up too sexy in order not to hurt the feelings of migrants. And if she complains, she will be labeled a racist and not hired again. That's Europe of today. This is Max. He is German, 27 years old. He is a finance professional and just got his dream job in a large bank. He makes 100,000 euro per year as a starting salary. Guess what? Government takes half. And he has limited chances to be promoted to the top of the bank because he is male, white, and straight. And if he speaks out against this, his career will be destroyed. Now, Max is a financial guy. What is he doing? He starts calculating. Let's calculate with Max. There are two options, he says. There option A, of the 100,000 that I earn, 50,000 is living cost and 50% are taxed. So I can't save. I cannot accumulate any wealth by retirement if it stays like that. I'm getting a state pension because I'm forced to pay in. But it's a pay-as-you-go system, and if democracy collapses and the people who are coming in as migrants are not working, then probably I will not even get my 40% of my last salary. I know a lot of people in Germany who personally tell me we are not expecting to get any relevant sum paid when we have reached pension age. And there's absolute reason to believe that. Now, Max thinks, what about if there was a place that had zero or very low taxes? Then I had, again, the 50,000 living costs, but I could save 50,000 per year. And let's assume I can accumulate that 50,000 and invest this at an average interest rate or dividend rate or profit rate of 7% per year. After 40 years, when I'm 67, I have 10 million euros, which would then generate, at a 5% rate, a 500,000 euro income per year. I can live as a king like that. Full financially independent, travel the world, buy crazy vintage cars, and do other things, which I'm not talking about now. But he has all options. That's the message, right? And he has nothing. And there will be a time when more and more people start making this calculation. It has already begun. And that's why I showed you the millionaire migration. That's where it begins. And then it's going down, and other people say, okay, I'm not a millionaire, but I can calculate. Now, Max has a question. Does anybody offer option B? Yeah, it's starting. You know, these are the legal autonomous zones that are already existing, like Ciudad Morazan, Prospera. They're not zero tax, but very, very, very low tax in the single digit. Then you have the famous Dubai International Center. And quietly, new things are popping up. Destiny is a new zone in the Caribbean. If you haven't seen it, it's brand new. It's still not fully finalized, but they have already published their video on the website. It's destiny.com. We have Gelefu. You might not have heard about that. But it's created by the king of Bhutan. And it's advertised as a special administrative region, a one country, two system model. And when I was reading, I said, these are our words. And one of the reasons might be that Andreas Baumgartner and I, we went to the University of Bhutan and hold lectures about free cities. And so they obviously adopted some of the ideas, and now they have created a real, it's called Gelefu Mindfulness City. It's a lot about Buddhism and meditation, but in principle very business-friendly and very taking up our ideas. So you can see that this is not everyone's talk, but it's coming. And a lot of people will probably wanted to ask me about Brunei Economic City, which is a project of my company, T-Polis. We have signed in February an agreement with the government of Brunei about a feasibility study finding out if we can establish a free city in Brunei. And we are still under confidentiality, but I can say that the government and us are both positive, optimistic that we can finally sign this before Christmas. Thank you. And then it's still not a done deal, so it can go wrong. So, but if it's coming, you will be informed. And then there will be a new kid on the block. And it will not be the last, because future arrives on tiptoe. Like this quote, history always prepares the new in the background, which is this, while the outdated still loudly dominates the scene. This is the situation, it has always been like that. But if you have been here before, you will notice that more and more projects are coming every year. Not all are successful, but for every project that fails, there are 2 or 3 new projects popping up. Not only these legal autonomous zones, but many intentional communities that can offer you very attractive things. Now imagine a place with 0 taxes, free speech, and private property. A place with safety, rule of law, and Western culture. Or at least the parts of the Western culture that you would like to have everywhere, like dress up like you want to or drink alcohol, and if you want to. And where you can easily open a bank account and transfer money, which is not standard today. Many of you will know that. Many of us are debanked or not getting bank accounts because free cities is somehow questionable or radical or whatever, right? We have experiences ourselves many times, and I think it's our right to transfer money from A to B without asking for permission. And if you can offer that, that's something. This is all possible, and it's coming. Just watch this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Titus. So, as our conference has grown over the past few years, we've tried out different things each time, trying to sort of expand the range of activities available and the range of things that people can do to connect with each other. So, something we introduced last year was the 3rd Decentralized Day. And so you may notice from the program that we have 2 days here in Empire Hall, and then we have a 3rd day at a different site, which is designed to be more focused on interacting with each other. The first 2 days of the program are quite focused on, I guess, imparting information and then discussing that information in the networking spaces in between, during the breaks and during the lunchtime. But on Sunday, we do have 2 options for you. The first option is to go to Mama Shelter Hotel, which is slightly north of here in Prague. And that program has a range of interactive sessions. So, for example, there is an Ask Me Anything session with the seasteaders, where you get a good 40 minutes to ask them any questions that come to mind about the phenomenon of seasteading. There's also a kind of fun blue sky session with Thomas Walker-Worth, who's going to do a sort of thought experiment about how we might imagine futuristic free cities in space. So it's kind of a funner, sort of more blue sky environment on the Sunday. So if you're more interested in that kind of activity, I'd encourage you to head to Mama Shelter Hotel. If you're more interested in seeing Prague and getting out into the open, experiencing some of this historic, beautiful city, then there is a walk arranged by Students for Liberty, which starts just opposite the Palladium shopping mall, which is just a short walk from here in Prague city centre. So if you're more interested in getting out and about and seeing stuff in town, I encourage you to join that. The addresses for the starting points of both of those are on your conference programs, so have a think about it over the next day or two, and then just turn up on Sunday at your desired destination. So that was something about the program. Something else that we're trying out this year is the introduction of an app to help people connect with each other. We were approached a few weeks ago by Gregory Marashak, who works for a company that creates apps for conferences, and he said that he could create an app that would allow our attendees to connect with each other, start conversations, and share information. So I'm going to invite Greg to the stage just for a couple of minutes to tell you how, if you're interested in this, you can sign up for this app and have an additional layer of connecting with other attendees. So welcome to the stage, Greg. Hey.
Thank you very much. Wow, I am so happy to see all of you here. And I thought about this, what unites us? We are all entrepreneurs. We're all trying to change the world and to make something new. And to do that, we'll need to join forces because we need more power to create things together. If you're at this conference this year, we wanted to help you unite. So please, everybody, take out your phones. Nothing to download. Just go to freecities.app. It's for the Free Cities Conference, and afterwards it's going to be to connect. There's 3 levels here. First, you can see all the sessions, and you can see who's going to which session. Make sure to connect with each other, other attendees and speakers. You could see the profiles of everybody. You can add them to your phone contacts really easily. So yeah, you can use WhatsApp and LinkedIn, but here we can stay in touch with our own community. We can have conversations and calls, and if you have any questions, you can stop by our booth, Intercoin. So we basically build these apps for communities. Right now, take out your phones, and I will ask you to do one thing, if you can, which is enter the things you're interested in. So when you meet a person and you scan their QR code, not only do you see their profile, but you see your mutual interests. That's level 1. Level 2 is when you have your own city or your own community, we can build this for you. So if you're interested, just stop by and talk to us. I'm happy to help everybody here connect, join forces, and unite. If you want to know level 3, you could talk to us there. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Okay. Cool. Okay. Great. So thank you very much, Greg, for introducing the app. I hope you guys find it useful, and we're going to be experimenting with this over the next few days. So next, I'm going to welcome to the stage a speaker that is doing some very interesting stuff in Latin America. His name is Patrick Hebert, and he has a range of communities under the banner of Veritas Villages, which are self-sustaining villages with a sort of liberty-focused ethos. Patrick and one of my colleagues, Alex Voss, are now going to take to the stage, and they're going to introduce to us what the parent company of Veritas Villages, called Autris, is doing with their treasury. It's a very interesting concept, but I'll let them take to the stage and introduce it to them, this to you themselves. So, Patrick and Alex, welcome.
All right, can you all hear me okay? All right. Now, our marketing person put pictures on here, but she didn't know that we were going to follow Titus and his beautiful AI people, so now we have realistic-looking people. So, I guess I went one too far. It's all right, we'll start here. So who is Autris? Autris is our company, and before I get into this, I just want to kind of say, you might be wondering, why is this presentation a keynote speech here at the conference? And I think it's important to say, the second line there, stock symbol Autris, A-U-T-R, we're a publicly traded company in the US. The last year that I was here doing this same presentation, or same conference, our stock was trading at Well, we've gone up about 450, 500% this year. And not to brag about that, but what that means is we're openly, publicly presenting the concepts of freedom that you all care about. And when I first started telling our clients, like, hey, we're going to go public, they're like, oh, come on, we're privacy-oriented, don't do that. This is it's like a musician letting their songs being used in a commercial or something like that. It's just wrong. And I take the opposite stances. I have to talk to institutional investors. I have to talk to a lot of people on Wall Street and everywhere around the world about what we do. And that's creating Veritas Villages, the freedom-oriented communities. And it's bringing what we like and what we all want and the freedom ideas to the mainstream. So I think it's a good thing, and I hope you all will as well. But my son and I started this company. I was a software guy, and we developed a few software businesses in Canada. I'm originally Canadian, living in Panama now in Central America. But my son and I, when I sold the company, the software companies, then we went and lived on a sailboat and sailed around and learned a lot about self-reliance, independence. You know, you don't get to have a long extension cord out to your boat in the middle of the ocean, so you produce your own power. You desalinate your own water for potable water, catch your own fish, and eat sea asparagus and whatever else you can find. So the whole idea was to be fully independent. I'm very anti-authoritarian governments and heavy taxes. Canada is the poster child for that kind of stuff right now, competes well with the UK on that. And so we came up with this philosophy called it the FIRST philosophy, F-I-R-S-T. And really it's about freedom, independence, resilience, sustainability, and transparency. And I could go into all the details of all that, and we will with questions and answers if you'd like, but I just want to make sure we leave enough time for Alex to get to the really meat of the stuff. But if that resonates with you, you can get an idea for what our Veritas Villages are all about. Why did we create them? Mostly because we were sick of the political divisiveness. I mean, in the US, it's just brutal. If you're Republican, you don't want to have family members that are Democrats, and the other way around. And I consider myself libertarian, kind of right down the middle. I want logic for policies. I don't care which side you're on, right or left. But it's impossible to have a Thanksgiving dinner with family anymore because of this political divisiveness, and it's crazy. And like I said, I'm not crazy about authoritarian governments and the overregulation, and because I'm Canadian, I always use Canada as an example, but locking down people's bank accounts and all sorts of things, it's getting ridiculous. You're paying probably 65 or 70% of your income ultimately in taxes. It's unsustainable. And the same things that Titus was talking about, how the money is getting used is ridiculous. There's censorship and cancel culture, just like Titus talked about. What you put on the internet 12 years ago might get you in jail today. It's just a ridiculous world. And I'm not a fan of fiat-based systems. The money printing is ridiculous. Canada and US is no different. They're just, every time they want to get out of trouble, out of debt, they're going to print money. And we've seen bank collapses and all those things. So it's basically you're under their control, and we wanted to create communities where you're not. And I'm going to let Alex talk about the next part, but I just want to say the reason we are doing it in Latin America to start with, and I have a presentation tomorrow at 4 p.m. that goes into the detail about the communities. But I hope you can join for that. The reason we chose Latin America, because it's a very live and let live society. So all the things that were happening in Canada during COVID, for instance, where pastors were getting arrested for having congregations, and it was just getting ridiculous. The Latin American culture would never let that happen. So we decided there's a lot of reasons for doing this in Latin America. Climate was a lot better than Canada too. But that's really why we started there. And on top of that, we're very Bitcoin-centric. All our communities, we accept Bitcoin you can buy your lot and your home site and their home with Bitcoin. All the communities, any businesses within the community, they can use whatever currencies they want, but one of them has to be Bitcoin. We mine Bitcoin. As far as I know, we're the only Latin American group that's mining Bitcoin with excess solar energy, because we're completely off-grid systems. And so we created a Bitcoin treasury as part of our company. We keep a certain percentage of our assets in Bitcoin. And so when we started talking with Alex and Titus about Bitcorp, it just made sense to get together. So I'll let you take it from there.
Very good. Thank you very much, Patrick. As you all know, I am Alex Voss with Tipolis. As Patrick's mentioned, we've been working together now for the past month or so. The idea of Bitcorp actually came together with a familiar face to all of you, my colleague Titus Gebel, business partner in pretty much everything. We were really thinking about this idea of Bitcoin treasury companies and what is all of the hullabaloo about them? Why are they blowing up so fast? Why are they going down so fast? What is it about these entities? This really got my finance wheels, which is my sort of focus and profession, turning. And so I took a look into this and I thought, you know, I think there is a lot of made up about this sort of industry, but there is some truth to it. You know, people that are taking their fiat that they earn and they're turning it into Bitcoin and holding it there are going to be protected from devaluations over the future. We started Bitcorp with the concept of making an investment into a public company in order to execute some of the strategies that we've noticed in the industry. And we started looking through and decided, look, it's very difficult actually to find a company that makes a lot of sense to make that investment into. And started looking around. I said, hey, my good friend Patrick has a public company. It's in the US. It's in a regime and in an environment that we understand quite well. Let's talk to Patrick. We sat down and decided that it made sense for both parties and have really quickly executed on it. You all know, I think, that I've written the book, Strategies for Liberty, Free Cities, and Bitcoin. That really is the way I see the future of liberty going. I do think free cities, which from the Tipolis side we're doing from a sort of legal perspective, and then from an Autras side, they're actually on the ground creating real communities that do create a lot of freedom for a lot of people. Layer in the Bitcoin as Patrick talked about, and I think this is really a great strategy for us. So why would you want Bitcoin on the balance sheet? Many of you, this is going to be sort of remedial, but I would like to sort of explain the thought process in our mind. Bitcoin really is scarce, liquid, and it's increasingly monetizing. Yes, it's volatile. It goes up and down on daily basis, but over time, we're very confident in the performance of Bitcoin over, say, a 10-year time horizon. We really do view it as a long-term hedge against inflation. It's a hedged bet, you know, in the sense that Autras is a real estate developer. We like to have hard assets. We want both, you know, Bitcoin. We also want real estate over the long term. We think that's the best way to hedge against an uncertain future, particularly one where politicians have control over things that value, you know, that create and destroy value in your life. And then finally, it really does complement the strategy, the first strategy that Patrick outlined. Freedom and resilience, independence, all of these sorts of things. Bitcoin really is that. The ability, as Titus talked about, to transfer your own money where you'd like. You know, we see a lot of value in that in terms of Bitcoin. Why now? Well, I think it would have been great 10 years ago. That's obviously true. But now is the next best time. Obviously, you know, Bitcoin could go down or it could go up from here. Either way, we think we're well positioned. If it goes down, from an Autras perspective, we're not worried about, you know, what the earnings look like in the next quarter or the next 2 quarters. We're interested in what happens over the long term. That means we can accumulate more Bitcoin and we're actually better off. If Bitcoin skyrockets and we're out of this 4-year cycle, well, we better get started right now and accumulate as much as we can. Bitcoin treasury companies are really focused around this concept of MNAV. This is the term called market net asset value. This is referring to the value of Bitcoin as it trades in the market versus the value of the shares of a company relative to how much Bitcoin they have. We think there are some reasons that a company might trade at a MNAV over 1, so that would mean you're effectively paying more to own 1 Bitcoin through the company than you could just buy in the market. That's really more of a finance type of thing. You're sort of projecting into the future earnings and what the additional accumulation on a per share basis might look like. But frankly, some of these MNAV premiums don't make a ton of sense. We think that for that reason, the MNAV can actually be quite volatile. It could go below 1, as we've seen with some of the bigger sort of pure play companies. And for that reason, we don't want to be a pure play company. We want to be an operating company that has a real business, generates real cash flows, and plows those into Bitcoin over time. There can be financial structurings and things to be done. But primarily, our focus is we want to have a real business that's generating free cash flow that we buy Bitcoin with. It is true, we're of the view that native Bitcoin is absolutely the sort of best saving strategy for a lot of people. But if you look at Bitcoin as the hurdle rate or the investment rate that you'd like to achieve, we do think it is possible for a well-executed Bitcoin treasury company to actually outperform this over the long time horizon. And that is our view. We have this sort of infinity over 21 million mindset where I don't know exactly what's going to happen next week, next month, next year, but I would be willing to bet a lot of money and a lot of Bitcoin that in 10 years, Bitcoin's going to be up and we're going to be better off the more we were able to stack. Just to focus quickly on some of the things that Patrick already mentioned, Autras really is a leader in this holistic Bitcoin company perspective. Even before we started entertaining these discussions with Bitcorp, they were already holding Bitcoin on the balance sheet. They were already mining Bitcoin through solar energy in their homes, which, by the way, are on the individual home basis. So you're actually, if you buy a home, you can then mine that Bitcoin yourself. They accept Bitcoin for properties, and they, of course, also encourage it and in some ways mandate that the participants within the local economy actually accept and engage with this. There may even be some future things that we're looking to do with Bitcoin as well.
One thing to mention there, Alex, too, is that one of the reasons we started mining Bitcoin with the solar systems in the homes is our goal is to make it basically zero cost to live in a Veritas village. Once you bought your home, I mean, the water is on site, there's community orchards and gardens and stables and everything for food and all the things that you need. If we got to close the gate because there's COVID 2.0, then we can do that and have a perfectly acceptable life with all the amenities inside the communities. But the nice thing about that, too, is the HOA fees and potentially your property tax can be paid by mining your own Bitcoin with the excess solar system power that you have for your home. So.
Absolutely. So there are additional risks for this. As I said earlier, native Bitcoin, in my view, is the best saving strategy. We think we can outperform it, but it is, of course, with some level of risk. So how do you manage that risk? I think the key way you're managing this risk is actually having an operating business that is creating cash flows. Those cash flows need to cover your overhead to the extent you have any leverage. They certainly need to be able to cover any interest payments and actually probably well above that as well for the long term. You have to simply be willing to accept that Bitcoin is volatile. It could go up, it could go down. Short-term accounting losses, frankly, are irrelevant in our perspective. Yes, the market reads into them. We're not in this business to achieve outsized returns next month. We're in this to do it over the 10 years. We think getting the timing right is impossible. I don't think this is new to most people that understand Bitcoin. You simply buy all the time. Michael Saylor famously said, I've bought every top and I'll continue to buy every top for the rest of time. We sort of view it the same way. Maybe you accumulate a little bit faster when it goes down, but you're always going to be buying the top in an asset that is programmed effectively to appreciate over time. Our bet is if you believe in the value of Bitcoin over a 5, 10, and frankly more like a multi-decade time horizon, it just really comes down to making sure you stay solvent, you can always cover your costs, and simply accumulate as much as you can. We're somewhat risk averse in that we think the saving solvent is so crucial that we want to be ultra conservative in that regard. With the acquisition, I think this has already come out in our press releases, so just to sort of focus on what we've already put out publicly, and so you know what our next short-term strategy looks like. There's 3 major functions that we are looking to do over the course of the next, call it 12 months or so. One is Autras is currently trading on the OTC ID, the over-the-counter pink slip stock market in the US. It's a great public market that has helped Autras so far. It nonetheless still has challenges for us. And we think there's a lot more liquidity, a lot more institutional following that can happen if you uplist to an exchange such as the NASDAQ or even this new Texas exchange, these sorts of things. So we're looking to do that pretty aggressively in the next months. The second thing, the Bitcoin treasury execution. We do want to effectively just buy a bunch of Bitcoin in the short term. We think that's the way to build the balance sheet to make the company anti-fragile over the coming year and years. And finally, we are also looking to use the investment to expand Autrus's organic business as they're continuing to expand throughout Latin America. They've shown the model works. They've done it time and time again, and they have lots of expansion ideas, including the ones that you can see here. Costa Rica, that property has already been purchased and publicly announced. There's also plenty of future expansion options. Obviously with President Milei in Argentina, that presents an increasingly attractive environment. Mexico is an attractive environment for many North Americans. And there's plenty of opportunities beyond that. A global expansion very well could be in the works over time, including partnerships with many of the other projects that you'll see here, the free city developers, the prosperity zones, special administrative regions, any of these sorts of projects that you might hear about over the next couple of days. In summary, really we think that the way that Bitcorp can create a lot of value for Autrus, and as you already heard from Patrick, there has been a strong performance over the last year, and we think there's continued upside, of course, in the efforts that we're putting in now. We think there is quite a bit of a benefit from uplisting onto a different exchange where there's a lot more liquidity and following. We think, of course, BTC is going to continue to appreciate, and we actually think that Bitcoin treasury companies can slightly outperform this. So this is really the way we're looking to create value with Autrus over the next 12 months and even longer. So if any of this sounds interesting to you, we'd very much love to talk about your interest in being involved, your interest in exploring what they've developed, and get your feedback as well on the new Bitcorp and Autrus Bitcoin treasury strategy.
I guess we have a little bit of time left over, so if people have questions, happy to answer them. I think one of the key things that Alex mentioned was that we're risk adverse. Autrus has been building these Veritas villages, communities, basically debt free. I've funded most of it from the beginning, and now it's profitable. Like I mentioned earlier, our profits have gone up about 300% this year. The assets have gone up about that as well, 3 times. So we're growing the company. It's such a popular idea, and that's why I wanted to mention, it's not a sellout to go public. It's actually teaching people out in the world, in the mainstream, about what we all love, the freedom and self-sustainability and all that sort of thing. And it's really, I didn't want to go public. I mean, I'm happy to have a private company. I don't like doing quarterly reports and things like that and answering to all the public questions. But I do believe it's important that our message as a group gets out, and it's really helped to do that, because I don't pull any punches. I just, people ask me about what I think about, politics in certain areas, or the brain drain from countries like the UK, or millionaires leaving. And it's like, I'll be perfectly honest about it. I think it's ridiculous what they're doing. So, yeah, we're creating little citadels of places where you can go and live a normal life. And it's amazing how many people that don't even think the way we all think suddenly start to think like that, and you can just see the moment that the little spark goes on in their minds, like, oh, I didn't even realize there was places like that. So there's a lot of you that are creating communities. We're all in this together. There's no, there's competition, but it's a friendly competition. Let's all get ahead, and our little part is doing what we are doing right now in Latin America, bringing in, acquiring Bitcorp to strengthen and bolster our Bitcoin treasury philosophy, and just continue to grow and talk about what we're doing. And it's resonating with a lot more people every day. It's a bit bright up here, so if I can't see you, I apologize.
Congratulations. We need more people like you, because you are going to be pushing this movement forward. I am originally from Latin America, and I am a personal friend of Javier Milei. I go a lot to Buenos Aires, and I'm trying to convince him to do a free city for immortality, which is my area, longevity, immortality. So what have you been doing, or what are your plans on Argentina? Maybe Alex, because you mentioned explicitly, well, you too, Argentina.
Yeah. Well, obviously with the libertarian president, we're very keen. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Milei as well. Glad to see that in this last midterm election, he kind of blew away the competition, and everybody was expecting the opposite, or a lot of people were expecting the opposite. So that was kind of really good to see that it's kind of, you know, cemented his position and, you know, got more people in Congress and things so he can actually make more decisions. So, yeah, I mean, there's more ways, but there's at least 2 ways to attack this situation of creating communities. You can come from the top and request all the governance in the world. And as you probably know, in Latin America, the governments are pretty reluctant to give away sovereignty in any little region because it just doesn't feel right to them, even if it means a lot of investment. So we decided, and I've been working in Latin America for a couple decades, so having struggled with that, to come at the governments and say, hey, we just want a little piece of land that we can do what we want to do. And they're like, yeah, well, good luck with that. And so, you know, we've come at it from the bottom, and what I found is once you prove things, like we are growing our Veritas Village Coronado in Panama very quickly right now. We're basically sold out, and we're looking to expand it. And 3 years ago, I went to the government and asked for more autonomy and the governance and everything. It was just like a no-go. And now they're coming to me and saying, hey, you're bringing all these expats with a lot of investment. They're creating businesses. They're creating jobs. You did what you said you were going to do. What would help you to expand that community and others? So we have a second one in Chiriquí as a province of Panama, and we're continuing to expand. We just got the property in Costa Rica and Nicaragua, so we've got a bunch of different ones going on. But you get to that kind of critical point where the government says, hey, this is actually working. He's doing what he said he was going to do. And then we have a lot more ability to bring in guys like Titus and Alex and Andreas and say, help me explain to the government what the governance should be in these communities and why that's a benefit for them as well as us. So, we're pushing that as much as we can. But yes, in Argentina, I'd like to think it's going to be easier because you're already starting with a libertarian president. So, I don't know who has the microphone, but I can only see.
May I? Yeah, there we go.
By the way, if there are questions after this, just pull us aside.
Yeah,
I'm not sure we're going to get to all of them.
Timer says 1 minute, but.
And thank you guys for combining the practical aspect of, Bitcoin treasuries with this project. A lot of people are very ideological about this and don't build practical stuff. Yeah. A couple of slides back, there was mention of large-scale purchasing of Bitcoin. And I just wanted to ask, the liquidity for that, I assume, is fiat. And where does that come from exactly? Is that revenue or is that limited partners?
It is predominantly revenue at present. As previously announced in press releases, part of the acquisition of Bitcorp is actually to do a fundraising into Autras to achieve the uplist, to purchase Bitcoin, and also expand the organic business model of Autras. So it is both revenue on an ongoing basis as well as this fundraise.
And on that point, the company so far has purchased very little Bitcoin, but we've sold homes and lots in Bitcoin, and so we're not selling bubble gum and chocolate bars, so the transactions are pretty big, and so we can somebody buys a $700,000 house, and right now that's roughly 7 Bitcoin, right? And they'll give us Bitcoin, so we'll just keep it in Bitcoin. We don't. We have to keep obviously a certain level of, in our case, US dollars. I mean, if we were in El Salvador, we are designing communities in El Salvador, but we haven't got one there yet. Technically, you could pay the contractors and the guy that puts a tile on the floor in Bitcoin, but we can't do that in the other countries yet. So we have to keep some float amount in US dollars to keep paying to build homes. But whenever, we keep a buffer in there, but we try to keep a certain percentage in Bitcoin, and so far it's come from the funds coming in. I think I think
we're out of time. Okay, if you have other questions, please do come talk to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, really exciting development overall there. And it's good that we had a question about Javier Milei. Those of you who have seen the conference program will know that we actually have one of Javier Milei's very close political allies here at the conference. He's going to be giving a talk in about half an hour, and he's going to talk to you about how the first 2 years under Javier Milei's rule in Argentina have been faring, and you will have an opportunity to ask ask him your questions directly. So that's definitely one to stay in the room for. Okay, next up we have a very exciting talk. Another one with a link to Latin America, and one that I've been really looking forward to. Over the past few years, we have expanded the number of projects that we include in our Free Communities directory. And one of those projects is a new up-and-coming project called Crypto City, which is in Venezuela. This is actually a really interesting one because it's also something that has its own level of political autonomy. It's officially been given a special economic zone status. And there are lots of people that I've met personally, particularly from Germany, that have moved in order to buy houses and join this community. So I'm now going to hand over to Tim, who is going to make his way to the stage and provide you an introduction to a project called Crypto City. So, Tim, welcome.
Hello, hello, hello. Do you hear me? Wonderful. Yeah, welcome again to this wonderful, wonderful conference. I had the honor to be here last year. This year it's even growing bigger, it's growing better, it's growing stronger. It's nice to see the Free Cities Foundation being so strong and yeah, evolutionizing almost. Quick question before we start. How many Germans do we have in the room? Please raise your hand. Jesus Christ, that's not a good sign for Germany, isn't it? But you guys will have the honor to be able to hear our trailer and understand it actually, but I also subtitled it in English, so everybody else is having a little joy with our little trailer. Can you play it, please? And, oh no, keep down the lights. Somebody has to click play, I guess. Ah ja, let's go.
Stell dir einen Ort vor, an dem deine Visionen und dein Vermögen endlich Raum finden. Wo Unternehmer wie du gemeinsam eine neue Welt erschaffen. Willkommen in Crypto City. Ein Ort für Visionäre, die genug haben von Einschränkungen. Eine Gemeinschaft von Gleichgesinnten, die Geschäfte machen und das Leben genießen. Hier wird Großes geschaffen. Hier bauen wir, um den Weg für eine einzigartige Vision zu ebnen. Für Unternehmer, Visionäre, für dich. Lebensmittel, Konsumgüter, medizinische Versorgung. Alles, was du brauchst, ist hier. Modern, sicher und immer für dich da. Erlebe den Luxus, den du verdienst. Freiheit, die du nie fühlen konntest. Crypto City ist nicht nur ein Ort. Es ist ein Lebensstil. Warte nicht darauf, dass sich etwas ändert. Mach den ersten Schritt in ein neues Leben. Bewirb dich jetzt für ein Erstgespräch und finde heraus, wie du Teil von Crypto City wirst.
Yeah, so what you just saw was Margarita Island in Venezuela, a really interesting country which most people don't really have on their radar, but I can assure you Margarita Island is a very, very interesting place to be. When I was here last year, I don't know how many people have been at the 2024 conference. When I closed my speech, I gave like this little Steve Jobs remark, one more thing, because last year when I was here on stage, we started expanding. Is that one more thing? This was last year here on stage, and I told everybody that we are going to expand because last year this was our construction site, and we laid our eyes on more land to the left, but I'm going to talk about this later. When I was here last year, basically this is how everything was looking, a vast piece of land with a lot of greenery. But before we go into all the technical details, let me explain to you what CryptoCity is. CryptoCity is a 40 hectares city development on Margarita Island in Venezuela, which has a DAO at its core. A DAO stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization, and in this DAO, basically we are having a little Swiss autonomy, you know, all this Volksabstimmung, like voting of the people. This is one of our core principles. Everybody who is there has the same voice as everybody else. We are totally autonomous. We already created our own water supply. We are 100% solar panel powered, and we have a dedicated own internet connection, like our own fiber optics. In total, this project is going to have 300 houses, which we are constructing with our construction company, and the people who are living there are entrepreneurs of a certain type. We are going to talk about this later as well. All of them are hand-selected, so the existing group is going to vote for its new neighbors. Also, CryptoCity is going to feature two main things. We are having our own port, which is called CryptoCity Marina Genesis Club, which is already approved. We're having 170 berths, I think it's called in English, 170 Stellplätze. And we are going to have a little nice port club there as well. Also, at its centerpiece is a beach club where we are going to sit together and create new companies and business together. So what did we do over the last 18 months? Basically, what we did is we terraformed our 40 hectares of land into an artificial stage system, which consists of 40 terraces, which means everybody, not everybody, but most of the people buying their plots of lands and houses, they are going to have beach view or sea view, because we are directly at the beach. We have 700 meters of beach. And yeah, it was a pretty big job. We underestimated it a little bit, but we already moved 1.1 million cubic tons of earth. We are going to talk about this later as well. So this is the rendering. How is the actual construction site looking, or how did the terraces come together? This is the actual site. You can see all the levels being created right now. We are almost done. In the moment, we are working still a little bit on the port borders. But yeah, let me show you a little video so you have a better idea how everything is looking. So in the moment we operate and own 25 big heavy machinery and about 20-25 camionetas, which is called in Spanish, you know, like trucks and everything. And yeah. This is the last 18 months of work, I assure you. It's a little bit cheaper in Venezuela, but it's not as cheap as you think, moving around 18 months or preparing a construction site for 18 months. Now we already started to parcelize all the plots and yeah, assigning the numbers and everything. And in Christmas, we're going to have about 40-50 people again on the island, checking out the construction site, checking out all the business opportunities on Margarita Island. We're going to talk about this in a minute. But yeah, this is basically what we do all day for the last 18 months. Okay, I think we can skip the rest because I'm a little bit short of time. Also, we had a really nice person on the construction site about half a year ago, Mr. Peter, who had the honor, or I had the honor that he visited us here on our site. It was a great 1 week. No, you were only here 3 days, right? Because Peter has a newborn, and I was honored that he carved out 3 days of his time to visit us. But we had a great deal of fun, I would say. This is our team. Basically, we're having a team out of international, a big mix of international people. Obviously, we are working with a Venezuelan constructor, which is my business partner. He's there for 40-50 years. He was in the oil business and in a lot of different other stuff, and I couldn't do it without him, because if you go as a German young guy, not even 30, to Venezuela, obviously what's going to happen is you're going to get But if you have a Venezuelan business partner who knows its contacts and knows what to do, you're obviously going to have a lot more fun. And thanks to Luis, our project is standing strong and going really, really nice. Luis also is the guy which is designing and building our port. Our port is going to be here in the red area. We already started carving it out. As said, it's going to have 170 places. And it's going to look more or less like this. We can see it in the rendering here. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to dig out 4.50 meters and the ocean is going to pour in, and then we can have our little boats there. Obviously not everybody's going to own a mega yacht. There's going to be people owning a little boat, you know, but we have a lot of islands. I don't know if you know where Venezuela is, but you are on those Caribbean islands, and it's really cool. You're like, in an hour, you're like at a totally different island, or in 2 hours, you're like in Cubagua, how's it called? Curacao. Aruba is close. It's really, really nice, this area. Also, we are going to have a port club, which is going to be here on the blue area, which is having a nice office where you have on the second floor, you're going to have a 180-degree view on the port where you can work and do whatever you need to do. And then in the lower area, there's a little restaurant. And all our boats are going to get solar energy directly from our little solar park and also water. But the main piece is our beach club, where we are going to sit together every other weekend and do business together. It's here in the green area. It's featuring a lot of different stuff, you know, pools and closed areas, a little stage, also an artificial swimming pool, which is going to be with salt water. It's going to look really, really nice. I think we are the only ones in Venezuela having permits to actually dig into the coasts. I don't know why they gave it to me, but they love what we do. They love that we are bringing investors. Exactly what my pre-speaker said. Once you start a project like this, you're going to get hated on and you're going to be looked upon really weird, also by the government. But as soon as you actually bring some people and start some business and create some jobs, that's exactly what happened to us as well. The tone changed, and they are pretty nice to us, actually, you know, with all the permits and help and whatever you need. They're really positive. So our beach club is gonna look like this. It's actually a German song, so you English people won't get all the jokes, but it's gonna be pretty nice, you know, a standard beach club with a nice swimming pool and restaurants to sit together and everything. But I have to skip it because I'm short on time. So where are we today? We already have about 50 entrepreneurs signed up, which bought a lot. In total, 40.6 hectares of land. Originally we had 12 hectares of land with 100 plots. Now we expanded to 40 with in total 300 plots of land. Phase 1 was buying all the land in 2023 and 2024. This is already done. Phase 1.5, to say it like this, was creating and preparing all the construction ground with all the terraces, and now we are starting the construction of all the walls, and until 2027 all the urbanization is gonna take place, which is streets, you know, and tuberia, which is pipes and electricity and you know, everything you need to have a nice little urbanization. And the construction of the first houses is going to be summer or fall next year. We're going to have a demo house earlier, but yeah, the first people are going to construct their houses in next summer. After that, we're starting the public buildings, and at the end, the port is going to start at the end of 2026. So this was the evolution of our construction site. Basically, it was like a green desert, right? And over the course of the last 18 months, we terraformed all of that. It's always a little bit sad when you see the finished product and you have no idea how much work went into it. This was me at the last Crypto City conference. Suddenly I'm sitting in Venezuelan TV, you know, in Globovision. I'm having those millions of views on TikTok and online and whatever. And yeah, in the background, we started constructing and kept on it and kept on it. This was when we bought the extension and started forming all those terraces. But basically it was all a flat piece of land, right? And now we're having a lot of different heights. And this is the starting of all the wall construction, which we started in September. And yeah, that's basically what we do. Our highest point in the city is 14.5 meters above the sea level, and the lowest point is 3 meters. So we're having in total 11 meters of difference. This is when we started, and this is how it's finished. Some curious data. In the last 18 months, we used 27 million liters of water for the compaction. We used 267,000 liters of diesel, and we moved 1.1 million cubic tons of earth. What are 1.1 million metric tons? I did some calculations, and as we are speaking English, I tried to calculate it in Big Bens. The Big Ben in London, this huge tower in London, we moved it 237 times in total. So just to have like a little idea of how much work actually went into this. This is me posing. I have no idea driving one of those, but I'm good with Instagram. And now we start building. This is, can you play it? Is it playing? Or is it, yeah. This is what we do in the moment, all the walls, because obviously when you have all those levels, you have to secure them with a big wall, because if not, the rain is gonna come and all the compactation you did is gonna basically go away. So we have to build now 48 walls with hundreds of meters. Basically, we are buying a site now where you can mine stone, because it's actually cheaper buying the site and using your own stone than buying so many trucks full of stones, because one truck is like $200, so we can buy the site as well. The house models, obviously, as a selection, we have a group of, as said, German entrepreneurs. We're going to talk about them in a minute. We are trying to, you can play it in the background. We are using house models. So the idea behind this, if we have a lot of different people choosing the same house model, we can build way cheaper, right? In Margarita, in the moment, you're constructing for $1,400 a square meter. But obviously, if we have like 30, 40 people electing exactly this house model, we can buy in a lot bigger volumes, and then the price is gonna go down. All the villas are practically the same. It's 2-story buildings. We can't build higher because we are close to the airport, and in between 140 until 220 square meters, depending on the family size, right? We have single people, we have couples, we have five head families, with 3 children, so everybody can basically elect their house model as they want. I'm a little bit short on time, so I think I'm gonna skip all the house models because I only have like 7 minutes more. This is another one. Obviously, we are all having big roof, basically big roofs, so we can harness the sun's energy. Margarita is great. We have 355 sunny days a year. So with the combination of all the solar panels going down, it's actually the cheapest form of getting clean energy, because I don't know if you know, but Venezuela is not really exactly stable when we talk about electricity. So we don't want to be dependent on the local electricity grid. This is our flag. And let's talk about why this thing is called Crypto City. Most people think we do some mining, or we have our own coins, or all this bullshit. No, we are not doing any mining. We don't have any coins. We don't sell any coins. We don't do any of that. It's called Crypto City because I thought to myself 3 years ago, if we are going to do this project and we're going to have a lot of German or European talent with skills, with great businesses in Europe, and also with capital, how could I bring all those people together to work efficiently and to exchange their ideas and their talent? And I myself, I love crypto. I'm in Bitcoin since, 2018. And one of those core principles in all DeFi is something called a DAO, which stands for Decentralized Autonomous Organization. This is basically an organization where everything's decentralized. There's no boss, there's no decision maker. Everybody has like a direct democracy, more or less. What do we do with the DAO? First part is we are crowdfunding businesses together, which looks something like this. This is our Crypto City DAO dashboard. Basically what we do, business ideas are coming up. We are looking for the most qualified people which could take upon this sort of business problem, solving challenges, whatever. And these are all projects we're doing in the moment. For example, we're having a diamond mine in the Orinoco Belt in Venezuela. It's called Guanamino. This is me at the mining ministry in Venezuela, MEDME. Ministerio de Mining Ecológico, algo así, something like this. And we put together our team, flew down into the jungle. This is my dad, by the way. I think it's not negotiable that he is my dad because we basically look the same. And yeah, then we flew down the jungle, looked at all the mining towns, and it was really interesting. And then we started raising funds for this project, right? So what we did, we submitted it to the DAO, and inside the DAO, people started to say, hey, this is an interesting project. I know the risks, I know the rewards. I want to be a part of that. And then people can decide that they want to be a part of this project and deposit USDT into a so-called liquidity pool. For example, if we have an investment for $1 million, it's a high risk for one person to take. But if we take this investment of $1 million and we split it into, let's say, 50 families, suddenly the investment for everybody is just 20 grand, right? But how do you solve the problem of somebody collecting all the money and running away and say thank you? This is exactly solved by a DAO because the liquidity pool is controlled by a smart contract with a timer. After 30 days, the smart contract has exactly 2 rules. Rule number 1, look if the money came together. Did it come together? Yes. Then liberate it and free it, and we can start doing the business. If the money didn't come together because, I don't know, I made a bad job convincing people that this is a good idea, then the smart contract is going to automatically repay every investor after 30 days. So basically, you lock in your money, you wait for 30 days, and either then the business is going to happen or it's not going to happen, everybody's going to be repaid. And so you can actually do a lot of different businesses really, really fast because you have all these German European talents which had big businesses in Europe and they had talent and succeeded in Europe. Then they go to Latin America, and you know Latin America is not exactly the, I don't know, innovation hub of technology. So if you are having good European values, you're punctual, you can do handshake business, you do what you say, you're going to succeed in Latin America. Maybe other countries are a little bit easier. I give it to them, you know, Argentina, Milei, all cool. But if you come to a country like Venezuela, which is in the moment hard to do if you don't have any ideas, any contacts, I think your reward is going to be even higher. Also the risk, but also the reward, right? So we started to bring electricity to this jungle. We went to the locals. Interesting, by the way, half of those locals didn't even had clothes, and they spoke other language, really interesting. We bought the drills, we bought the water supply, we started bringing all the motors, you know, and yeah, we made like some kind of hijack construction. This is a, if you can play it, this is a big drill motor, and we basically just welded it to a big truck. And then we started our drilling operations, you know. If you can play this as well, please. We are drilling our first big hole in the moment, and I think we're going to see the first returns on end of December. If you want to talk about more about this project, we are also at our stand. And yeah, this is all the thing, you know, with the water and washing it out. We also found some gold, but we're not having license for gold yet. So that's why I went to the Ministerium. Other project we're doing is real estate projects. Next to Crypto City, there's 63 abandoned houses, and I have a big problem. A lot of Germans or European entrepreneurs, they say me or tell me, Tim, I love your project, but what am I going to do with my mom? My mom is 72 now. If I go to Venezuela, what's going to happen to my mom? I can't leave her there, right? So we created Cocoon, which is a golden age village. It's a residence for people in the third age, to be politically correct. It's right beside Crypto City, actually. We bought this abandoned site, basically, which looked really, really horrible. As you see here, the pool is green and everything was basically really fucked up. And now we started to make it nice, you know. We as a good Germans, you know, we gave all the houses a different number and a different letter, and yeah, now it's coming together really nice. If you can play this video, we already renovated 10, 11 houses now. One of it is my office. It's really cool. I go out of because my office was in the city, right? So I had to drive half an hour to the construction site. Now I just go out the door and I'm basically on the construction site. It's really cool, you know. Germans and all the workaholic bullshit, you know. You're basically living there and you're there, and I only go home to sleep. The other thing we do, I have to really speed up. The other thing I really, what we do in this DAO is the decision-making part, right? all the members in the DAO vote for or against all new members. So it's not just like you go there and say, hey, I want to buy a plot. The people are going to vote about you. The heart of this project is its residents, right? We filter very carefully. These residents represent a certain type of person. The goal is for everybody to be on the same wavelengths. We're talking about 300 entrepreneurs here, right-minded individuals and go-getters, people you'd happily spend time with outside of work. One time I asked if somebody, I had a client asking me if we are vaccinated, and I said, I don't know, I'm not, but let me ask my people. And everybody was like, no, are you stupid, are you crazy? Obviously we're not jabbed and not vaccinated and whatever. And interesting, really interesting to see these kind of people which are still able to think for themselves and have success in Europe. Other thing. And this is how it's looking. Basically, we write, after they come here to Margarita, we are writing a little profile about them, and then people just say yes or no. And once you are inside the group, you're also going to vote about the next people. I really have to skip something here right now. Blah, 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 blah. Let me, the last slide here. Inside the DAO, we vote for our own rules of living together. We took example of the Swiss guys. Swiss guys have these people's vote, where you have to have like 2/3 majority, and 50% have to go to the voting ball, and then something is coming into law. Obviously, we don't make our own laws. We just have the special economic zone. But we're voting about all kinds of things. We can talk about it on our stand if you want. Let me skip all this. This is me in the media, German TV, English TV, yes, Let me play a last video, and then I'm done. Where is Margarita Island? What is this beautiful island here on Margarita? It's a really interesting thing. It's a beautiful island. You can come there to invest. The prices are really cool. You can buy real estate for $20,000, $30,000 close to the beach. We had a major crisis in Venezuela in 2016, 17. All of this has turned around. Now Margarita is a special economic zone. You find all kinds and sorts of things in Margarita. It's awesome. You have these huge malls, centro comerciales, you have clinics, you have restaurants, you have whatever you want. It's not like in your imagination that you go to this abandoned island in the middle of the Caribbean where there's nothing. You have huge things here, because Margarita was really, really famous in the 90s. You had 100 turbojets, not the big, the big planes coming to Margarita every week from all over the world. When I was small, there was a direct flight from Frankfurt in Germany to Margarita Island, and this is going to come back. Look at this clinic. I mean, this clinic looks better than most of the German Krankenhäuser, the most German clinics than I know. You get 50 square meters for your own gusto, you can be there. They can do brain surgery and all of that. I don't know why, but they do it. It's brand new. Some Arab guys constructed it for I don't know how many millions. They have MRTs. You don't have to wait. You don't even have to do like a schedule. You come there. Hello, my knee hurts. Can I have an MRT? Yes, sir. Do you have 10 minutes? Okay, let's go. It's crazy. In Germany, you wait like 6 months, even if you're like privately insured, and then you pay like $100 for all the health stuff. It's really crazy. Let me skip all this. Yeah, everything you imagine which exists in Germany exists in Margarita as well. I also did a 35-minute documentary. You can look it up on YouTube, Isla Margarita, Tim Stern, and then you can look at all this lifestyle stuff. Visit us on our stand. There will be a gift for you. I brought money. I'm going to give today 100,000 to everybody visiting our stand. I'm not going to say which money though. But as you know, Venezuela had a funny little hyperinflation going on. So if you want this gift, you can come there. Yeah, everything is dollarized now, so it doesn't matter. But if you want this little gift, come to our stand. If you want more info, there's a little QR code. If you want to scan it now, leave your name and your email, and then you're gonna get bombarded by me with nice informational emails about Margarita, about the lifestyle there, about visas, about how to buy stuff and everything. And now I'm gonna end, because if not, I'm gonna get dragged from stage. Thank you very much, and thanks for being here, and visit us on our stand. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I definitely encourage you to go and visit Venezuela and visit Tim on Margarita Island. They're very hospitable. You receive a very warm Latin American welcome. And yeah, there's a great energy and dynamism about the project. So definitely one to watch over the coming months. So, as I mentioned, with this next talk, we stay in Latin America. We go further south to Argentina. And I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage the president of the International Alliance of Libertarian Parties and a close political ally of the current president, perhaps Argentina's only libertarian president, Javier Milei. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Ivan Dubois, who's going to tell you a bit and answer your questions. Ivan. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I know you, Florian. Where is my chainsaw? I can't speak without my 10-kilo chainsaw, Florian. You did it bad. Okay. Hello to all. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to stay with you all today. Oh, I know you also. Many friends here. Okay, you invited me to talk about the 2 years of extremely success of the great presidency of Javier Milei. Can you see it, or is it too white? Okay. The big Javier Milei is not Javier Milei, it's the screen behind him. Real Javier Milei is the smallest one. This was the relaunch of our final campaign. The militants or libertarians or liberal was a bit, doing politics is tough. Doing politics without money is tougher. And doing politics, again, the leftists is much more tough than you think. So Javier has this amazing idea that he should do something artistic in order to the militants keep in touch with his feelings and go to the street and protect the voting system and won the elections. So he make a big event. He sing in this event. 14,000 people went and 2,000 people stay outside. So it was a huge success. And the militants were happy, and they won, and we won the elections, finally. We won the elections, we won the midterm elections. Do you know what we sang in that event? We sang one small song who has been repeated over and over and over in all our campaign, which is Cuca Tira Piedras. Do you know what is Cuca? Cuca is the Kirchnerist, the leftist, the guy who stole our future, the guys who print 10% of our GDP and spend in their own campaign. That guy. And they start to throw stones on us. Doesn't mean Cuca tira piedras. Cuca throw stones. And they throw so many stones that going to these events and return was a bit dangerous, but they don't throw stones with much. They are not well thrown. But it was hard. So Javier Milei started to sing of this, Cuca tira piedras. And everybody started to say, yeah, Cuca tira piedras, Cuca tira piedras. And everybody loved it. And when these Cucas, these Kirchnerists, come and try to throw a stone, we didn't throw stones to them. We sing to them. Oh, there they are, the Cuca tira piedras, there. And they stopped to throw stones on us. So that's how intelligent is Javier Milei. In Argentina, the economy has not grown since 2011. And now we have the first equilibrium in our account. The last time this happened was 120 years ago. So, huge success. I have notes because I have short time to tell you all the things in 2 years. Now, since we won the elections, we are going to cut 20 taxes. We are going to cut 20 taxes. I know some of you have a lot of interest in our program of 500K, where you bring your 500K of US dollars, and we give you a passport or citizenship. But this is better. We have that program. That program is working, is currently working. I know this is interest of you, but this is more important. 20 taxes left. We are going to modernize our law, our labor law. We designed a new pension system, and we are fighting right now the unions, of course. They are the political sector that benefits from the previous model. We have almost majority now in Congress, so nobody can throw our reforms. Do you know how many reforms we already passed? 4,000. And now we are going to put 8,000 more reforms. These reforms are not new laws, are laws we take. So this is going to be a more interesting country to invest, a more simpler country to invest. So you don't even going to need, in the future, maybe in 2 years, you don't even going to need a lawyer. It's going to be so easy for you to invest in Argentina than you simply, with a website and one email, you can open your bank account and, of course, your enterprise. We are not there yet, but this is our second wave of reform. This is the historical fiscal adjustment more important in the history of the world. No other country ever used the chainsaw to cut so much of the government as the government of Javier Milei. The market agreed with us. This is why the actions of Argentina, the bonds of Argentina, grow up from 35 to 40% in only 2 days since we won the election. So I think for you guys, it's time to put some of your savings in Argentinian companies. We have monetary discipline. We have fiscal control laws. We are planning to include, to criminalize unfounded fiscal deficits to legally prevent approving budgets in red. So if you want to put a new law and you want to increase the expense of the government, you need to say where you are going to take that funding. And printing money is not an option anymore. Tax reform is heavily important, especially in export taxes. What we call retenciones are being reduced. Now we are going to go for the tax on we call cheques. I don't know how to say in English, cheque? Checks. We have a special tax on checks, 1.5, because why not? You know, this is how this is. This tax was an emergency tax only for 1 year. It happened like 40 years ago. This is how the leftists do their job. Rule of law and contracts. Monetary financing of deficit was outdated. We are going to reinforce institutional independence and legal certainty. We are now open to trade, especially negotiating a trade agreement with USA, as many of you know. Also with your countries in Europe. For example, in agriculture, we export 900,000 tons of meat. Last time this happened in Argentina was 100 years ago. 100 years ago, we were exporting more meat than 2 years ago. Do you know all the technology that was developed and implemented in 100 years? And we start to sell and to produce less meat because it's easy, don't work when you have to when you produce meat in Argentina, the government is always making you harder, putting quotas in your export of meat, so the people start to grow less and less cattle. Not anymore. In energy and mining, I know many of you are interested in that sector, especially in mining. I'm interested in that sector. The price control and restrictions were lifted, and now we are attracting, as you know, a lot of investment in gas, oil, lithium, and especially copper. Thanks to the fiscal surplus, public debt, for the first time in I don't know how many years, was reduced by 40 billions of US dollars. But this is the most important of all. This is why we went to the government and started to work. Poverty. We have reduced poverty from 57% from the beginning of 2022 to 35%. 12 million of Argentinians live out of poverty. Real wage has been rising for 11 months. Unemployment has remained stable. Budget allocation to health, education, and pension has been rise above inflation, which these numbers are great. Argentinians are living better. Not rich, but that means, guys, that 12 million of Argentinians can eat 3 meals a day. And we did this by cutting and shrinking the size of the state. We don't give them money or food anymore. We shrink the state, and the people start to feed more. That means the child can feed enough calories to his brain grow, and they can think and study and never vote the leftists, which is great for all of us. Do you know, Javier Milei, and of course, I was one of his first advisors in 2020, 2021, he started. I don't even can take pictures. I had the people take pictures of me, my palm sweat. Now I go to media, and I have a YouTube channel of 680,000 followers. I learned all this from Milei, who is a great teacher, and he's always teaching you how to improve. This is how the real teachers are. They always want you to improve, and they feel, good about your success, which is crazy, because in the normal world, nobody gets happy of your success, except teachers. And I learned about the cultural battle, or cultural war, as I say, but we have an internal issue there. I'm going to call cultural battle. Woke is an ideology who is broken and killing Europe. Germany is, the industrial capacity of Germany is shrinking, between 3 and 4% per year. And it's not the industrial capacity of Argentina, of Uruguay, it's the industrial capacity of Germany. You can even build more cars of engine. Now you can only build electric cars, which is insane. But it's good for Argentina. You can always come to live in Argentina and invest in the safest country. There is a responsibility to every politician. You should always do the best you can in the moment you have to achieve success. And for the liberals, and for myself, a libertarian, as Javier is libertarian, we take this as an opportunity once in a life to improve our country, not for us, for our children. So our children don't go away our country. Our children can stay with us, share our culture. We can watch our sons grow and have their own kids, as normal life is. This is just a show. As always say, Javier said, I'm the president, but this is just a show for me, which I think is great. It's great. One thing more. One moment. Yes. The GDP is growing also. We think this year the GDP is going to grow 5%, which is insane, insane. This is just deregularizing and let the people do what they know. Do their business. If you do business and you try to compete with the government, you are always going to lose because the government has infinite funding and you don't have. So this something changed. This change in our politics. This is really a change in our way of life of the Argentinian people. The Argentinians don't choose anymore the easy road, which is actually the hard road, and choose the right road. The road of freedom, the road of liberal politics, and myself as the president of the International Libertarians is like an honor to live and share these moments with my presidents, who is also my friends, with a lot of friends who now work in the government. We hate to work in the government, but it's what we should do with you guys. This is once in a lifetime time to make the change we need in Argentina. So we wait for you to come to our country, to invest in anything you want. This is the time, because the numbers are growing. And imagine if you invest, for example, in one of our company, YPF. 4 days ago, you were winning 32% in dollars, I mean. So now is the time, guys. You should come and invest in Argentina. Thank you. You can take a picture of me if you want, without the glasses. I'm not fat, so I put like that. Now, yeah, sure. Sorry. Now questions. You should. I don't know how we're going to do the questions, but you can scream the question at me.
I'd like to ask a question to Ivan.
Titus, Titus, you have a question?
I was Ralph there. Ralph Knobloch here. Yeah.
Yes, Titus. He left the hands first.
Thank you, Ivan. What about the central bank? Is there any chance that the central bank is abandoned in the next 4 years, or what do you think?
No, because all the monetary tools who were used to damage our economy were closed. But new reforms are coming to even improve and save your investments in Argentina. I cannot say which one exactly right now because we weren't published publicly, but fear not about the central bank. That issue is solved already. Another question?
Okay.
Sorry.
Ralph Knobloch, my name. I have a question. Is supporting the Argentina government a special program to support foreign immigrants to Argentina? And if so, how can the people who want to immigrate to Argentina and invest in Argentina, how can they inform about it?
Okay, we are not supporting by any way immigration to Argentina from optic of the government or the same ways you guys do here, especially in Germany or in the Netherlands. You can always get a travel visa to Argentina which that depends of your country, is usually free. You can stay up to 90 days in Argentina, or you can invest 500K and get the citizenship by a fast-tracking system. But that kind of things are excellent, but the most important thing is you can do business in Argentina. I think the best way to bring the brains to Argentina and the investment to Argentina is to shrink the states. Sure, you are never going to compete with the states, and you can do business. You know, the doing business is an important thing that I think many countries forget, especially here in Europe. Okay, next one.
Yeah, it's me. It's me. Here, Massimo. Here.
Ah, here, Massimo. Hola.
Yeah, I was surprised by.
I know you speak Spanish.
Yeah, I can speak Spanish, but not these guys.
Not my problem.
So I was a little bit surprised, but by your answer about the central bank. This was a central proposal of the platform of Milei. It's getting a lot of criticism not to have done it in the first 2 years. For example, for Mario Gredi of the Wall Street Journal. And until you don't do that, you're not credible. I mean, the Peronist came here saying exactly your words. You don't have to fear for the government because
yes.
We are the government. So just saying things don't make the difference. Now,
no.
I'm a libertarian, I like the guy. I don't like the cult of personality around Milei, but I love what he's doing. But it's fundamental that you dollarize. If not, you lose credibility, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about dollarization, which is an issue, and I know 99% of you guys want Argentina to be dollarized. It's not going to happen this year, and that is going to study what I know. I'm not an economist. What I heard is now in Argentina with the new reform, you will be allowed to pay to your employees in dollars. You will be allowed to pay all your service in dollars. And since you have a saving account in dollars and it's free and unlimited for you to buy dollars from peso, it's some kind of first level of dollarization. I know maybe for investors, the Argentinian currency is the main issue, okay? But we are in the middle of the government, and we are going to fix that issue as we fix all the other issues. You can see, for example, the price of the peso right now, the price of Argentinian actions. I mean, all the investment who are coming to Argentina, even when we still using pesos. Dollarization is a thing in the national agenda, and it will be addressed, but I don't know when, and I don't know especially if the dollarization will come as killing the peso or will coexist as the free market of coins, for example. That's all what I can answer you. Yeah.
Hi, Ivan. I'm coming to Buenos Aires next month, so I'm very happy to visit your country for the first time. My question is regarding cryptocurrency. So, what's your political view, and what policies do you have in place for that?
Well, my personal view, I can say cryptocurrency is the future for me as a currency. But I dream with a country where you can pay whatever with any coin or any currency or any token you want, if the other person agree. I don't know which if there is any or which reforms are coming, especially according to cryptocurrency. But I think since we won the elections this Sunday, and Javier Milei just was sitting for the first time in a table with 20 governors who want to work with us, it's too early to answer you, and I don't want to lie. But keep in touch that in the future something will come about this. But right now in Argentina, you can pay with whatever cryptocurrency you want. If, for example, in my shop, I accept Bitcoin, for example. So there is nothing against that. It's okay? Thank you. Anything else? No? Don't be shy. Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, sure.
For the CBI program, the 500K investment, any reason it's relatively high? Is there any talk of maybe lowering it? And also related to that, is there any talk about maybe adopting a territorial tax system?
Well, I think this is a new system in Argentina, and it maybe need to be fine-tuned. Now the tax system in Argentina is going to be rearranged in a different way, where you can have, for example, for one way the national taxes, and for other way the provincial taxes. So the province will compete which one has lower or higher taxes, and you will choose easily where you can invest and how much it's going to cost you. I have no other information regarding nothing else. But as I told you guys, 8,000 reforms will come. I don't know them because they are not published. I know there are 8,000 because Javier Milei says it's 8,000. So this is just too new to make. I don't want to invent or lie. Yes, sir. Oh, only once. Can the only one?
This is not a question because there is no time. I just have a comment.
Yeah, sure.
¡Viva la libertad! ¡Carajo!
¡Viva! Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Great work. Thank you. And I love the energy, Jose. It's very exciting stuff happening in Argentina. And thank you. Ivan has flown all the way from Buenos Aires to be here just for this conference. So we really appreciate him making the trip. So, OK, so this is now coming up to our final talk before lunch, and one that I am very excited about because we have a little announcement we're going to make towards the end. So anyone who's been to our conference before will be familiar with Prospera. Prospera is certainly one of the leading, if not the leading, next generation special economic zone. They are doing some fantastic work on innovating governance, providing new frameworks for making businesses more streamlined in ways that I don't think have been done before anywhere in the world. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Trey Goff, who has been with the project for a very long time at senior level. And he is going to give you an overview of what Prospera is, but more crucially, the updates on some of the really exciting stuff that has been happening over the past year. So Trey, welcome back to the conference. Looking forward to your speech. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to see all of you here. You know, it's funny. One of the best decisions that Titus and Peter and the team here made when they started this conference was to require everyone to dress nicely. It's really funny how much that improves the quality of the attendees. Just that bar, which you would think would be pretty easy to clear, just filters out so many people you might not otherwise want to talk to. So I always love this conference for that reason, if nothing else, and then seeing many friends and faces here that I see occasionally. Great to catch up with all of you. So I'm Trey Goff at Prospera. I'm Chief of Staff and our Director of U.S. Government Affairs. And I want to tell you guys a little bit about what we're up to and primarily focus on kind of what's new over the last few years. So before I dive in, raise your hand if you've heard of Prospera, read an article, watched a video, something. Amazing. Okay, I can skip like the first part of my presentation to keep it really short then, because you already know what we're about. Second question, raise your hand if you've been to Prospera, you've actually visited. Amazing. Okay, so some of this will be familiar for many of you. So let's talk a little bit about kind of what we do. And it looks like the clicker is not working. Let's see. No? Oh, well. There we go. So we effectively provide governance as a service. Now, what do I mean by governance? Governance is the rules of the game. It's the water in which we all swim. It's what enables entrepreneurs and investors and individuals to flourish and to achieve their full potential or not. Governance institutions are the key that either makes or breaks the prosperity or poverty of a nation, of a jurisdiction, right? And we know from the academic literature, from the data, from the evidence, that good governance is strongly correlated with positive outcomes. But that's kind of high level and fluffy, so I'm going to take just 30 seconds to kind of bring this down to a core that is much more kind of concrete and relatable, right? So I was the first full-time employee at Prospera, been at Prospera a long time. But about 2 years ago, I took a brief, roughly year-long hiatus to try my hand at building a tech startup myself in the United States. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, as many kind of first-time tech startups don't. But along the way, the number of regulatory barriers and legal barriers I faced to building a fairly simple product and application were incomprehensible. So let me give you just a few examples of what I mean by governance being the key to prosperity, of governance unlocking the ability of entrepreneurs to build things, right? My product was super simple. We paid students to learn, right? Students take a course. When they take a course, they compete against all the other students in the course on a final skill challenge, a final exam, and the winner each month would get paid real money, cash, get paid to learn, right? Well, the first barrier I ran into had a simple idea. Hey, what if we put some flyers up in public schools, right? Advertised to primary school students. Well, it turned out to do that, to put up flyers in the school, I had to register with the Department of Education, and they had to review my curriculum, which they were not going to like. So I ended up not doing that entirely. I simply could not have access to my largest, most obvious customer base, right? Another problem, to actually enable students to get paid to learn, we had regulatory ambiguity and uncertainty on if I was going to be classified, our company, as effectively a gambling scheme, which makes no sense because you're competing on an objective outcome, how well you do on an exam, to get paid, right? Never mind that kids without their parents' permission can spend hundreds of dollars anytime they want buying Fortnite skins or whatever. So these are just a few small, tangible examples of what I mean when I say governance is the key to unlocking human potential and prosperity, right? Now the difficulty is, and I'm sure Ivan and others in Argentina are facing these battles right now, is that getting the depth of reform you need to move from where we are now and the regulatory and legal environment we're in now in most developed nations to the optimal level, to the level at which human potential can be unleashed, is extremely difficult. It's not impossible. The key word there is nearly, but it's very difficult, right? And even if you succeed along the way, you're going to have to make compromises. And while you can drastically improve the conditions at nation scale, it is very difficult to get those conditions, to get the governance environment to the level it needs to be to truly unlock human potential. But we do know it's possible. We can do it at city scale with special jurisdictions that can transform nations and regions with good governance. Very basic concepts. Security, the rule of law, enforcement of contracts, protection of private property, fair and rapid resolution of disputes with an impartial justice and dispute adjudication system, right? This is not complicated, which is the other frustrating part about it. We know what works. We just won't do it. But we know it can work, right? Hong Kong led to Shenzhen, and Hong Kong, Shenzhen, and the special economic zone system in China is a large part of what drove Chinese economic development. Today, there are 46 special economic zones in China, responsible for a vast majority of their exports, their economic activity, and other things, right? So we know that this example can work, that creating special jurisdictions with better rules and a better environment can work effectively. So that is exactly what we do at Prospera. We deliver governance as a service in partnership with host nations through special jurisdictions, right? We have an open and dynamic regulatory system, which I'll go into a little bit of detail about here in a second, although most of you should be familiar, so I'm going to skim over it, sounds like. A low and simple tax system, efficient, effective private dispute resolution, and high-quality general services. The simple stuff that you need the conditions to set in order for humans to be able to unleash their full potential, no matter what that may be. Now, the regulatory system we have, particularly in Prospera, if any of you are also public policy nerds like myself, is one that has effectively a marketplace of regulators. We operate under a regulatory insurance system, right? So when you operate in a regulated industry in Prospera, you're required to get regulatory insurance. When you do that, you make a selection of the regulatory code you'd like to follow, or you have the right, by law, to propose to the Prospera Council a new regulatory system. This is then enforced through these private insurance companies, creating a market dynamic to determine the best, most efficient level of regulatory enforcement over time. And we've been building it. Our primary project is on the island of Roatan, off the coast of Honduras. We have a sister site on the mainland in La Ceiba, and are actively in negotiations with several other jurisdictions. Part of the reason I've kind of taken over as a lot of our US public policy is because we're trying to do this in the US as well, to develop the legal frameworks needed to provide governance as a service and unleash the economy of any given host nation we partner with. And eventually have a network of tens, dozens, eventually hundreds of these hubs, not just run by us, but many of you here in the audience, entrepreneurs in the space as well, to create a network of places where people can go to unleash their untapped potential. So what does it actually look like on the ground, now that you kind of understand at a high level what it is we do at Prospera? What it looks like on the ground is awesome. You can see here a picture of our 14-story tower we completed last year, currently fully occupied. It's a mixed-use building with residence, commercial space, a retail floor, and it is located on the island of Roatan, as I mentioned, which is, you have direct daily connections and flights from a number of hubs in the United States, very easy to get to. Prospera itself is only about 10, 15 minutes from the airport, depending on traffic, and you can fly straight to the island to get to the project. And despite some of the legal challenges we've been facing, which I'm sure some of you might be aware of if you follow kind of the news for Prospera, we've been accelerating growth and traction in spite of these difficulties, right? Our e-residencies, entities, taxes, everything is up and to the right, as it should be. Because despite this legal uncertainty, people recognize the value proposition of going to a place where you can actually build the things that you want to build. And we've had a lot of interesting people coming to visit, a lot of activity over the last few years. Brian Johnson came to visit Prospera and received one of the gene therapy services that is provided in the jurisdiction by some of the entrepreneurs there. We've had Balaji, Tyler Cowan, a bunch of other kind of interesting people come visit. We do regular events and have started to get that kind of early nucleus of a community and of density building in the jurisdiction. And we're continuing to build, continuing to accelerate, continuing to grow, right? Well, we launched the world's first AI paralegal. So you can go to chat.eprospera.com right now and ask any questions you have, no matter how complex, about the Prospera legal and regulatory system to figure out if it's a good fit for you and if we can be the place for you to come build and do what it is that you want to come build and do. Let's go over a little case study really quickly to kind of put this in concrete, specific terms, right? Unlimited Bio is a company in Prospera that offers some cutting-edge therapeutics, right? They leverage molecules that have already been safely used in Russia and other jurisdictions over several decades, already been through kind of safety and efficacy trials. And they combine these things to provide novel treatments to attack kind of multiple vectors of multiple etiologies of disease at the same time. To do this in the United States would have costed them well over $500 million and taken at least a decade, if not much, much longer. In Prospera, they went to market in less than a year and at a regulatory compliance cost of a little over $20,000. You can see a screenshot down there of one of the Kardashians that actually received Unlimited Bio's therapy at one of their partner clinics in Mexico. But what is it like actually on the ground? What's it like to be there? That's what I want to really focus on because, if you want to get into the policy details, come find me afterward. I'm happy to nerd out about that all day. What's really important is what's actually going on. So right now we have two main districts. You have Pristine Bay and the Beta District, right? The Beta District is kind of the startup, more entrepreneur, kind of go-getter vibe. Pristine Bay is also a resort, hotel, restaurant, beach club, really fun place to kind of work out and hang out. We have co-working spaces in the beach club and elsewhere to kind of combine that fun Caribbean vibe with the more driven and focused builder, entrepreneur, startup ecosystem that has developed in the jurisdiction. You can see the beta district here, and the beta building in the foreground there, called the beta building, funnily enough. That wasn't really intentional. We called it this internally. I think Titus might have actually started this initially, calling it the beta building, and it just kind of stuck because it was a beta test of our governance software, right? So the beta building it shall be henceforth. So we have the Duna residences I mentioned earlier. We have the beta building. We have Circular Factory, which is a robotics construction manufacturing facility that develops and uses advanced robotics to enable us to construct things much more quickly and cheaply than would otherwise be possible, with much less material waste. And we have Pristine Bay, which you can see an aerial view of here. Pristine Bay is comprised of, you can see the hotel there on the left, you can see the beach club on the right, 18-hole golf course for those of you interested in those sorts of things. It's a very fun place to just come live, work, and hang out and visit as well. We have the Infinita Dome. It's actually the largest geodesic dome in Latin America, where we host a lot of our events. It's a really cool space. Tim Draper, the kind of legendary investor, actually came and shot an episode of his startup competition show in the dome a few months ago. We have, obviously, as I mentioned, Pristine Bay, where you can kind of hang out, actually have fun. The Las Verandas Hotel and Villas, which we also recently renovated, and are a super nice kind of higher-end experience. And then we have a bunch of layer 2 ecosystems on the ground. Also, apologies for the stray word nomads there in the background. If you've ever tried to convert a PDF to PowerPoint, don't. It's not fun. We have the Infinita district, we have the Bitcoin district, we have the Nomad district, we have a number of what we call kind of layer 2 intentional community partners building all sorts of cool stuff on the ground. We have the GARM Clinic, we have Pristine Academy, which is a very kind of excellent Montessori-based school for families that might have students and school-age children in the jurisdiction. And it's just a fun place to be honest. The energy on the ground is hard to describe in words, but to be amongst your peers, to be amongst a community that believes as you do, that is there for the same reasons you are, is an experience that's difficult to replicate and difficult to describe. And I encourage you all to come visit and see what it's like for yourself. We also have a bunch of fun stuff to do when you come visit, right? World-class diving, the world's second largest barrier reef, the Mesoamerican barrier reefs, like 100, 200 meters off of our shore. We have white sand beaches, golf. There's a bunch of other fun stuff that some of the residents and the community pull together often. We have a kind of a Topgolf clone competitor, so you can do kind of a Topgolf type thing. You might have seen before, although I typically try to hide this when the documentary people come because it looks a little edgy. There are people that do these like electric knife fights. It's super cool, right? So they have these little electrified knives. They're not really knives. It's just like a piece of metal. They're not sharp, but they're electrified. So you know if you got a hit because it shocks the other person. Super fun kind of combat sport that has developed in the jurisdiction. The kind of things you're going to find in a community like Prospero, right? So there's all sorts of fun stuff to do. And we're growing rapidly. So first, I'm going to kind of flip through really quickly just some of the things that are being constructed right now. And you can see under construction right here is the first stage of the Nomad Village, which is building both a community house and a bunch of housing that'll be kind of lower cost and affordable for entrepreneurs and nomads to come live and work in the jurisdiction. You can see here what kind of the small micro hotel that's currently under construction that they're building is going to look like when it's finished. And some renders of what this will look like, the views you'll have from the location that they're building in the beta district. It's going to be awesome. Very fun place to hang out. They're building a couple different types of homes as well at different sizes, kind of 4 different use cases with some kind of cutting edge architecture and manufacturing styles. They're using Circular Factory, that robotics factory I mentioned earlier, to build these things much more cheaply and quickly than would otherwise be possible. And this is just one of several projects currently being constructed as we speak in the jurisdiction, right? Their community house is going to be particularly cool, kind of a striking building when completed. And that's just one of the projects. We also have Darien Village under construction, okay? Darien Village, similar kind of type of project, multi-story buildings, both dual use as well, primarily residential, but some commercial as well. That also is currently under construction. It will be right behind the Duna Tower to increase density there in the Beta District where a lot of the entrepreneurs live and work. And what's important about Darien Village in particular is it starts with those buildings you see here, these 4 or 5 buildings here. But it is their master plan is expandable out to dozens of these buildings effectively. And they hope to end up over the next few years with hundreds of units in the jurisdiction, all of which, again, with great ocean views, and it will be an amazing place to live and work. Terrazin is building some, as you can see here, very kind of cool and innovative buildings, the first of which is already completed, actually, as kind of a test to make sure that the modular construction, the robotic construction techniques here would work as intended, and work they did. It's also a very cool kind of structure. They're building several more of these as we speak. You can see here the actual robotics factory where they build the kit of parts that ends up being these kind of uniquely shaped and innovatively designed structures. We have the 1312 condos under construction. These are kind of nicer, a little bit higher end. These will be in the Pristine Bay district, a little bit of a higher price point than the previous ones I mentioned. If those of you that kind of have families are looking for more of that luxury lifestyle, you'll be able to find that in these condos, which are also, we're doing the dirt work for these as we speak. Going to be a quite kind of nice, more luxurious interiors, and a fun place to kind of be, to live, and work, right? Now, one of the things I'm most excited about, though, is that hopefully many of you might be able to visit sooner than you might think. And to address that point specifically, I want to invite Peter back up onto the stage.
Okay, so lots of exciting stuff going on in Prospera, as you could see. And I'm sure that those of you who have been attending for several years will have heard all these amazing things and seen all these amazing PowerPoint slides with pictures, renderings, and information about what's going on. So as you know, we've been running the Free Cities Conference now for 6 years in a row. There was a first sort of small gathering in Monaco back in 2020. We then moved to Mulheim in Switzerland in 2021. And we've been here in Prague now for 4 years. And the intention is very much to keep Prague as kind of like this base place. We love Prague. It's a fantastic city. It's very easy to reach for a lot of people. And it's got amazing culture, architecture, and history. But one thing that keeps coming up is people say to us, well, why don't you guys actually run a conference in a real free city? Then we can see it and experience it ourselves. And so, with quite a lot of planning and deliberation, we have made the decision that in 2026, we are going to host our first ever Free Cities Conference in a free city. And, okay. Oh, that's all right. We can stick on this. And I'm super excited, honestly. I was in Prospera earlier this year, about 3 months ago, and it's incredible to see how much progress has been made. When I first went, to me it was more about the concept and the potential. But now I'm going back, there's people in the co-working space working on their own businesses. The circular factory is up and running. You can go in there, you can see the construction workers. You can have food in cafe, pay in Bitcoin over the Lightning Network. It's really happening in Prospera. And so, yeah, I'm excited that we're able to bring this event to Prospera. Now, when you go, you're not going to see a fully completed city. It's still, we're talking hundreds of people on the site, dozens of people, hundreds of people, depending on what's happening at any particular time. And there are still some capacity constraints for how big the event can be there. So in the room today, there's probably, well, at the conference today, there's probably about 330, 340 people. But for the Prospera event, it's probably going to have to shrink down to below 300, we think. So it's going to be quite tight for space in terms of basically we'll have to limit the tickets we sell slightly. So we're announcing it at this year's event so that those of you who are super keen on getting a foot in the door, coming to this experience can do so. So I'm sharing the information now on the ticketing. The regular ticket we have for Prospera is now on sale. It's going to be priced at $400 or $399 US dollars. But we're doing a discount for people that are at our conference today. It's 25%. So if you want to come to the conference, you've already attended one, we're offering a special discount to you. So that's $299. That includes a meal for you on the Friday and Saturday of the program, just like the premium tickets that you get here. And we also do have if you're on a budget, we can also offer this as a budget option. It doesn't include food, but we want to make this event as successful as possible. And then if you want the full VIP experience, that's $999. That gets you the full VIP dinner, access to absolutely everything on the program. And if you get that within the next 10 days, then it's 25% off as well. So I would encourage, go. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, it's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And I know that it's a long way to go for a lot of people here who are based in Europe. So there is definitely that trade-off in terms of the travel. But I can promise you that once you get there, this is truly like a paradise island. It's going to be an amazing conference with all the things you've come to expect from our event. But also, add on to that, world-famous scuba diving, golfing in a championship golf course, kayaking. They've got a fantastic 5-star resort of Las Verandas that we can make use of while we're there. So it's going to be the full package. And I'm really excited. I hope that as many of you as possible will be able to join us. So the dates, that's a very important detail. It is happening slightly earlier in the year next year. It's happening from September the 3rd to the 6th. And the reason we've chosen those dates, we normally do this towards the end of October, is that we want to avoid the rainy season. We want to have good weather. So this is like the ideal time to come around the summer months. It's not quite the peak heat of sort of mid-July and August. We're sort of coming off a little bit there, but we're also not into the rainy season. So yeah, hopefully you guys can make it. Hopefully a good like 300 days is enough notice to make some plans. Yeah, if you want to find out more, I would encourage you to take a photograph of this. This has got the website that's online. My colleague Jan has been working behind the scenes to get the ticketing done, so tickets are now available. You can also buy a ticket directly from the Free Cities Foundation booth. So if you're not worried about QR codes, and you can just go to our booth, you can buy the tickets, and you can get it at the special discounted price. And of course, as I say, this event will sell out. We are going to be at capacity for the venue. That's going to give it a fantastic atmosphere. But yeah, if you do want to come, I encourage you to sort of make the call pretty soon. You got a question, Scott? There will be some provisions made for children, like there are at this conference. Yeah. Yeah, good question. So we, Prospero very kindly put on a range of accommodations at different budgets. So we've got everything from the full 5-star resort experience at Las Verandas, where you can stay, have an amazing breakfast, you're literally at the pool, you have access to a private beach. Then we have the kind of mid-tier, but I say mid-tier, it's actually like really nice and luxurious too. It's Juna Tower. You can have studio apartments there. There's a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom apartment options. There's also a dorm that they've introduced. Infinita have got a dorm room. If you're traveling on a budget, you're a student, you want to get it over, we've got really affordable dorm room options as well. So I would say the accommodation will go, in Prospera, will probably go quite quickly. So if you're keen on this, you've got a particular choice, I would encourage you to just book the ticket, book the accommodation soon. There will also other options on the island. It means you have to get like a taxi from where they are to Prospera in the mornings. Still very doable, but obviously it's best to be on the site, like experiencing it. Is there anything you would add to any of that, Trey, about what things, accommodation, things like that, or
no, that's exactly
set up
right.
in?
Yeah, we have all the options that Peter listed. Hopefully, although I've learned the hard way to not promise particular construction completion dates, but hopefully several of the things I mentioned here are done by that time, so we'll have a little bit more space. And you can go to prospera.co. There's a visit tab up at the top. Just click visit. There's direct links there to any of these you might be interested in. And if you want to learn more, or curious, want to learn kind of which accommodation might be more kind of beneficial for your particular kind of liking, just find me. Let me know. Happy to talk about it and help you make a choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And for now, what will happen is if you buy a ticket, we'll receive your email. And when accommodation options are finalized, which will be quite soon, you'll be the first to know about it. So you'll be able to choose and make that decision. Anyone else have any questions or comments on that before we move to the next part? Yannick. How long is the discount valid for? Until the 10th of November. Okay. Yes, sir. Sorry? If you are interested in speaking, you can email us and put together a proposal. Yeah. Okay, great. So hopefully that's come as good news to everyone. I'm really excited about that. Before we all depart for lunch, it's a tradition at our conference that we have a group photograph to show how our audience has grown every year. And I can see this room is packed, so I'm sure we're going to get an even better group photograph. Obviously, if you prefer to be more private and not have the photo, then you don't need to participate, but we would really encourage everyone, as many people as possible, to. It's a really great way to remember the event and commemorate the experience we've had here. So I'm now going to ask everyone to kind of make their way towards the stage, and I'm going to hand over to Menina, who is our star photographer, who will be directing us and telling us where to stand so that we look great.
Awesome.
Okay. Thanks. Oh, sorry.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks.
I need your tie. Everybody has a tie. I even have sides with me. I was like, that's probably overdressed.
Nothing's overdressed for Titus.
Yeah, right.
Nice to meet you, by the way. I'm surprised we haven't met before. We're in the same...
Should we start? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
Yeah,
it's going to start. So this is an online panel, right? So no, it's always a bit unusual, but we have people who are attending online, and or people later want to see the footage of the conference, and so we're doing this special panels. And this one is freedom migration opportunities in Latin America. We have heard there is a lot of things going on in Latin America, and before I know each of you, and I know what you're doing, so we will dig deeper a bit. But now, starting with, why should people come to your project? What is the opportunity you are giving people to, and why should people come to Latin America? Just here, Trey, Ivan, Tim, and Patrick.
Absolutely. So there's two quick things. The first is that you'll find the culture, the community.
Just say what you're representing.
With Prospera. I'm Trey Goff, Chief of Staff and then Director of Public Affairs at Prospera. So on the kind of moving to Latin America front, the first is you'll find the culture, the community to be welcoming. These people, the thing is, they want investment, right, from foreign firms, from European firms, from American firms. It's just the government that often will kind of fight these things. So you'll find actually living and being there is an amazing, amazing experience. You'll be welcomed with open arms everywhere. And the second thing is, selfishly for Prospera specifically, it'll be the most beautiful place you've been to, if I do say so myself. Might be a little bit biased, but you know.
I know it already. Thank you. Ivan is representing Argentina here. Why should people come to Argentina, Ivan?
As a citizen of Argentina, I will say we have everything as he say, but also a libertarian president, 12 million less poor, stable coin, second safety country in Latin America, and we are going in the right way. And it's only, we are in the middle term of our first government. There's going to be a second government also. So
it's only getting better.
Yeah.
Tim, of all places, why should freedom-loving people go to Venezuela?
Hi, my name is Tim. I'm the founder of CryptoCity, and people should come to Venezuela if they want to slide into a country which just comes out of a straight crisis and help rebuild the country and probably earn a lot of money along the way.
But you have also an extra special offer, or at the Isla Margarita, which is quite different from Venezuela. Can you elaborate a bit? What's the special situation there?
Yeah, Margarita is a great island. It's a beautiful, one of the most beautiful Caribbean islands in the whole Caribbean. Just got named a special economic zone, and there's a lot of money now flowing into Margarita. That's one of the reasons why we are building an intentional community of European entrepreneurs where everybody can basically do business together and live a happy and joyful life among very friendly people, very warm people, and very, very joyful people which know how to live.
Thank you. Patrick, you are Canadian, but you are working and living in Latin America for decades now. Why have you chosen Latin America as your destination for the Veritas Villages? And is there a difference between the single countries? Or could you give a general advice? Why to live in Latin America and where?
Well, I chose to leave Canada for various reasons. At the time, it was not as authoritarian as it has become. It was more about taxation and, frankly, climate. So it was, and we wanted to build self-sustaining communities, which needed solar power and all that sort of thing. It's much easier to do closer to the equator, and it's comfortable in the countries. I think what we do a little bit differently. I agree with all the. I'm an honor to be on the panel with these very bright gentlemen here, and what they do, and we're all in the same space working together. And I think what we do a little bit differently is I've been creating developments, and they've been evolving towards freedom-oriented developments over time. COVID really just pushed us right off the cliff into fully freedom-oriented. But we do multiple ones. So we have communities, a couple in Panama, one in Nicaragua. We just acquired land in what National Geographic called the best climate in the world in Costa Rica. There's 3 climates within our property, which is pretty interesting. So we give people a lot of choice, and we have I'm Patrick Hebert with Veritas Villages. I should have started with that, I guess. But the Veritas Village Club, which means what I found with doing developments in over the couple decades is that people want choice, and not everybody chooses the same thing. So you can go from one club or one community to the other. You get to, use of all the amenities and the perks and discounts and everything. So, when we start one in Argentina, it'll probably be vineyard oriented around the Mendoza area. And if you want to make your own wine, go hang out in the Mendoza Veritas Village for a while. So the kind of idea is choice and freedom spreading. So.
Okay. Alex, I address you as a representative of the Morazan Sede. I think you want to indicate this is the best Sede of all with your hat. Tell us where it is and why should people come there?
Sure, yeah. So I'd say, what are cities if not places with a lot of people? And Ciudad Morazan has been the most populous city for some years now. And due to its model, will likely continue to be the most populous free city in the world for many years to come. And I think that's because it has a very simple, scalable model. When it was allowed to operate unhindered, it was both cash flow positive at the real estate level as well as the government level, because it just targets local people and businesses, which is a proven scalable model that can reach up to 1 billion people that are rapidly urbanizing around the world. So hopefully when the free city model scales to the rest of the world and becomes commonplace, there'll be thousands of Ciudad Morazans all around the world.
Thank you. It's just starting the other way around, and now it's getting a bit more critical, right? Because people want to see, okay, everything is fine and nice. We heard this all the time. Why should anybody now from Europe or North America come to Ciudad Morazan? It's, as you said, it's more designed for the local Honduran worker. I mean, they have nice but very simple apartments. And it's not necessarily in a tourist area. So why should anybody immigrate into that Ciudad Morazan from Europe? Is there a reason for that, or are you maybe planning another version of it?
Yeah, so the target market is locals, because we think getting people to come to your place is a very difficult sell. There's thousands of cities around the world. Many have really great infrastructure, taxes, and other advantages. So I think many in the free cities industry have learned attracting people for the long term is very hard. Getting them to visit, open a company there, that's doable, but retaining residents is very difficult. And so Ciudad Morazan is targeting people who the sell is not so difficult. If you're someone in Honduras and you can now move to the best quality of life for $1 in the country, that's a very easy sell. If you're someone who can afford to pay double the money to live closer to your friends and family, then Ciudad Morazan is a lot harder to sell. But the people who will be interested are those that are looking for the most possible freedom you can have. The ZEDI regime provides an incredible amount of autonomy, and Ciudad Morazan is the least regulated ZEDIs. We don't have the Roatan Financial Center, which, to be fair, many businesses want to be regulated. That's a value add. We don't have those. If you want to start a stable coin, cryptocurrency, those type of things, you can just open it right away. So if you're in a highly regulated industry and you don't need regulations to attract investors or sell your product, then Ciudad Morazan might be good for you. And those are the foreigners we've seen, are people interested in no regulations at all, or the very minimum allowed by law.
And when we had this hostile government coming in, I remember that the 3 companies that were active in Ciudad Morazan were all either leaving or ceasing their businesses out of fear. Is it now that new business are coming in, or is everybody waiting for the election to start? Because my knowledge is that this is just a residential zone at the moment. You're talking about businesses. Are the businesses restarting?
There's businesses that continue to operate and have always operated, but they're mostly small business, mom and pop shops, Sado steak restaurant, There's 3 different mini marts that are just families that sell stuff out of their houses. So we've always had businesses and will continue to have businesses, but we've lost our businesses that used to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes, that were industrial businesses that could actually sustain a city. And at the moment, Ciudad Morazan is not opening new companies because they don't feel comfortable providing legal wrappers given the uncertainty of what the government could do in the coming years. We hope next year this will all change as the administration changes, but for now, it's the small mom and shop businesses that are the engines of communities around the world, but the industrial big corporations no longer can operate inside the city, not due to restrictions on Morazan's side, but due to the uncertainty.
Yeah, that makes sense. So maybe just directly to you, because you're also affected by the same, also in Honduras, also under the Cedi regime. I remember when there was pressure from the government on banks not to open bank accounts for companies active in Prospera. How is this working now? Did you solve this issue? What's the situation?
Yes, we finally solved the banking bottleneck. This is in the last few months, actually. A neobank called OneSafe is offering bank accounts for ZA legal entities. We have another.
And the bank is located in Prospera or outside somewhere?
It's outside of the jurisdiction, although they have a legal entity and are operating in the jurisdiction as well. There's another bank, the name of which is slipping my mind right now, that also very recently agreed to offer bank accounts to ZA residents or legal entities. So that was a very recent kind of advance to solve that problem. And then the Network Bank is a new bank that has been established in Prospera, and they are currently working through the kind of legal and regulatory process to get a correspondent bank in the U.S. So they have access to Fedwire, et cetera. So, but this is this was a huge problem since the election, basically up until the last 3 months or so. We finally got a solution for that.
Okay, interesting.
And I would add that Prospera is #1 in financial infrastructure for sure. And we refer a lot of people to Prospera to open companies and deal with banking stuff that are looking for those type of services. So although we have a little bit of a friendly rivalry, we talk a lot, we work together, and it's very important that the movement succeeds.
Yeah, this is a good point, Alex. I mean, remember, I think you were also there years ago on a conference about microstates. We had already different project ideas, and I said, look, in a way we are all competitors, but in a way we're also colleagues, right? And that's why, like other industries as well, they're exchanging and helping each other despite competing for investment, competing for residents. And I think over the years we have found a good way of working together, and that's why this conference is taking place. And it should stay like that, right? And good point, Alex. But sticking with that issue, Patrick, we all heard how friendly Latin Americans are, and I have absolutely no doubt that is also my experience. But Latin America also has a reputation for being corrupt and inefficient and endless bureaucracy. How do you deal with that? If you build houses, because you have not legal autonomy, if you build a house, do you have to go back to the authorities and beg them that they give you a building permit? Or how do you deal with these in the different countries you're active in?
Well, maybe I don't see it as a problem because I came from Canada, but it's way worse there. If we were trying to build a Veritas Village in Canada the way we do it now, maybe 15 years of permitting would maybe get you there.
15,
yeah. Right now, we're probably averaging 2 years for permitting, and it's a lot to it. I mean, there's many different permits you need for environmental, and every country's having pressure put on them from the UN about, oh, you got to have a climate change department. All of a sudden that springs up, and now it's, whatever. There's a whole bunch of things that I don't necessarily agree with, but we have to live with. As you know, for Veritas Villages, we work within the parameters of the country's governance that we have. The beauty of it is their governance is pretty good to start with. I think sometimes, even talking with you and Alex, we look at a country like Panama, and in some ways it's 80% of what we want anyway. And what we've kind of discovered, and as you know too, is that maybe more so in Latin America than other places, giving up sovereignty is difficult, right? So if you come in and you ask for governance on this patch of land, and you have proven nothing, and they've been told by 1,000 gringos that have come through their doors saying, we're going to bring in all this investment and all these jobs and blah, 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 and it doesn't really happen, they're tired of getting burnt. So the honest response is prove it. So we decided one day, my son and I, we're going to prove it. We're just going to build these communities with the most freedom we can have. I mean, we consider financial freedom the Bitcoin side. We consider, freedom of speech because you're not going to get censored or canceled inside these communities. And just the live and let live aspect of the Latin American countries. They don't come in, and arrest you for this and that. Inside a little expat community, they're like, just leave those guys alone. I don't know what happens inside that gate, but it's okay. Right?
But you have to pay taxes?
Yeah, we have
make a tax declaration.
Basically, we've gotten the cost of living. Well, our goal is cost of living of zero. Right? Now, that's the ultimate, because we grow our own food. We have our own water on site. All the homes are solar powered. I mean, they're luxury homes. They're not yurts in the woods, right? They're big homes in some cases, sometimes smaller homes, but they're all self-powered. We treat our own water and all those sorts of things. So yes, there's two costs left. There's an HOA, the Homeowners Association, and there's a property tax. Property taxes are very low in Latin America relative to Europe or Canada, the US anyway. But our goal is to use the excess power of the solar systems to mine Bitcoin and pay for those two things, so you can actually be zero.
And what about income tax, capital gains tax, inheritance?
If you set up, I don't want to get into the tax too much because there's specifics to it, but you can set up an entity that has a whopping 0%, corporation with 0% tax. So, we have companies that do that, and as long as, Veritas Village in Panama Coronado, for instance, has to pay tax as a company that owns it because it's selling Panamanian property to Panamanians, potentially.
Yeah, but your customers.
But our customers can come in and say, I don't know, just take an example. You're an architect or something, and you want to live in Veritas Village, Cherokee, or something, and your customers are in the U.S. and Germany or something. And that's an outside, international business, and there's 0%. There's a flat tax. It's something like $200 or $300 a year. So that's it.
Okay. And how's this in Venezuela or at your project, Tim? If I would come now, and I think I heard that Venezuela is a rather socialist country, so I assume they have a very high income tax. How much taxes do I have to pay, or do you have a special status that makes this lower? How is it at your prospect?
One thing is the tax on paper, and the other thing is the tax you actually pay, right? Up until
you've got a politician beside you, be careful.
up until 2 years ago, there was technically tax. Now there's no taxes anymore because there's a special economic zone in Margarita. So if you set up your company inside of those special economic zones, at least for the next 5 till 10 years, you won't pay anything.
But only the company. What about individual residents? Normally, you pay taxes where you live, or?
It depends from where your income is from, right? If your income comes in from, for example, an American company, you pay territorial taxes. That's how LLCs work, basically, right? The Americans tell the people, wherever you are, you have to pay your taxes there if you own an LLC. And the Venezuelans, in their turn, say, if it's not in the country and not in Bolivares, it's not our thing, So I never had to pay tax up until today, and probably when I'm going to have a successful running local company, then you probably have to pay some taxes. But the thing is, it's so chaotic and so unorganized. Even if I would want to pay taxes, there's not really a lot of people telling me how much I would have to pay because they don't know también,
One of the things on that topic, just to throw a side story. Many of the Latin, certainly Central American countries, for property tax, for instance, you generally only pay it when you go to sell the property. So if you had a farm for 20 years, they haven't. Imagine trying to keep an inventory of a country or infrastructure of a country together with, bringing in zero tax revenue on property tax because nobody sold something for a while, and then when they sell something, they have to basically get it from the buyer to take the lien off the property.
True. When I bought my house a year and a half ago, they told me, we cannot underwrite the buy and sell contract at the registro, where they register everything, because the owner hasn't paid property tax for 7 years. And I was like, shit. this is gonna cost me at least like 10, 15, 20 grand or something because it's a huge house, right? And then I go there and I said, how much is the damage? Preparing for a little heart attack. And she was like, oh, it's gonna be $191 for the last 7 years. I said,
That's
okay,
an argument.
I can live with that.
We don't tend to help out governments, but we don't tend to help out governments. But we've talked to various governments about taking the DAO concept, which we also use in our homeowners association, and say, why don't you put your taxes in a DAO? You'll collect them every year. And it's funny because like North Americans, US, Canadians, Europeans are used to going every year to pay their annual property tax. And the registry doesn't even know what to do with it. You're standing in front of them and it's like, I don't know, it's not due yet.
Well, Ivan, how's this in Argentina? Argentina is probably a bit better organized and is collecting taxes, or?
First of all, don't call me bad things.
You're not a politician?
No. Well, if you think in a way, you are also a politician. You are doing politics here, trying to change the world, with good ideas. But you are also a politician.
I'm on your side.
At the end of the day.
Ofendido, vale.
Yeah. But, well, in Argentina it's organized. You pay property taxes, but the value of property is hardly updated. Maybe you can have a property when you pay small amount because it only get updated the value after maybe 10 or 20 years, so it's usually cheap.
Okay, but what about income tax? Is there income tax in Argentina?
Oh, yeah, it's high also. You have 21%, and maybe that depends. You have 3.5 also. Of the province taxes. In other provinces, you have 5%, and also on income, you have to pay taxes to profit, even if you don't get the profit yet.
You still have to pay.
You still have to pay. And if you just profit less, they will return the money on you, which never happened.
But this is something your government is going to change, or?
Yes, of course. Even if you use the banking system, you pay 1.2% of taxes on check. So that's what we are going to go down.
And
other 20 taxes.
Yeah, you said that. But what about what is the difference between the provinces? Does it make a big difference if I now want to emigrate to Argentina? Does it make a big difference if I'm in Mendoza versus Buenos Aires versus Salta? What do you say, or is it small difference?
Maybe in Buenos Aires you pay 3.5% over your raw income, not the taxes of taxes. That's other tax, which also include the taxes of the last tax. But you pay 3.5 in capital city of Buenos Aires. In province, 5.5, and in other province, maybe 6, 7, and up to 9. And I don't know right now exactly, but it is not the same. And of course, you don't get any good quality of health or schools. You don't get it for what you pay.
A question to the whole group. Do you think there are significant differences within Latin America? And do you have some favorite, apart from your project, some places where you would say, well, this is really outstanding, like El Salvador, for example? Just give me your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few Latin American countries that already have some pretty reasonable tax regimes. I was speaking, for example, with some members of the Argentinian government a couple days ago, and they mentioned a new program for large-scale investment over $200 million or more, which obviously...
RIGI, right?
Yes, exactly. That has a number of tax advantages, things like that. Panama has a pretty robust special economic zone system we were talking about earlier that already exists for some tax abatement. You have similar things. I met with the ambassadors from Costa Rica and a few other, Dominican Republic. They all have some pretty robust, already existing kind of special economic zone regimes that are mainly tax focused. So if your concern is primarily taxes, there's a number of pretty robust regimes across the region that can bring the tax burden down pretty significantly. Now, of course, these don't include the other things that we care about, the legal system, the regulatory system, whatever. But if your primary concern is taxation, there's already a bunch of quite good options across the region from Argentina to Panama to Costa Rica and elsewhere.
Thank you. Ivan, what is the second best country in South America?
For what?
Everything.
There is nothing good for. Nothing is good for everything. At the end of the day, there are all countries, and there is people living. For what do you want to do? If you want to invest, maybe right now it's Argentina for the RIGI and all these reforms. You are aiming to recover your investment early than other countries. Other places could be Chile, maybe, but now they have a socialist government. Brazil is a good place to start maybe a factory, but you have a quite huge lefty government. Paraguay is great for for constructions, which is a stable place. Even Uruguay has his good points on construction and credits on investors. But I will say Argentina is the first right now, and maybe the second could be Paraguay.
Okay. Tim, what are your insights, and maybe in the region where you are active? You mentioned in your presentation ABC Islands, Curacao. Is this an option, or what is do you have a recommendation beyond what you are already doing?
Listen, Titus, and listen to all Germans here on the conference. As long as you get the hell out of Europe, it doesn't really matter where you are in Latin America. Obviously, I'm going to pledge for Venezuela, but your project is awesome. Your project is awesome. Your project is awesome. Every project is awesome. We are not doing this for fun here. Have a plan B, get away, visit Latin America, and you're going to find a beautiful place where you're going to be happy, find a wife or bring your wife and have 10 children and have a nice life. But get the hell out of Europe.
I think we agree on that. But still, the question is where to go in Latin America. Patrick, what are your favorite countries?
Well, I get asked that just about every hour because we have communities in different countries. But there's so many different reasons. Like, I agree with, it depends on what you're looking for. I mean, I like Nicaragua because during COVID, they didn't have any lockdowns. They didn't require having mask mandates, vaccine mandates. It was a very surprising Nicaragua being a very free country. Costa Rica is often considered one of the most beautiful natural countries in the area. Panama is a super hub for finance and airport and getting around, and also beautiful climate. So there's different reasons for different things, right? Depends on the person.
Makes sense. So it depends really what you are looking for.
Yeah.
Last word on that topic, Alex?
I'm a big Central American guy. I think Central America is a very unique region in that it has so many countries near each other that have territorial taxation and are competing for the same clients, mostly North American tourist and investment, as well as nearshoring to the same North American markets. So whenever one country makes a move, the other countries will start to follow, and there's a lot of pressure to compete to get these clients, and it keeps the taxes low and allows for a very good environment as the potential client, which most of us are the potential client. So the region as a whole is very good due to competition in markets, and so I think there will be a lot more zones and interesting projects coming from there in the future.
Yeah, I think so too. Thank you for you all. Big applause to our attendants here. Trey from Prospera, Ivan from Argentina, Tim from Crypto City, Venezuela, Patrick, Veritas Villages, Artris, Central America, and Alex representing Morazan. Thank you very much.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, good afternoon. That's working now. All right, welcome to the afternoon part of our program today. My name is Pavla Karon, and I'm so happy to be here with you as your spirit guide yet again, as I did last year. This is my 4th Free City Conference, I believe, and it's amazing to see so many familiar faces It's like coming home to friends and family. So lovely to be here. And by the way, I'm from Prague, so if anybody needs any tips on any local spots to go to or anything like that, feel free to find me in between the talks. I'm going to be in this area. So now to our first afternoon speaker. I was laughing when I saw him on the schedule because I know exactly why they put him in the after lunch slot, because if anybody can jolt you awake from a food coma, it is he. Last year during his talk here, I believe 2 microphones were hurled across the stage. It was quite an experience. He is the godfather of seasteading, the OG libertine of the 7 Seas. He is, of course, the one and only Joe Quirk.
All right, now I just need the clicker. There it is. So they'll be moving seats behind me. All right, should I start? You guys are in for a treat. This afternoon, you're going to meet 3 businessmen presenting you their seastead companies. So seasteads are going on sale in less than an hour. So that means I can finally stop censoring myself. I'm going to tell the scandalous, behind-the-scenes, secret story of seasteading nobody has ever heard. 1 decade. You ready? All right. 2014. Joe Rogan watches my TED Talk and invites me on, and I get hired as communication director at the Seasteading Institute. Peter Thiel immediately ghosts us. Everybody quits. An iron curtain falls between me and Silicon Valley. Somebody stabbed us in the back. After 7 years of waste and failure at the Seasteading Institute, I jump on that sinking Titanic and start telling stories. And the first successes of seasteading start immediately. 2015, we secure a promise from the president of Honduras who campaigned on ZA legislation. He wins. He promises to fly to San Francisco and stand next to seasteaders on stage as we surprise announce off the coast of Roatan, Zedstead legislation. A team of Honduran libertarians appointed by the president step off the plane in San Francisco and tell me they're each basing their presentations on my video stories, The 8 Great Moral Imperatives of Seasteading, which I made as a volunteer before Rogan. The day before our presentation, the president is caught with his hands in the cookie jar. Pensions of old ladies? He cancels the day before. He orders all Hondurans not to step on that stage. Somebody stabbed us in the back. A prominent fake libertarian who you know, who doesn't like competition, published a blog on a left-wing site calling out protesters in San Francisco to storm our presentation. We show up to a pitchfork mob waiting for us. No security. 10 journalists waiting. Oh man, captains go down with the ship. 3 seasteaders take the stage alone. The ocean farmer featured in my 8 Great Moral Imperatives. He talked about his eco-restorative fish farms, and the mob were screaming, "You're taking their land! You're taking their land!" While I'm playing this video, we're bringing our own land. And there, hundreds of faces were like orcs, like, ah! And the press were salivating, like, So I open up the floor to Q&A. Blue jobs, coral reefs, biotech, and the libertarian Hondurans hiding in the back of the crowd were like, "Oh, so good, dude." And as soon as I finished, boo, boo, boo! I walked from this stage straight into the mob. And it was like the parting of the Red Sea. Literally, the Reds parted. And I watched them go like, they're like looking at each other going like, oh, Joe Quirk, so good, nice to meet you. Oh. So I learned 2 lessons that day. Lesson 1, you join a mob because you're a coward. Lesson 2, politicians don't pay the price of breaking their promises. The people who trust them pay the price. So, was seasteading dead in the water? 2017, I cashed in all my clout as a 3-time bestseller to get one of the top literary agencies in New York City to sell to the most prestigious publisher in America, which sent a 6-figure advance to the broke Seasteading Institute, which covered the cost of me writing it. And as soon as that check cleared, somebody stabbed us in the back. The publisher fired everyone at the libertarian imprint called Free Press and assigned me a leftist editor. He went behind my back to my agent and told him he was going to cancel the contract and demand the advance back. No way. I did everything alone. I provided the cover. I provided all the images from volunteers I inspired. The book comes out with 0 promotion from the publisher. 9 weeks later, Amazon bestseller. Young writers ask me, so young writers, they always come to me like, how do I sell my book? Quotes from celebrities, rave reviews. No. Tell a story so great, people hand sell it to their friends. Oh, you gotta read this. Because of a story, millions of dollars started to move, then tens of millions, then presidents of nations. 2018, we signed an agreement with the president of French Polynesia. Why? I told a story. Polynesians are the first seasteaders. They repeated it. We are the first seasteaders. Pioneers discovering islands, founding new societies to govern themselves. A hokulea is a seastead. That's the world's master Polynesian navigator. That's the vice president who spearheaded the support. That's the Senate majority leader in Hawaii, American politician in support of seasteading. Every politician in the presidential cabinet was handed a hardcover copy of my book, which said, "Liberate humanity from politicians." Turns out politicians in French Polynesia don't like politicians who are French. For 30 days, I was escorted on a business tour of a dozen islands. I never met a single Polynesian who didn't love seasteading, from little kids to the president. That's the president. In the presidential palace, his cabinet served us local cuisine by hand. This was the exact moment. No, that's the president. That was the moment. After they served me, I turned around with my tray and I saw white guys with documentary cameras filming me. Oh my God. As soon as I saw it, I didn't know these people. Woke losers made a racist documentary and called it The Seasteaders. They excluded every brown person from their documentary. Eloquent Polynesian women speaking for their people, they threw on the cutting room floor. They only included white men because we're colonizers. Took them 8 months to produce a feature-length documentary of lies. My entire team panics. 4 days before the documentary premiere, in the middle of the night, my doorbell rang. I received the raw footage. In 4 days, I made a documentary with their footage, gave it the same title, posted it on YouTube on their opening day. The liars attacked me on Twitter. Quirk is a racist. He let Polynesians speak. He let women speak. He's a colonizer. Tweet, 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 tweet. Quirk, aren't you going to answer? I didn't respond once. I relegated them to obscurity and bankruptcy where haters belong. Libertarian lesson: when the lies are published, do not respond. Do not feed their frame. The only way to win is to tell a bigger story that's better than media lies. The Polynesians watched my documentary, not theirs, and seasteading hit escape velocity. The book took the island nations by storm, hand selling it across the seas. That's the president of Kiribati posing with my book. Here's a leader from the Marquesas Islands posing with my book. In 2018, seasteading was going to start in the center of the Blue Frontier with a promise from a country that controlled an area of ocean the size of Western Europe. And more island nations were competing to be the next seasteaders. What could possibly go wrong? Democracy. Democracy destroys, as Frank Karsten taught us at this conference. A national election approached. The challenger was a hopeless loser with the voters. If only she had something to associate with the popular president and make people hate him. PSYOP. We were blindsided by a coordinated international media campaign all in one day. They compared seasteading to nuclear bomb testing, which gave cancer to Polynesian children. They said Peter Thiel drinks vampire blood. I've never met Peter Thiel. Once again, the press were salivating. An unemployed man made himself famous, threatening to beat me up. I'm not going to let that billionaire, Joe Quirk, take our fishing rights. Another unemployed man made himself a national hero, threatening to blow up the seastead. A third of the country watched his video. His wife told him to stop, and his wife said, "Stop threatening terrorism in your videos." He publicly threatened to beat his wife. He was so popular, he ended up running for office. Democracy. Don't you believe in democracy? The government ghosted us. Our president won. It didn't matter. He didn't need us anymore. The loser failed to win votes, but she destroyed the Seastead project. Libertarian lesson. Nobody cares about facts or evidence. The tribal ape cares about heroes and villains, stories. First Seasteaders is good, but vampire blood is better. The liars beat me. To turn the tide of seasteading, we needed a bigger, better, true story. It came a week later. Chad and Nadia were such devoted volunteers at Blue Frontiers, they moved to the obscure island in French Polynesia where we were going to build. As soon as Chad got rich on Bitcoin, he invested close to a quarter of his wealth in my company, Blue Frontiers. And Chad always said the same thing: stop talking, build something. You're letting people imagine all these bad things. Turns out Chad was right. Chad won an argument using reason and evidence. Nobody cares. Time for a story. Chad and Nadia flew across the world immediately to meet Satoshi. And when I was writing the book, I prayed for an aeronautical engineer who would come along and make all my dreams come true. And God, in his infinite sense of humor, sent me Rudiger Koch. He was sitting on my Seasteading Institute engineering forums, How stupid can you guys be? He talks exactly like the Terminator. Chad is the only one who's not an idiot. Satoshi, the least politically correct man in the world, invited Chad and Nadia to meet him in Thailand. And together they founded Ocean Builders as a direct reaction to Blue Frontiers. Shut up, build a prototype, show it to the government. Not scary. Chad contacts me around Christmas with a present. He tells me he and Nadia are going to move into the first seastead on the 10th anniversary of the first Bitcoin block. And I said, January 3rd. That's 2 weeks. I got to tell the story. I hired a documentary crew, flew to Thailand. 2019, the first seastead in international waters. March, I post my new documentary on YouTube, The First Seasteaders. Time magazine links to it. April, I'm almost finished with my book about what happened next. My first novel was a Hollywood movie. This needs to be a Hollywood movie. The pitch. Imagine you're watching TV late at night when the government announces they will kill you and your fiancé. Your faces are broadcast. Starting now, you are the most famous criminals in Thailand. What do? You can't use phones, money, cars, or talk to strangers. Police are stationed at the only bridge out of town. Your only hope is to flee to the sea. But your sailboat is stuck in mud. It has no gas. A lightning storm is coming. Quoting Chad, it was midnight. There were blue and red lights blinking across the horizon. I said, that's a row of police boats out there. They're out there waiting for us. The Principality of Sealand was the only nation on earth to publicly offer Chad and Nadia safe haven during the manhunt. Princes Michael and Liam are here speaking today. Thank you, Sealand. Thank you. The original seasteaders. Chad, Nadia, and Satoshi were chased nearly 1,000 kilometers, most of it through the most deadly pirate waters in the world. In 10 days, they each lost about 10 pounds with a full fridge of food. I know because on the 10th night, I secretly hugged their skinny bodies in Singapore. The men looked like meth addicts. This was the moment we thought they were finally safe. But Thai assassins were sent overseas and they started killing people. May, Thai dissidents living in exile fear for their lives after a string of disappearances and murders. 1 week later, while Chad and Nadia are being hunted to their deaths, the Financial Times compared seasteaders to ISIS, the terrorist group. June, arrest warrant for Nadia for the crime of getting married. July, 9 more seasteaders charged with the death penalty for a total of 11. That was the number of people in my documentary. 3 weeks later, we're all in Panama on the opposite side of the planet, third government in 4 years to welcome seasteaders. Seasteading superstar Aldo Antinori, who is here today, helped us tell the story of seasteading to 5 government departments, including the presidency. Thank you, Aldo. I love you. Why Panama? I told a story. When I showed up, a politician saw me from across the cafeteria and came over to shake my hand and said he shows this story of seasteading to college students studying the principles of Milton Friedman. Today, Ocean Builders is building a floating city in the Maldives in partnership with the first aquapreneur you meet in my book. 4th government to welcome seasteaders. Seasteading takes a nuclear blast every year, and it always makes us bigger and stronger. You lie about us in Honduras, we go to French Polynesia. You destroy us in French Polynesia, we go to international waters. You try to kill the first seasteaders. They go to the other side of the planet and break the Guinness Book of World Records. Banks cancel their accounts. Satoshi switches to Bitcoin, pays his 25 workers, and builds a floating pillar on the sea. The story of seasteading is robust, anti-fragile, decentralized, global. You regulate them to death in Panama. They close a deal to build a floating city in the Maldives, who I pitched in 2015. What died in French Polynesia is born again in the Maldives with better tech, with Chad's company. What was destroyed in 2015 is returning to Prospera with the ArcPad. The next ArcPad will be floating with a view of Prospera. Mitchell Suchner is going to tell you about the 5th and 6th governments to welcome seasteaders. Thank you, Mitchell. You're my hero. More happy endings. In 2027, Mason's LibreArcs is going to be the modern Hokulea of Polynesians. Thank you, Mason. Ben Salone's Arctide may build you the business for liberty in our lifetime. Ben, you're not here, but thank you, Ben. Thank you. Armies can't stop a story. Here's what I said at the beginning of the seasteading decade.
Why are you seasteading? The time from the Wright brothers' first 15-second flight to Neil Armstrong's Happy Dance on the Moon is 66 years.
5 years after I said that, we had the first seastead. 5 years after I said that, we had the second seastead. Last month, The Independent reported that seasteading is a failure. 5 years after the Wright brothers flew, journalists were still saying that flight is impossible. Babies born that year would be enjoying civilization in the skies. Give people a story, they'll move mountains. So listen to the rest of the story coming next, told by Mitchell, Mason, and the Princes of Sealand, and I'll see you on this ArcPad off the coast of Prospera. Chip in and buy one. Thanks for listening.
Thanks, Pavlo.
Thank you, Joe, for that adrenaline ride. It was quite amazing. You take a deep breath now. It was a tale of resilience, and our next speaker knows a thing or two about that as well. He's one of the key individuals of the Free Cities movement. He is an empire builder, a lifelong libertarian, and he created the blueprint for Ciudad Morazán. I'm speaking, of course, about Massimo, and he has a special guest here today, Ursula Friedrich, who is the mayor of Morazán. So please welcome them.
Buenas tardes. Good evening to everybody. This presentation have been, unfortunately, always the same in the last 4 years because we had this problem with the government. So I decided this time to show what really is Ciudad Morazán, and described by one of the first residents, that it's also now, we call her the mayor of the community, Ursula, a great friend. Ursula is not the official representative of Morazán toward the Honduran government. This is my lawyer, Carlos Fortin. But she's full-time dedicated to fix the problem of a community. So the security, maintenance report to her. If there is some infiltration when a big storm arrives, to the small dog that poops and the other guys complain. And
don't forget the chicken that is a dog.
There, yeah. She was explaining about the chicken. So we prefer to go directly with videos, but before I want to say, we have only 20 minutes anyway, but I think there is a lot behind Ciudad Morazán, the ZED, and the Free Private City anyway. So we asked for a longer space, 1.5 hours tomorrow at the Mama Hotel. We'll start at 5:45 when the presentation here will be over, and will last 1.5 hours, so it will give the time to go to it. And there you will have all the time to ask whatever you want to Ursula, me, Alex, and Joyce also, that is one of the first residents of the place. So let's go to see the video. This is the first. So how do we...
Okay, you can start playing with it, and then it will take you to my Morazán, the place that becomes my home now. If you see, Choloma is a major city that is around about 300 and increasing every day, every moment. People from the inside coming to work in the maquilas. But there is not a program where the increase of these people, it comes with violence. You can see in the video as well that there is garbage. People live wherever they want, whatever they want to do. And some people, we want, when we become fathers and mothers, to have our little ones a different place to live. And this thing, some in Honduras, is called the American dream, because we see it in the movies. But when we see a nice residential area for the middle class, we say, that can be my Honduran dream. And that happened with a lot of people that doesn't want to live beside the street. They want to live in a place that their children can be safely. So even there, sometimes we need to travel from Choloma to San Pedro Sula, like 1 or 2, 3 hours in the traffic. We do it for the best of our kids. If you see the video, going through Morazán, it's inside of Choloma. You will see a lot of things that is not like that. But then you go through this gate and you see what is Morazán. It's a beautiful green walled area where it's affordable for us, where you will see a school that is becoming a dream for a lot of kids that want to learn to speak English like me when our main language is Spanish, and they can have it in an affordable price. And that word affordable in Honduras is something really hard to get. Then after the school, you will see the units. That we call it units, but for all of us in Morazán, they're our home, our dream come true, where we don't have to lock the doors. And believe me, not locking a door in there is amazingly free, where you don't have to see like somebody will come in the middle of the night. And that it's totally happened sometimes. And then you will see the new building that in Choloma is the first building that is renting. The buildings that we have in Choloma is only 2 floors. This one is 4. And it's an affordable price of $100 a month. For some people working in a maquilas that have to send money to their moms or their wife, that's something really affordable. Then we have the new units. That what we call it the units is a luxury model. It's not much different from the first one, but there you can feel more expensive. You can feel greater, but at the same price. And then we have the manufacturing area, the industrial area, which in the beginning, the idea was we can work there and be home there in the same area. Unfortunately, it didn't come through like we wanted, but that's the dreams. Sometimes it doesn't come through in the first night, so you go back at the next time and you try to dream better that time. And right now, the warehouse is being rented to a Carbox company. They store things there, and they're really happy to be in a place that nobody is going to store them or they're going to take their stuff. Then we have the sewage plant. When I explain to my residents, to the people coming in Morazán, what is a sewage plant, they're really, you invest in the sewage. Usually in Choloma, you will see the sewage waters around and the bad smell. It was like, yes, we do. Then you walk around the passages like this one, where you can feel free. Nobody will come in the corner. And then we have the Airbnbs. That is an idea how a unit empty will look like when you have furniture in it. It's, once again, it's affordable. It's something that we can have. And these houses, it returns for a Honduran like me, something that is really unprizable, dignity. Dignity to pay for something that you can pay, you can afford, and nobody will come and take it from you because you're paying for it. Thank you. It's something nice. Even you see this patio, you see, oh, is it a small laundry room? Is this laundry room? And nobody will steal your underwears, you know? And it happens. And that is Morazan for us. It's a dream come true when mostly a lot of Honduras, we didn't know we can dream with being freedom. That's something that we like.
Okay, so you will have. It's clear that we are not Prospera. Prospera is a place for people that want to change the world. They are already usually rich enough to travel. Titus was showing the first slide this morning about the billionaire that were moving around. These can be people that move to Prospera. They will never move to Ciudad Morazan. The second slide, where there were all the people going to the US, this international emigration, but behind that there is national emigration. There is 1.5 billion people in the world that will move in the next 30 years from the countryside to the cities. And the one that goes across the border is just a very small percentage of them. Most of immigration is inside the city. And they come to Choloma to find, in case of Honduras, they find a job, but they find an awful environment. Said that, we cannot compete with the beach, with the golf club, with the diving, but I promise if you want to come to visit us, we'll have a reception as good as the one that the Japanese minister gave to Trump.
This is a day-by-day in Morazan. And we don't have like a big party, but
we need the sonido. We need the sound here.
Yes.
Esta è la banda delle scuole. Check the two fatties. Well, this is the reception we will give you, each one of you, if you come from the school. And now we want to show what is the day-to-day living in the community. And again, Ursula will describe some picture and video of the day.
Not only describe the day by day in Morazan that you will see it on pictures, you will see people playing soccer, and it's something you will see normally in movies, but not in Choloma. In Choloma, you're afraid that some gang member will be across the place or something like that will happen. And I will relate this picture with my experience. I didn't become a mayor like I wanted to be. I'm really happy in it. But I came into Morazan because I want my daughter to learn how to do bicycle where nobody will call my car and break her leg, where I can feel free and mostly peaceful. And that's why I came to Morazan, where I can have water. Believe it or not, some places in Honduras you have water once a day. In Morazan, we have water all the time, 24/7. And believe it or not, that's something priceless. When I tell people you will have water here 24/7, it's like, really, you're not lying to me? No, I'm not lying. So that's why we like Morazan, and it's more like families. We have singles that they're making families around there, but it's more family place that they can come and have birthdays. You know, having a birthday like that, that's my daughter, having a birthday in a park, that's not something that happens in Honduras too. You can have a birthday and you call it fancy if you go to Burger King or McDonald's, but not in a park, because there is no parks where there is no violence. So a house like that where the kids can play, that's also something that is not happening in every place. Maybe in a high residential of managers, but there you have people that every day goes working and they are in peace at their families, they are playing. And also the people from outside, schools from outside, they come inside Morazan to our soccer field because once again, they feel safe. And safety, peacefully, that's freedom. And then the families, when it's really hot, believe me, it's really hot, like here it's cold, there it's hot. And when it's really hot, they can put a pool. And then you won't be afraid that the government will call you out because you're putting a pool and you're wasting water. It's not like that. And we have a community essence on like Mother's Day, like that, playing together. And like Massimo said, maybe we're not Prospera, that they're building great things, innovation, but I can assure you, each of our residents know the name of the other one, and they call it family, friends, and they take care of each other. That's my mom, which she didn't want it to be there because she had their own ideas that that's not my place. But
She
now,
was Libre, actually. She
Yeah.
was Libre. Well, Libre is the collectivist party that wants to shut us down.
yes, and can you believe my two parents, they're socialists, and they're like, that's not good. And both of them go visit Morazan, and one of them live with me. They're in Morazan, and now they say, hey, I was wrong. And it's really not happening all the time that your parents would tell you they're wrong. They're always right.
And,
So
and
that's
now they
Morazan.
swear they will never vote Libre again.
So Morazan became this place that, for me as a mayor, when they call me out and say, you want to be a mayor? And I say, hey, why not? I didn't know what is being a mayor, by the way. But who knows what it would be a woman or a man or what father. We go and we learn on the way. But what I like about there, and now that I can say that I'm a libertarian, is that we can open our doors and to someone that doesn't know what is freedom, because they don't have time to dream with freedom. Now they can rest in peace, sleep every night, and sleep with a freedom, peacefully in mind, that next day will be a better day. That they can open a coffee shop like me, because I started with a coffee shop / gossip center, that place that everybody can go and tell, I don't like my boyfriend. I say, okay, I understand. And then, I don't like my girlfriend. I understand, yes. And now is the place that both of them like each other. And you know, right now, we have 25 Morazan babies there because they're happy there. Thank you. And also, we have things that we do during the night. Once again, if you don't know Honduras, during the night, people doesn't go out because you hear gunshots, you think that something happened, or more or less, you cannot see yourselves in the night because there is no lights. So we have
go
things.
with the
Mhm.
last video.
Mhm. So this is a usual town hall meeting that, once again, for us, for a regular, normal person in Honduras, we don't have town hall meetings. We cannot talk to the developer and tell them what is wrong. We don't. We accept whatever they give us. But in these town hall meetings, well, one of the things that comes with that is that the people say, you know, Massimo, we didn't like the leader was here. We want the gossip girl Ursula to be here. And I say, me? And they say, yes. And people have their voices. And now that we have, every time that we have that meeting, you know, I am like, they don't have to talk bad at me. They don't have to talk bad about me. I will be fired. Because people can express out their mind. They can be free to say whatever they like. And how much people can say that right now in 2025? that you can say that you don't like something and you won't be punished for that. You won't be punished in Morazan, and you will have a better life. Because if you don't like to have a house of 2 units, you can have 3. You will need to pay a price for that, yes. But one thing in life doesn't have a price. But the price of freedom is built with everyone included. Nobody can say, oh, we'll be free one day to another one. No, we work with that every day. And we participate as a community and showing talents. These talents that sometimes it cannot be afforded for people in a maquila, that some kids will dance or will play an instrument. That's not something that it happens a lot of time in Honduras, but it can happen in Morazan. That's the ones that haven't been there. Once again, you won't find anything fancy, but you will have a good meal with a lot of love and, of course, a gossip around there.
And I think there are two things that Morazan demonstrated. The first is that liberty, a light libertarian society, it's actually the best way, especially for the poor, to progress. Most of the people that arrive in Morazan has no idea that it's a Zede. They just see a place, but then they understand. Sometimes they start to read the classic, Rothbard and so, and they become libertarian. And the second thing is that we were actually making money here, so it was sustainable, because charity, I have nothing against charity, but charity is not sustainable. If you invent a business model that makes money, you can grow and people will copy you. So in 221, both the political entity, the Zede itself, the one that charges 5% income tax, is the only tax we have, and has to provide the public service. This entity was getting $70,000 per month of taxes, and the public service were $35,000. So there was a surplus, a fiscal surplus that was supposed to be given back to the taxpayer. And the private side, the company that owns all the land and the real estate and rent it out, we don't sell anything, we just rent, was also making $20,000. That was still very little, but I was negotiating some big contracts. And then, unfortunately, the government left, and these guys come over, and all the industrial tenants went away. And the budget that was $150 million in 3 years that we were going to spend, we could spend until these guys won only 15 million, and we have 400 people now. But if they had allowed us, we already had the money, we would have built a community for 15,000 people with 100,000 square meters of industrial space, 30,000 square meters of offices, and 30,000 of commercial space, plus all the civic building that makes a society, like the church, the stadium, the park, the police station, custom office, etc., etc. So we'll have the answer in 1 month. There will be the new election. I think, compared to last year, that we are in a slightly better situation because everybody hates the current government. So unless they make a massive fraud, they will lose. If this happens, as I expected, that the opposition wins, it doesn't mean that we are out of the wood. We'll have to reach an agreement with them. And I give a 50-50 possibility that we'll reach it. By the way, it's not something that we'll reach, it's Prospera, because Prospera is much bigger than us, and whatever is good for Prospera, it's good for us, and the government will accept an agreement only if it can fix the problem at the same time with us and Prospera. So in this negotiation, We are just spectators, and I seriously hope that Andrei and his colleague will do a good job. But I'll tell you next year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ursula and Massimo, for this one of the most moving testimonies that I've heard from the Free City of Morazan. And as you can tell, there is a lot more to be told, so there will be a bonus session with Massimo, Ursula, and Alex Gorski tomorrow after the program ends, which is at 5:30. The bonus session with them will be held in the networking room here, actually, so you'll have space to ask questions and hear a lot more. I have one more announcement. If you have small children with you, at 3 o'clock now, there is a session of chess learning with the chess experts, so you can send them there, from toddlers, I suppose, to whatever ages. So, babies, whoever, just bring them over. Okay. Yes, in the networking room, over there. That's right. All right, so to our next speaker, he is a former physician who swapped his white coat for an arguably much cooler captain's hat, and he's now building private ocean cities. He's using Dutch floating tech and solar catamarans. It's extremely cool. He is the founder of LibreOx and the chair of Atlas Island, and he's making private cities on the ocean fast, practical, and real. He's been with us at this conference every year so far, I believe, and always a joy to have him. Please welcome Mason.
It's working now. Perfect. All right. It's a pleasure to be here again. This is my third time attending, and it's always great to come back and see everyone that I know from multiple other parts of the Liberty Movement come together in person. So, as was introduced, my name is Mason. I'm here representing two organizations, Atlas Island and LibreOx, and our motto is "Vote with your boat." So, Joe Quirk told you a great story about seasteading, and we're obviously at the Free Cities Conference. From my perspective, the Free Cities Conference, Free City Movement in general, and seasteading are a perfect match for each other, because I truly believe that the Free Cities model is the model of the future. But it has one flaw that seasteading addresses perfectly, and that is that until seasteading, free cities are all based on land, and that makes them subject to the whims of government that can change on a dime and put even the best projects like Morazan at risk. When you use seasteading technology with floating cities outside the jurisdiction of any government, this allows you more freedom and more resilience to the changes of these governments. As well, aside from the regulatory advantages, seasteading also offers a practical advantage in that when you have a modular city, you can literally take the different buildings and move them apart and join them together and have true a marketplace of governance where buildings themselves can move between different cities. So Atlas Island is the first project I was involved with. It's a nonprofit community organization that developed a 5-stage plan in order to bring seasteading to reality. Briefly, these stages are an online community or a network state, which we're currently developing. After this, we intend to get people actually living on the water in structures, as Joe mentioned, like the ArcPad or the CPod or the LibreOx. And after that, we have a few more stages where we intend to move those communities together into larger and larger floating communities and eventually move that community offshore. Identified, though, that the biggest hurdle is actually getting land-based people to move onto the water. There is a large movement of people living on sailboats, but most people who live on land aren't willing to make the compromises necessary to live on a sailboat. A rocking, small, cramped vessel with uncomfortable accommodations and frankly, a lower standard of living compared to most apartments on land, which is why I founded my company, LibreOx. LibreOx, our mission is to provide a platform for seasteading in general and Atlas Island in particular. So we focused on developing what I call a floating house designed for the sovereign individual. Unlike other seasteading projects, the key differentiating factor with the LibreOx is that our vessel is mobile. That means that you have the freedom to join a seasteading movement, participate in the community, but also the freedom to move around the world and live as a digital nomad or a retiree and let you enjoy anywhere you want to go in the world. It also allows the flexibility to easily swap jurisdiction by swapping your flag. So like I said, it's perfect for digital nomads or retirees. And the design that we've come up with for this vessel, which I'll be presenting in a few minutes, will be released under a Creative Commons non-commercial share-alike license, meaning that anyone has the ability to build a vessel for themselves or to modify their vessel, to fix their vessel, being truly sovereign over their own property, their house. And this will help us build a community of owners as well as empower the owners around their vessel. So with no further ado, I present to you the rendering of LibreArc 64, our first model. And this is designed truly as a floating home, ideally for an untethered nomadic lifestyle or the sovereign individual. If you've built your life around the nomad ideas of cutting ties to things like banks and states and other institutions, the one thing you probably haven't been able to cut yet is your need for somewhere to sleep. Because no matter how much you may try to move on to the digital world, you need somewhere to live and you need somewhere to sleep. This is why having a floating house that allows you to go anywhere in the world allows you to truly cut that last cord and be a true digital nomad and independent from the state. Briefly, this boat is about 19.5 meters long by 9 meters wide, and it has a draft of about 1.2 meters, meaning that it's large enough to go almost anywhere in the world, but small enough that you can also get into the more narrow waterways in places like Europe. In fact, this boat could actually sail right into the river here in Prague. In addition to the ability to move around, we focused on independence, which a lot of people in the Free Cities movement value. And in order to achieve that, we put a large solar array on the roof and a battery bank. This means that the boat will allow you to live a comfortable life wherever you are in the world with no need for external power. You have all your electricity provided for you, no need to buy any diesel to hook up to the electricity grid. And you also have the ability to make water using water makers. So you're truly independent for mobility, power, water, place to live. The only thing that you really need to be independent is a supply of food. And luckily, with a big boat, you can have a supply of food as well. So, as I said, this is designed to go anywhere in the world. We've designed this vessel to the CEA certification level, which means that it's certified to cross oceans. It can cruise continuously at 5 knots on solar power alone, or with a diesel generator, or for shorter bursts, you can go up to 8 to 10 knots at a time. And it has the full sensors you need to make ocean crossings. That being said, this is designed first and foremost as a sovereign home. Unlike other boats, the focus is really on the life aboard and the life at anchor. The vessel has about 110 square meters of interior space, which is comparable to many apartments in Europe and North America. Perfectly suitable for a family of 2 to 4 and up to 6, depending on how cozy you want to get. It's also got a relatively large exterior deck space of 42 square meters. And the entire interior space, again, unlike other boats, is properly insulated and conditioned, meaning that you don't need to worry about the humidity and the condensation and the discomfort of living on a boat. It'll feel just like you're in a waterfront apartment. It's also got panoramic window views so that wherever you are in the world, you can take it in. And once you buy one of these, you've essentially bought yourself a floating apartment that lets you go anywhere in the world and experience the best quality of life possible. So a few more detailed pictures of the vessel. The front deck is large. It's appropriate for sunbathing, just hanging out, enjoying the views wherever you are. I can imagine myself hanging out there on a Caribbean island, tropical paradise, maybe away from civilization, and spending a couple weeks just relaxing. We also have a rear deck where you can set up a lounging area, maybe put a barbecue and enjoy the outdoor lifestyle when it's too hot to be in the direct sun. Now going to the interior of the vessel. The vessel is really designed around what I call the apartment, or a large single-level flexible living space. As you can see, there is a large amount of area that's common. In addition to the space you see, because everything's on one level, both of the hulls, or the areas under the boat, provide ample storage for all of your goods, your belongings, food, anything you want to bring with you anywhere in the world. And that gives you the ability to truly be self-sufficient and off-grid. This is also a prepper's dream. Instead of building a cabin in the woods where you try to stockpile things, why not have a beautiful boat where you can go to tropical paradise and bring a 2-year supply of food with you, as well as your energy and your water, and live the good life, even if the world goes in the bad direction. A little bit more detail. The vessel also comes with a setup for a home office with high-speed internet. Thanks to Starlink and other satellite internet providers, digital nomads now have the ability to work from anywhere in the world in comfort and style. We've also included a full-size kitchen. Unlike other boats, it's got proper appliances, allowing you to cook and prepare proper meals and live a comfortable lifestyle. There's, of course, a dining area, a seating area, and there's a flexible living space across there that you can see. You could use whatever furniture you want. If you want to make it an exercise room, a living room with a couch, however you want to set up the interior of this vessel, it's very flexible. Looking to the cabins now, the master suite has a proper king-size bed. We're not talking a cramped little bed that you find at other boats, as well as a large closet. We also provide an ensuite bathroom with 2 sinks and a full-size walk-in shower. On the opposite side of the vessel, we have 2 of these bedrooms, which can be configured. As you've seen here, this is the reference setup that has 2 single beds in a bunk bed format. But if you only need to use 1 bed per room, you can fold the second one up, and it provides more closet space and more headroom for the lower bed. Each of those rooms also has their own dedicated bathroom. So really, when you're looking at this vessel as a whole, you're talking a proper kitchen, a living room, an office, dining area, a master suite, and 2 bedrooms with up to 4 additional beds. So between 2 and 6 people can live comfortably on this vessel. It's really designed for a family-style life. So in summary, the LibreArx is a no-compromise seastead. It provides all the comforts that you would expect from a waterfront apartment, with all the mobility that you'd want from a boat and the freedom to live autonomously on the high seas when seasteading becomes a reality. It is designed really to maximize your freedom, but also your flexibility and allow you to enjoy life. No matter where you want to go, whether that's here in Prague at the Free Cities Conference, living in a seastead, living in Prospera just off the shore, or anywhere else, the LibreArx can take you there. Some examples of places you could anchor it. You could go to Malta and enjoy the beautiful city of Valletta, one of the most beautiful ancient cities in Europe. The boat could take you there. You could spend a month there, enjoy your life there. And then when you get tired of it, or the winter comes and you want to get out of the Mediterranean for the winter, you could take it to the British Virgin Islands and anchor on a secluded beach and enjoy your life there. But eventually the long-term goal is that when seasteading gets more developed and built, and we have arc pads around, we can bring the seasteads together and have a floating paradise in the middle of the ocean. So we're now ready to accept orders for the LibreArx. I've met with a shipyard. One of my colleagues here was graceful enough to accept us, and we've spoken to them. We've spent a lot of time optimizing this design. We've gotten a quote to produce this at a European shipyard, which obviously is very high-end, very high quality for $1.5 million, but I've also been in talks with builders in Asia, and we believe that with a proper batch of production, we can produce these for $750,000 each. So what we're looking for now is for the first 1 to 5 people to step forward, contact me, and say that you want to be the first person to live on a LibreArx. Ideally, you're someone who is willing to be a brand ambassador. You know, you've seen all the sailing channels on YouTube. I want to see seasteading channels where 3 to 5 people buy a LibreArx, travel around the world, enjoy the lifestyle, and show it off to everyone else. Because when that happens, we'll develop the critical mass, and then we can start batch producing these in volume and make this affordable. And you may say $750,000, that's a little bit expensive. But I can tell you that nowhere else in the developed world can you get a nice waterfront apartment for this price and with these views, let alone the ability to move and travel. So I truly believe that this is going to be excellent value for the money, and I'm looking for people to help me move this forward and start placing the orders now. If you place your order today, we can likely have this to you by the end of next year, potentially by this conference next year. You could be sailing to Prospera in your LibreArx and represent the brand and help us grow seasteading and move it from the vision that Joe Quirk expressed so eloquently into reality. So in summary, Atlas Island is a combination of the concepts of, oh, is it still up there? No? Okay. Go back? No. Anyways. There we go. Okay. Atlas Island is a combination of seasteading and free cities. The LibreArx is the vessel that will allow us to bring that into fruition in combination with Mitchell and the ArcPad, which will serve as a fantastic business hub. I believe we now have the technology ready to be produced to make seasteading happen. And the LibreArx will provide true independence and sovereignty to the sovereign individual. You've cut the ties with everything else. Now it's time to cut the ties with your home, with your nation state completely, be mobile, and embrace the life as a sovereign individual in free cities and seasteads. This is the final piece in the puzzle that you're looking for to untether your life from governments and be truly autonomous and sovereign. So I'm asking you to vote with your boat and order LibreArx 64. You can contact me with the email address up there, mason@librearx.com. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to working with you and hopefully receiving a few orders today. Any questions? Oh, okay. One there, then Titus, yeah.
Is the LibreArcs vessel built with modularity in mind so that you can arrange, 5 or 10 one next to the other and then have a structure built up?
So the LibreArcs is designed as a single family accommodation. It's not meant that you would lash a bunch of them into a community. What I envision from Atlas Island perspective is that families would own LibreArcs, and then Mitchell's product, the ArcPad, would make a fantastic business district that could have businesses, potentially some rental units, and then you could moor up to one of those, and that would be the business district. So it'd be like, this would be the suburban family homes, and then the central district would be on other platforms like the ArcPad. Titus.
Yeah, thank you, Mason. This is very interesting. And I'm interested, what about heavy seas and wave heights? You have to cross the Atlantic to get from the Mediterranean to the West Indies. It's a small boat and it's not too high. So have you thought about that, designed it for that? And what would you recommend to somebody who's afraid of storms?
Yeah, absolutely. So we strongly considered that. First of all, people cross the Atlantic all the time. You don't do it in the North Atlantic. You go down the coast of Africa, then you cut across in the calmer waters. They do it in much smaller and much less stable boats than this. I can tell you that this boat is a catamaran, and the only problems that catamarans ever experience nowadays are when they have a large sail up and the wind is too much and it causes them to flip over. Because we don't have a sail on this boat will survive any storm. Nothing's going to happen to it. Nothing's going to go wrong. Now the question is, how much can you tolerate as a person being on the boat? Because the boat will last longer than the people on it. But that being said, what you do then is you plan your route and you plan according to the weather. If there's a hurricane coming, you probably want to avoid that. I mean, the boat will survive. It'll go up and down across the waves, but it won't be comfortable on board. So it really can go anywhere you want. It's a question of how far you're willing to push the boat. Yeah, go ahead.
When will you move on one of these boats?
When will I move on one of the boats? So unlike the introduction, I am still working as a doctor. So I will move on one of these boats as soon as I'm making enough money selling them that I can quit my other job and move on to one myself. Sam, go ahead.
We can also deliver the boats to wherever you want it moored.
Yeah, there are charter captains you can hire that will sail across for you. So if you're in the Mediterranean and you don't want to cross the ocean, take a vacation, go for a couple months to French Polynesia, or a couple weeks to French Polynesia, and they'll meet you on the other side. All right, thanks again, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, so orders for the LibreArc are open. As are, by the way, still ticket sales for tonight's VIP dinner. If you want to rub shoulders with all our amazing speakers today. It is, as always, the glittering event of the season. I highly recommend it. A great restaurant. So go up to our booth in the booth hall if you're interested. Now, for my next speaker, he has built the life that many people dream about. He left Canada. Wait, that's it's a good first step. He left Canada and he traveled the world for the next 20 years, making privacy and freedom his business. He's a best-selling author. He's a perpetual traveler. He has 4 children. And if you want to live free and make loads of money, safeguard your assets, this is the man to listen to. Please welcome Mikkel Thorup.
Okay, let's see. All right. Do we have the, here we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great and enjoying the conference so far. Just quickly, disclaimer, my lawyer makes me put that. You can go through it yourself very quickly. So who am I and why do I get to talk about these things? Well, my name is Mikkel Thorup. I host the Expat Money Show podcast. We've been going for about 9 years, 375 episodes of the show. I've authored 3 books about living overseas, about being an expat. I've traveled to more than 120 countries. I've lived in 9 and circumnavigated the globe over 400 times. And I own real estate in multiple countries, bank accounts, and I actually practice these things. So I'm on the front lines of a lot of this freedom movement. My company is Expat Money at expatmoney.com. So today, I want to talk to you guys about Vote With Your Feet. That's the theme of this year's conference. Now, last year, what we were talking about was I talked to you guys about what I call the 4+1 strategy. So the 4+1 for me is immigration, wealth protection, taxes, investment, and the +1 is the lifestyle. The lifestyle is what ties everything together. Now, in talking with Peter and prepping for this presentation, he asked me to kind of go deep on one of these things. So that's exactly what I want to do. I want to talk to you guys about the investment side of things, because I think it's extremely important for your freedom to be able to provide for your family in a sustainable manner where you don't necessarily have to have a 9-to-5 job, where you are actually doing these things on your own. So I recommend offshore real estate. Real estate is real assets, real control. And I want to quickly go through some of the reasons why. So this is a tangible asset that is actually going to retain value. You're going to be able to get reliable cash flow, and you're going to get capital appreciation in it. Now, you have full control over this, so you're going to decide who, when, and how you are going to rent. This is flexible across markets, so you have short-term, long-term, or mixed-use strategies. And you can leverage multiple trends, so you can have things in the city, in the mountains, in the beach, different things like this to have different types of returns. Now, you can structure these for privacy and own through companies and foundations and trusts and everything like that. So this works very, very well in the freedom movement because you're actually going to be able to use it as a second home. And even if you don't want to use it yourself, a lot of times your family can use it. So we have a couple of properties. I have clients who come and stay at our beach house sometimes. Our Turkish home, I have clients who are going to go and use that as soon as it's ready, inshallah, in the next week or so. I think it should be done after 3 years of modifying and updating it. But when we're looking overseas, what we're really looking for is affordable types of property, so low barrier to entry. And it's hard to confiscate because this is a movable product, so it's not like something you can just turn off, click a mouse button, and close your brokerage account or something like that. Now, everything that we're doing, we're trying to do it in the path of progress. So we're looking at things like new bridges or a port or an airport or anything like that. If you can have a bit of view of the future, what is happening, then you can often capitalize quite greatly off that. Now, with this is how you're going to build real generational wealth on these. This is not speculation. This is not guessing on one price and then hoping it's going to go up. Maybe it goes up, maybe it goes down. What we're doing is cash flowing on a real asset. And then it's true ownership. So we do freehold properties. We're not doing leasehold or 20-year lease or Mexican bank trust or anything like that. So amazing, right? But where? Like, what jurisdictions? So my home is Panama. I'm originally born in Canada, but I've been living in Panama for the last 6 years. So Panama is a safe country. It's one of the safest countries in Latin America. It's politically stable. We have Raul Molino, who is the president of Panama. He came in last May. He's a pro-business, right-leaning administration. It's a US dollar economy, so for more than 120 years, it's been a US dollar economy. Now, we've seen de-dollarization and the dollar going down, it's true, but it's better than the Bolivia or the peso or in a lot of other countries like this. I'm very happy to have US dollars in my bank account. It's a low inflation country, so last year was only 0.69 inflation. It's one of the lowest inflation countries in the world. And if you look over the last 25 years, you're looking at a 2% inflation. Now, we have no central bank in Panama, so they can't just money printers go brr anytime they want to pay for anything. And we have a legal system which is really focused on privacy and protection. We have some amazing laws around corporations, around the Sociedad Anónima, around the family foundations, things like this. Then we have the Panama Canal, which does about 5% of maritime trade every year. And this is billions of dollars of non-tax dollars that are flowing into the country. We've got Calle 50, which is our banking district. We have something like 50 international banks there in a very, very small country. Our airport, Tucumán Airport, they just put in a brand new terminal there. It is absolutely gorgeous. You'd think that you were in the Middle East or something like that at one of their terminals. You have fast, reliable internet, and you have a territorial tax system. This means that foreign-sourced income is not taxed in the country. So if you're a barista or you work at Subway or something like that, sure, you're going to pay tax on that. But online entrepreneurs, business owners, consultants, Amazon FBA, dropshippers, anything like this are not going to pay taxes in Panama. Now, we're an electricity independent country. We actually export electricity to neighboring countries. We're a water independent country, so we have over 33,000 cubic meters per capita of water annually. Massive amounts of water, somewhere around 6 times the global average of water in the country. And we're a food secure country, so we can feed our own populace. Real estate growth, we're looking at just under 5% annual in real estate growth, and we've seen this trend for many years now. Low cost of living, so somewhere around 35% lower than in the US. So it's not as cheap as some Latino countries, but it is a very, very good price for your money. Now, with that comes a high standard of living, so you do get something in return. We have world-class healthcare. You know, I have clients who come to me all the time and they say, Mikkel, I want to live in a country that has good medical facilities, good healthcare. And I was like, so do I. I mean, everybody does. This is not something unique to just one person. But we have Johns Hopkins Hospital there. We have really excellent medical facilities. And then we have a high level of English. So about 14% of the population actually speak English in Panama. With my wife, we have to be a little bit careful in the Uber. Sometimes we'll be talking away. And then at the end of our ride, the Uber driver will turn to us and be like, have a nice day. We're like, ooh, Jesus, I wonder what I said during the ride. But we have stunning beaches there. We've got the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. And we've invested in areas in Panama that have gone up over 100% over the last several years. Next, Brazil, one of my favorite countries in the world. My second child was actually born in Brazil. We used to live in Brazil. So Brazil is the B in BRICS, is a large population, somewhere over 200 million people, depending on the last census. I think, you know, since the last census, they're saying somewhere around 217 million people, but huge. Really, you have Brazil and then the rest of South America. People don't understand how large Brazil actually is. It's kind of the entire rest of South America combined make up Brazil's population. Highly educated workforce. About half of my staff, we've got a team of about 30, 32, 35 people or something at my company at Expat Money. Half of them are Brazilians, and just the most wonderful people to work with, so fun-loving, really well-educated, really smart, really mission-driven. Friendly with their neighbors, so they have many neighbors in Brazil, and there are no territorial disputes or anything like that that we need to worry about in the country. It's a developed financial sector, so they have lots of banks there. Some of the largest fintech banks are actually in Brazil. Foreign direct investment, we're looking at over $71 million in FDI last year, and renewable energy is about 88% of the electricity comes from renewable sources, mainly hydroelectric, which I'm very much a fan of. Water independent country, food secure, and fast internet. They have a low cost of living and a high standard of living. So you're looking at around $2,000 a month for a family of 4, excluding rent, which is about 63% cheaper than the United States. They have quality healthcare. They rank 43rd in the world. And we invest in beachfront properties in the northeast of the country. These are fully furnished, short-term rental market, ready-to-go properties. We're paying around $100,000 per unit, front row on the beach. And we're cash flowing at around 12% annually, plus capital appreciation on these. Next is Paraguay, one of my favorite countries in the world. Paraguay, as a colleague of mine, I'm not sure if he's in the audience today, he always describes it as an energy superpower, and I think that they're right. We've had the opportunity to go and visit the Itapu Dam on multiple occasions with our clients on our tours. We had about 50 clients that I brought down to Paraguay a couple of months ago, and it generates 100% of the electricity comes from hydroelectric in Paraguay, and so much so that they actually export a large amount to Brazil, and it's a huge source of income for them. Food independent country, you'll notice a trend here. Food independent, water independent, energy independent. This is resilience. Water independent, as I said, and also a territorial tax country. So they actually have locally sourced income, which is taxed at 10%. But if your income comes from foreign sources, you're going to be paying 0%. So an amazing opportunity to live in a country without being extorted at every turn. Pro-business, right-leaning government. So I actually had the opportunity to meet the president of Paraguay on 2 occasions. One was an official visit. I got invited to a lunch with him when he came into Panama. They wanted to sit down with a small group of entrepreneurs in Panama because Panama has now joined the Mercosur, so they were bringing in Mercosur representatives. So I had a chance to talk with him there. And then talk to him again in an off-market or closed-door type of event. And I was explaining to him about free private cities. I was explaining to him about my experience going through immigration. I had about half an hour to talk with President Santiago Peña. And he listened very intently to what I had to say. And we're sitting there, and suddenly he reaches forwards, and he puts his hand on my shoulder, and he goes, Mikel, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about freedom. Don't worry about that. We've got plenty of that here. And I was like, yes, Mr. President, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about freedom. And from that moment on, I started doubling down and just piling money into this country. I'm just so massively impressed about what they're doing there and the administration and how forward-looking they are. And this is a country that most people could never even point out on a map, but they're getting so many things right. And in the West, we're just failing miserably. Now, they just got an investment upgrade by Moody's last year, and it's a safe and stable country. So they have one of the safest countries in South America. The only countries that are safer is Chile, Argentina, and Uruguay. We actually beat out Costa Rica in Paraguay as safest countries in all of Latin America. Now, it's a strategic location, so it's kind of a heart-shaped country right in the middle of South America. We have no coastline there, but there's very large rivers that come through. Now, they have huge regional integration, so it's one of the original members of Mercosur, and the infrastructure connectivity is these waterways that are being developed where they have the barges coming through, and it's like a little highway on the river. They've got the new highways that are coming in, going to go right through Nueva Ascension, and going to connect the 2 sides of South America, the Atlantic and the Pacific, together. GDP growth was over 4% last year, and they have a reliable real estate with a housing deficit of over 3 million people. So this is something that I'm looking for when I'm putting money into a country. Are there going to be people who are going to be renting these property? So it's an affordable real estate, and Paraguay has low inflation. So somewhere around 3.7, not as low as Panama, but still pretty good. Public debt, Paraguay's public debt is some of the lowest in the world, 25%. And the majority of that debt has gone into infrastructure, so actually driving the country forwards. Now, Ciudad del Este is one of the areas that I invest very heavily in, as well as Nueva Ascension right across the river from the capital. Growing middle class and huge education hub. So we're looking at over 50,000 Brazilian students who are coming over to Paraguay to study. A lot of them are coming over to be doctors. Cost of living is around $2,200, which is 64% less than the United States. So we're actually investing in 1-bedroom condo units, 1- and 2-bedroom condo units for around 65,000 US all in. And we're cash flowing around 8% annually plus capital appreciation. Next is Colombia. Colombia is one of my favorite countries. I first went to Colombia in 2003 and have been back many, many times since. It's one of my favorite countries to spend time in. My wife loves it very much. Last time we went, we had to buy 2 new suitcases to fit all of the shopping from our trip. Huge country, massive population, 52 million people there, with a large portion of that being under the age of 35 years old. It's geopolitically positioned. They have good position. They have both sides of the ocean, the Pacific as well as the Caribbean, and close to the canal. Their digital infrastructure has invested over $2.8 billion since 2022, linking over schools and homes together. They have renewable energy, so 2/3 of Colombia's electricity ends up coming from renewable sources, the majority of that coming from hydroelectric again. Tourism has a huge tourism boom there. We're actually paying very close attention to the tourism. It's one of the fastest growing tourism markets in the world. If you look over the last couple of years, I think the only one that beats them out is Qatar, but that's because they had the World Cup. But otherwise, Colombia is like right up there, top 2, top 3. Real estate, so foreigners have equal property purchasing rights, and official numbers say 6 to 9.5% returns on your real estate there. But we're actually building hotels to capitalize on the massive tourism boom, and are cash flowing around 11% for fully managed and pooled investments, so very hands-off types of projects. Now, if we break it down via jurisdictions, really what I'm doing is building out portfolios for people in different countries. So what we've seen works really well for a lot of our clients is putting around 20% in Panama, 20% in Brazil, 20% in Paraguay, 20% in Colombia, a little bit in Costa Rica. I cut Costa Rica because I'm on a time limit here, but very interesting things. It's a very competitive market in Costa Rica, so we have to be careful, but we are looking at it, and we're doing we just acquired some new land with my colleague Patrick Hebert, who I think you guys met this morning. We're looking at some very, very interesting things there. And then I rounded out with a bit of Bitcoin, self-custody, of course, and then a bit of gold and silver, which has been on a tear over the last 18 months or so. Allocation, we're looking at around 55% city, about 20-some-odd% of beach, raw land. We've been doing some land banking plays that have worked very, very well for us. We keep that in our back pocket for the next, call it 7 to 10 years. A little bit of mountain properties, and we're also doing some timberland projects. We own about somewhere around 6,000 acres of timberland in Colombia. Our portfolios are around 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 split between short-term rentals, long-term rentals, and commercial and office space. Now, this is very interesting because short-term rentals is obviously very seasonal. So weekends are very high, summers are very high, school breaks are very high, but then it can go very low in rainy season, things like that. We balance that out with long-term rentals, usually signing 12 months leases, but then it can sit empty for a month or two. We try to increase this with the stability of doing office and commercial space. Usually they are signing around 5 to 10 year office spaces, especially if they're putting in their own furniture or if they have to rehab it or put in decorations or things like that. So that is a way that we balance the portfolio. And then, as I said before, we've got a little bit of capital appreciation in there. So putting it all together, well, instead of building out a portfolio of stocks in different industries, think about building out a portfolio of various real estate investments in different jurisdictions. You need to get your feet wet on this stuff, guys. And I've already done a lot of the heavy lifting for you by finding trustworthy partners, by testing these, and looking in high growth areas that you can actually invest in. So, if you agree with me and think that this is a solid way of building wealth, I have definitely noticed it with our portfolio, and we've worked with hundreds of clients on this. I'm able to help you to invest in a tax-efficient manner. We're going to be able to protect your privacy using trusts, foundations, corporations, LLCs, IBCs, etc. We're going to structure your investment for maximum security, and I will help hand-select properties and projects that meet your needs. So all partners I work with are well-vetted and extremely trustworthy. If you would like to work with me on building out a portfolio of international real estate, and this isn't the entire of my work, a good portion of my work is getting immigration on the back end of these properties, is the structuring of it and doing it in a tax-efficient manner, then you can scan the QR code there, and you can schedule a call with my team to see if it's a good fit for both your side and our side. You can scan the code below, and if you would like to join our newsletter, you can go to expatmoney.com. And I timed it so that I think we have 5 minutes of questions, yeah? Perfect. Can you put the last slide up for me, please?
For the investments that you offer, is it mostly individuals buying individual properties, or is it more of a fund with general partners, limited partners?
So we are slowly getting into the fund model, more on the syndication side of things. But what I really believe in is my clients having all of the power. So I like titled properties, and I want you to have the title. I don't want to have any control over your investment. I believe in personal responsibility and working with people who are going to be able to manage this. Now, we have local partners who are going to be on the ground, because all of my investors are absentee owners. None of them are there, dealing with the 3 T's: termites, tenants, and toilets, right? But these are fully managed properties, but you have full ownership of it. Make sense?
Okay. For the Panama Golden Visa, and then there's another, which is the real estate or qualified investor visa. What is the difference, and why would somebody pick either one of them?
So very good question. The 2 main visas out there are the Friendly Nations visa, which allows you to, if you're from one of 51 countries, to be able to get permanent residency there. But it's actually, the problem is it used to be a permanent residency until a couple of years ago, and then they changed it from a permanent residency to a temporary residency for 2 years. That gets converted. It's a $200,000 real estate, but it has to have a title deed, which is a little bit problematic. So if anybody's invested in Latin America, then you'll know that the title deeds can take anywhere of 9 months, a year, 14 months to be able to get your title deed. So now you have a huge delay before getting your temporary residency, then 2 years on that. And conversely, if you go on the qualified investors visa, which we do roughly half of the country of Panama's visas for this specific visa, you can do pre-construction, you can do raw land, you can do office, you can do anything. And it's an instant permanent residency within 4 to 5 weeks, let's say. So it's basically an instant permanent residency, which will lead to naturalization after 5 years if you can show strong ties to the country.
Hello. This morning we were introduced about the many things happening in Argentina right now. What's your views on including Argentina as a potential destination for this in the future?
So I'm super bullish on Argentina. I am very actively looking at projects. Javier Milei actually follows me and retweets a lot of my tweets on X. So big fan of what he's doing. I mean, I would like to see him follow through with a couple more of his promises from his campaign, but I congratulate him on the midterms that just went through last weekend. But I think there's huge opportunity if they actually push through the citizenship by investment in Argentina and do it in a way that is friendly to investors. I think it will be a complete game changer for the entire industry, because we're not talking about a small Caribbean country that's awarding citizenship for an investment. We're talking about a large, major player with a huge economy, massive amount of land. So hopefully next year on these slides, you will see Argentina up here. Right now, I'm just waiting till a lot of these laws get finalized. But yes, very, very bullish on Argentina overall. Okay, I think I'm getting the time's up sign there. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mikkel. Now I'm hoping everybody's okay to go back to the nautical theme, because our next speaker is redefining what it means to live freely on the ocean. He is now developing the Reef Resort, which is a fully floating eco-resort and a fish farm. Everybody's favorite 2 things in one. He is merging naval engineering with drone tech and AI and ocean mining. And I am told that he has been saving a big announcement for us today. So please put on your floaties and help me welcome Mitchell Setchner to the stage. Okay. Go get it.
Testing, testing. Okay, good. Mic is working. How do I get this? How do I get this going? Oh, I think I have to wait a minute here. If we can get the slides up. There we go. Oh, that is... OK, here we go. Now we're on the first slide. Excellent. All right, so first thing I want to say is I just want to thank the Free Cities Conference for allowing me to come back here again today. Thank you all for showing up. At least for me, it's quite a long flight coming from the Philippines, but you know, for you guys, hopefully it's not as, 20, 30 hours for me to get here? Something like that. So yeah, thank you everyone. Hope you're having a good day. So I want to talk about seasteading, the ocean exit. I have a little tagline here. What are the logical conclusions of voting with your feet, as is the theme of the conference today? And my opinion is that if you're going to vote with your feet, if you're going to relocate to another location, if you're going to bring yourself somewhere else, logically you want to bring your wealth with you. And in many cases your wealth is liquid, like cryptocurrency or gold or silver or something like that. In many cases wealth is not as liquid. So if you had, for example, let's say, this is an example, a ZA, a free city or something, you had some sort of dispute with an existing nation state, and they wanted to shut down your operation, a floating city can simply relocate to a new exclusive economic zone, can go into new waters, whereas cities on land are restricted. They cannot move around as much. So in my mind, the future of free cities, really the ultimate form of free city, is a seasteading city. And I want to talk a little bit about that here. So why is seasteading good for free private cities? So as I mentioned before, I'll go into a bit more detail here. The main bottleneck in producing free private cities is negotiating for autonomy with existing governments who are required to give up land. So if I want to establish a new special economic zone, I have to talk to a government, I have to talk to a president, I have to say, give me this much land, and then I will set up, I will bring in foreign investment here. This is what I talked about during my last speech in May. With seasteading, you can build the city first, and you can negotiate for independence later. You can build the city in another political jurisdiction, you can build the city on the high seas, and then wait for a flag to become available, or negotiate to make a flag available. So seasteading reduces the friction of setting up new special economic zones as compared to the more traditional way of building free cities. You also have, as I mentioned before, more jurisdictional arbitrage. So with a seasteading city, you could, in theory at least, you could switch flags between Panama or the Bahamas or Mongolia or what have you. But when you have a city on land, you're limited to just kind of dealing with whatever government you were already dealing with. Seasteading, okay, and this is what I wanted to mention, joke work. The Seasteading Institute has already assisted in flagging one seastead with ocean builders in Panama. So that's a very good step forward for the seasteading movement. Now, I want to talk about why are seasteads good real estate? Why do I believe that seasteads are the best type of real estate? Now, as I've mentioned before, charter cities and network states need real estate to gain autonomy. Seasteading is the least friction, the easiest way to establish independent autonomous territories. So that's one benefit in favor of seasteading. Coastal real estate is also up to 6 times more valuable than non-coastal surrounding lots. So I want to use the example of some cities in Asia, and I believe this is also true in America. If you look at a lot on the coastline in a city, and you look 2 or 3 blocks away further inland, the coastal lot can oftentimes be 6 times or more valuable in monetary value compared to these other nearby lots that are not coastal. So coastal real estate takes whatever existing real estate you have in a region, and it bumps it up significantly once you have that coastline access. Seasteads can be connected together in a modular fashion, allowing for you to exponentially increase the maximum amount of coastal real estate that is available to you. So if you imagine kind of a straight line, let's say that I'll draw a straight line like this, and this is the coastline. If you have these kind of branching piers, you have these kind of branching paths that go out into the water, then you're able to exponentially increase the amount of waterfront property that you have. And then the last thing here is, And I kind of want to have people use their imagination for a minute with this. Seasteads can combine residential or commercial or industrial space with agricultural space through aquaculture. So one thing that we're doing with the Reef Resort in the Philippines is that the top of it is residential space, or you could say because it's a resort, some of it is commercial space, some of it is residential, but the underside is always agricultural, because the underside is always producing food, while the top, there are people walking around on it. So you have kind of a 2-in-1 punch, where you build a certain amount of real estate, and then you get double duty, you get double usage out of that real estate. So a good example would be that we had a fish harvest back in August in our resort, and then in September, we opened it up to most of our bookings by putting it on these platforms like Airbnb and Agoda and so on and so forth. And so, we really had income coming in from our resort through agriculture before we actually opened it up. Now, I'll keep going here. If this is what it looked like on land, to have agricultural space beneath and then residential space above, well, it doesn't really work out that well. You can't really have a farm underneath a house that's still going to produce agricultural output that's going to produce profits. So another advantage of seasteads as compared to property on land is, again, it can double produce. It can do things that you can't really do on land. Here's an example of a hexafarm. So if you guys have been to our booth in the back out in the hallway, then you've seen these kind of little hexagon-shaped things in our 3D model with all these little white houses on top of them. Well, under the water, they would look like this. So we have a central fish cage with a fish in it, then we have seaweed growing in a big ring around that central fish cage up at the top, and then down at the bottom you have lobster, or you could have shrimp, or you could have shellfish. So, this is not just an animation. Unfortunately, I don't have very good underwater pictures to show right now, but this is a 3D model of what's already happening. So this is the real layout in our real-life resort. So again, to kind of show what this is what it looks like underwater. Here's what it looks like on the surface. This is an older render. This is what the resort is supposed to look like, was supposed to look like originally. So the first image here is concept art. Next to the concept art is a flyover video. This is a drone video. And can I have the AV team click? Could you guys play the video? There should be a video on the side here to play. Okay, well, I'll keep talking while they're working on that. So the image taking up most of the screen is the concept art, and then the real thing, they're going to play it in just a second here, is on the side. The Reef Resort had its soft opening in June, and since then, it started first accepting day tours, and then, as I mentioned before, we didn't really take overnight stays until starting in September. But in August, we harvested about $30,000, about 11 metric tons of fish from the resort, and we're expecting another harvest somewhere between 10 tons and 13 tons this time by mid-November, probably bringing in tens of thousands of dollars more outside of just the tourism-related income. We've also sold, so these houses that you're seeing here, both the small little ones in the background called the glamp houses and the big ones in the foreground, those are the arc pads, we're selling fractional ownership of all of the real estate involved here. We have already sold either whole unit or partial unit ownership to over 72 owners worth over $140,000. Now, as you can see, the arc pads in the foreground here, I want to talk a bit more about those. Those are currently under construction in the Philippines. Most of the glamp houses, the smaller units, are already in the water, but the bigger arc pads are being built right now. Oh, is the video going to play? I see an arrow. Oh, it already played. Okay. I'm trying to go to the next slide. AV team, can you help me? There we go. Now we can go to the next slide. So this is the arc pad. The first one of these was actually built in Boracay, which is an island to the north that can sometimes be hit by hurricanes. This is the arc pad C. This is not the C. This is a render of the D. The arc pad C has been through 2 different typhoons and has survived both of those typhoons. If you look on our Facebook page, you'll see videos of cars having been flipped over, of houses having the roof ripped off, of telephone poles getting knocked down. And yet the thing that we built here in the water off the coast during that hurricane, it survived twice. Both last year and earlier this year, it got hit by another typhoon, and it has survived. Now, that one originally had 5 spars, those columns you see going down into the water that allow it to float. Because it doesn't have a flat area that's coming in contact with the water, it has these kind of columns, it can kind of roll over waves a lot more easily. It provides more stability. So the ArcPad D, which is the new version that you're seeing here, we have 2 of these being built in Sawal Island for the Reef Resort. They're about 80 to 90% complete, and we expect to launch them into the water within the next couple of weeks. Also, the ArcPad Ds, we use different materials. So before we used what we called seasteading cement and marine-grade aluminum. Now we're using fiberglass and stainless steel with the ArcPad Ds. They can carry more weight, they're faster to build, they're easier to transport internationally in shipping containers, and they are more stable even than the one that's already survived hurricanes. So here's the final render of what the ArcPad D looks like before you saw the previous version. This is like a different layout for the house on top. It's going to be using a solid white fiberglass with rounded corners. It'll have large windows with sliding glass doors. It's going to have a diving board on the top floor and some other, very useful amenities. Of course, any seastead that you build, anything that's fully off-grid, you want it to have solar panels on the top so that it can be fully independent. So, AV team, can we play the video again? What I want to show next, now that you've seen kind of the top-down view of what the Reef Resort looks like, can you turn the video, the volume all the way up? This is the real life, this is kind of the on-the-ground view, so go ahead.
We built this resort in the southern island of the Philippines, and it's been fully booked every weekend since we opened. Phase 1 of our resort has huge fish cages, which you can see behind me, containing over 60,000 milkfish and 50,000 rabbitfish. We also have snorkeling, glass kayaks, water bikes, which you can see right here, and mini jet skis. We have a high-quality seafood restaurant serving you the freshest seafood available. And we also have access to one of the best coral reefs in the region for scuba diving. In the planned phase 2 of our resort, we'll be doubling its size, doubling the number of fish, doubling the number of rooms, and increasing the amount of amenities that we have available, including a massage room, a virtual reality room, a juice lounge, and a spearfishing shop. We'll also be introducing our first glass-bottom private rooms, so you can watch the fish below you while you sleep. At this time, we're still selling ownership in the rooms in our resort. Dividends are paid out 4 times a year, once a quarter, and when you become an owner, you get several nights free stay in the resort. You should buy now, because the price of each unit will increase by 10% on November 10th.
Interest of time, I'll keep going here. So I talked a bit there about the price increasing. I want to talk about what we were selling these for a year ago when we started the project versus what we're selling the units for now that the resort is already opened. Originally, we sold these for 750,000 Filipino pesos per unit, and we continuously increased the price as more people bought in until eventually we reached today where we're selling these for 1,938,000 pesos. That's around about $36,000 per unit. So that's gone up by about 150% in the last 1 year. That averages about 8% monthly appreciation if you compound that 8%. So as a comparison, the average price of real estate in the Philippines has increased by 7.6% in 2025, or about 0.62% compounding monthly. So 150% increase in value blows 7.6% out of the water, pun intended. That's not including yet the rental income of the units either. So as I mentioned before, if you buy the unit, you own the unit, it's freehold. Basically, we sign an MOA and then your name is on the MOA because it's a bit different than owning property on land where there's a title. Here, there's kind of like a certificate of ownership and then a deed of sale and so on and so forth. But the appreciation and value of the real estate has been very, very good over the last year, and we want to see that trend continue. So one of the next steps for increasing human liberty through seasteading. Now, in my last speech that I gave back in May, I wrote out a multi-step process. There were 9 steps. I'm going to kind of condense these steps down a little bit. So the step 1 that I have here is we need to build a profitable seasteading resort. We've already done that in the Philippines. Step 2 would be whether we want to integrate with charter cities, network states, and other groups that can benefit from the physical infrastructure that we can build to bring liberty, to bring more autonomy to these projects. Step 3 is that once we have a partnered political apparatus, this network state or this charter city, and we also have built the physical infrastructure, we can move it out to international waters. And then step 4 is to establish a flag and gain permanent autonomy for a full floating seasteading city in the ocean. That is the ultimate goal that we want to go through here. And I think, Joe has also brought that up in his talks, and he's a very good storyteller. So where are we at right now? Well, we've done step 1. That's done. We have a floating resort. It's been booked solid every weekend for the past 2 months. So that's going well. So how do we move on to step 2? Well, this is where the announcement comes in that was alluded to earlier. Now I am going to announce the Prospera Reef Resort. This is our special announcement, our newest project. This is bringing the floating seastead resort that we have built in the Philippines, upgrading the technology, upgrading the design, upgrading the floor plan, upgrading everything, and bringing it to Prospera. So firstly, I want to thank everyone involved with the Prospera project that we've talked to. I've talked with Lonas, I've talked with other people. I'm very excited to be announcing this project today. The Prospera Reef Resort is going to be constructed in phases, just like the Samal Reef Resort, which is currently on its phase 2. Our hope is that at the maximum extent, we want it to hold 8 arc pads. Those are the larger independent ones you see in the bottom, the squares. And it will hold 136 glamp houses. Those are the studio units, the ones that kind of surround the fish cage in the middle. It will have a seafood restaurant, massage rooms, a virtual reality room, and many, many other amenities, just like what we're planning and currently implementing in Samal. Samal Island in the Philippines is the testing ground, the proving ground. Then we take the best qualities of that and we'll bring it to Prospera in phases, with Samal always being one phase, one step ahead to get the formula right for implementation in Prospera. Now, I'll say right now, the seafood restaurant, that formula has went very well. We actually have a chocolate seaweed on the dessert menu. So if any of you guys ever come to the Philippines, you want to stay in a resort, try the chocolate seaweed. I know people have tried chocolate seaweed in the past. It didn't turn out very well. Ours is very good. I'm just going to put that out there right now. If you guys haven't had chocolate seaweed, come to the Philippines, just try ours. It's very good. So the initial phase 1 of the Prospera Reef Resort will look a bit like this. We're only planning for 2 arc pads and between 8 and 24 studio-sized glamp houses. The original reef resort in Samal used tents. It used canvas and aluminum structures for the glamp houses. These will actually be, if you can see, again, the small ones, these will be solid fiberglass, just like the larger ones. The glamp houses, the small units, have a lifespan of about 35 to 65 years with minimum maintenance, whereas the arc pads can go for about 60 to 95 years, again, with minimum maintenance, with no dry docking, without the kind of stuff that you need to deal with a large yacht. The Prospera Reef Resort will prioritize having glass bottom rooms primarily over solid bottom rooms. We will seek to expand, importantly, sorry, this is another note that I have here. One of my goals, one of our major goals with the Prospera Reef Resort is that we want to expand the influence, the footprint, and the jurisdiction of the Prospera ZA. So some of you guys know this and some of you don't, but when the original Prospera or the original ZA laws were signed or were formulated, there was a plan that water space, territorial waters, the ZAs could extend out into those territorial waters. Since, I believe, and the Prospera guys can correct me here if I'm wrong, but since the last election, that has not really been implemented, but hopefully with the introduction of our resort, we'll be able to properly expand the ZAs out into the water as they were meant to be. Construction will begin on the Prospera Reef Resort after we've raised the funds for the first 8 studio units. So if you're interested in buying some of our floating real estate, either in our Prospera location or in our Samal location, you can see our ArcPad booth, which we have out in the hallway here. You can also follow these QR codes to go to our website. My contact information, my WhatsApp is here. And in regards to any questions you may have, I had a note here that said on Sunday I'll be joining a seasteading panel. Actually, I'll correct that. We're going to have one short preliminary seasteading panel today, and then on Sunday at the Mama Shelter Hotel, we're going to have a second longer form seasteading panel. So if you have any questions, then hold on to your questions for right now. We're going to get back to them a little later today, and then hopefully I'll see many of you at the Mama Shelter Hotel to answer all of your remaining questions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mitchell. And we'll now break for coffee. We have 20 minutes, and then I'll see you back here for the rest of our afternoon session. I want to remind everybody that at the end of the day, we have an award ceremony, which was one of the highlights of the conference last year. So do make sure to stick around for that, and enjoy your coffee break. See you in 20 minutes. I see everybody's really punctual. So it's been about 20 minutes, so we're going to resume our talks. I did want to point out one very beautiful project that we have going on in the back of this lecture hall, and that is our artist in residence, Satoshi Builds, who was with us also last year. He is working on an organic sketch that he's developing right now as this event unfolds, and he's taking inspiration from the ether and from the talks that are happening here in creating a unique sketch, which he will auction off tonight at the VIP dinner. And he's going to do another sketch tomorrow for those of you who can't attend tonight, which there's going to be a silent auction for tomorrow. So you can kind of peek over his shoulder. It's really cool. I just saw that he's almost finished. He's saving a little space to get inspiration from the last couple speakers of the day. It's really quite a unique project, so I recommend that you check it out for Satoshi Builds. And we now move on to our next speaker, who is the OG digital nomad and perpetual traveler who is seemingly everywhere and nowhere. You can probably name any country, and I bet that he's been there. But wherever he is, you can be sure that he's not paying any taxes. Please welcome to the stage the founder of Staatenlos, Christoph Heuermann.
Okay, hi guys, can you hear me? Yes? Perfect. Okay, I'm going to talk with you today with the title, Why We Need Free Cities If You Can Live Tax-Free Anywhere. Because there's a big antithesis of digital nomads who actually don't need free cities in my eyes, and those people who actually might need them much more. And I think many free cities are not covering that fact. This talk deals with certain different topics. I will first make a little introduction about myself and the core concepts we do with Staatenlos, the flag theory, the perpetual traveling, and I illustrate that with my own example, so you see how you can outsource your life into different areas of the world. Then I speak a bit about sovereignty, and especially passport sovereignty, how additional citizenship can help you to be more free. And then I come to the main argument with the tax residency. So why do we need a tax residency, or maybe not a tax residency, and how can free cities help with that? For example, Prospera recently announced a very nice thing on tax residency, but there's also a couple of other alternatives. I'll dive right in. I have just 25 minutes. I could speak for days. So slides are here. This is the, that's the next one. Perfect. So the borderless entrepreneur, that's me. I've been to every country in the world. I've been to every territory in the world. The map, you see, that's 1,300 territories. I'm not there yet. It's around 800 places I've been. I'll talk a bit more about that later. You see some other stuff. I'm also into seasteading. I have this nice boat with the taxation is theft sail. This is my new car. I'm going around with that through Europe at the moment, flying there to Spain, take it over on Sunday. But most people just reduce me on the traveling, on the Staatenlos thing. And I'm, for example, invested into 60 companies worldwide. I have a winery in Argentina. I have a walnut plantation in Georgia and many other projects, invested into Tipolis, into Prospera, many other things. Here you see my team. Most of them are here. We are here, a team of 4 employees of me. And approach any one of us if you have any questions later. And I'm just getting started with my talk. So the flag theory, what does the flag theory mean? Flag theory basically means go where you're treated best. So it's a kind of strategy you use to become more free and wealthy. It basically is taken from the investment world. You have to diversify yourself. So you internationalize your life into different areas. Yeah, the world is a big place. In my count, there's 265 autonomous countries, autonomous territories. I've been to all of them. And you can use the advantages of all these territories in your own life if you're able to do the stuff. Yeah? And that's really depending on the complexity. Some flags Like a citizenship is quite hard to obtain. You can buy it, or you can live long enough in a country, or maybe you have luck because you marry the right person, etc. Some flags are rather easy. Down there you see some of the flags. Initially, it was all about citizenship, citizenship of a free country where you don't are taxed on your on the basis that you're a citizen, for example, like in the US. The residency in an income tax-free country, the company in a corporate tax-free country, and the playground. That was basically the place where you spend your time, where you can fulfill your passions, your hobbies. Back then, like 50 years ago when it was invented, it was a VAT-free place, but that's quite hard to get nowadays. So the flag choice is interdependent and varies by preferences. That basically means if you're living in a high-tax country, then you have a lot of restrictions on where to put your company. Are you able to get like a foundation or trust to shield your assets? You are much more restricted than if you're living completely tax-free as a perpetual traveler. I'm coming to that. Or if you are living in the right place. Mikkel, for example, in the last talk covered countries like Paraguay or Panama, which are great residences as well if you don't want to travel full-time, but live in a place more permanently. Here you see all the flags. I don't have time to go into all of them, but that's basically all we cover. I always say our company is like a family office for everyone who cannot afford their own family office. So we basically do all of this in every country in the world which is attractive. Everywhere we have partners, lawyers, brokers, whatever, to help you implement the strategies. Here you see the map. I put it upside down because it's just another approach to think about our world. And it shows all the territories existing. Perpetual traveling, that's what I'm mainly known for. That's actually me on the road with just carry on. Today I packed a suit. Normally I'm not with a suit, just running around with my hand luggage. So perpetual traveling, shortly abbreviation PT, also stands for permanent tourism and prior tax paying. That's why most people come to me. And it basically means you live outside the system by continuous traveling. I had the private passion to explore every country in the world in the last 11 years, but you don't need to do that. I always say it's fine if you live sometimes still 6 months in your home country and maybe 6 months on Mallorca or any other place you like. That can already give you the same advantages I faced in the last 10 years. It's not always that easy, but for many people it can work like that. Generally, as a perpetual traveler, you can also have a full-time residency in any country. For example, you decide, I want one place to live. If it's the right country, in my eyes, you can still be a perpetual traveler. If you live in Dubai, or in Paraguay, or in Thailand, basically in any country where you don't pay any taxes. In order to make that happen, you have to avoid the center of vital interest. If you're a perpetual traveler, that generally means no permanent house in some countries. Take your wife, your kids with you. Don't stay longer than half a year. But every country is different. Every country has their own tax laws, so it's really different for which you decide. Of course, for this kind of lifestyle, you need location-independent income or assets. And that's an issue for a couple of people because they don't have that. But I would say, and I go later to that argument, that, for example, free private cities can attract those people because, tax havens can't. So PT, I explained the perpetual traveler part of it, also means permanent tourist and prior taxpayer. So the slides are a bit broken, I see. So permanent tourist stands also for geo-arbitrage. The idea is you are having your business, your employment in a high-tax country with relatively high pay, like Germany, Switzerland, Canada, Australia, and so on. But you live in especially at the beginning when you're just starting, in a country with high inflation, where your few euros you earn bring you much further. I had this revelation 15 years ago. It was my first South America trip as a backpacker in Bolivia. I was in a restaurant in Sucre, the de facto capital, and had a very nice dinner, 3 courses, bottle of wine, just paid 6 euros. Back then, as broke student, I said, I will always be able to earn 6 euros to have this lifestyle. And back then I decided to become a perpetual traveler. I still studied, I'm coming to that as well. But then, I embarked onto this great travel of the world. It also stands for, what we have there, preferential treatment. If you are only a tourist, not a resident. In many cases, you are treated much more lenient. For example, if you take drugs in Dubai or in any other country, as a resident, probably you face a very long prison time. As a tourist, maybe as well, but you're still treated much more lenient. And that's the case in many other countries as well. So in my eyes, it's much better to not become a resident, at least in the countries you want to live in, stay a tourist. A very nice argument is also the travel hacking. Yeah, that means some people, like me, fly all the time business class and have the nice hotels very cheaply. Because all these loyalty programs of all those airlines and hotels and so on are basically written for the ordinary people who just stay in a place and make like 6 weeks vacations a year. But if you travel all the time, you can completely hack those programs and have a lot of advantages. We have Perpetual Traveler, that also stands for minimalism. Yeah, you have to give up some stuff, like traveling only with hand luggage. Of course, if you're a woman, that might be harder. I have the same problem. Morality, we're here at the Free Cities Conference, so if I say taxes is theft, probably most of you will argue about that, but sometimes I have to explain this topic a bit more. And of course, the flexibility. For example, when the pandemic broke out 5 years ago, I was in Yemen, in the civil war-torn Yemen, and I was evacuated with the last flight to Cairo. And then I had 10 hours before the Cairo airport was closing down, and I had to see where I'm going. And I had like a big escape, Cairo, Dubai, Sao Paulo, Panama, Mexico. I spent a very nice month in Mexico. All the stuff there just started a month later. When Mexico started, I flew over to Sweden, had a great month in Sweden. Then it got a bit cold, I went to Croatia, bought my boat. So if you're very flexible, you can just run away from this international crisis taking up. Of course, prior taxpayer, that's why most people come to me. You pay less taxes, in many cases no taxes. I never paid any direct tax in my life. I pay quite a lot VAT in the countries I visit, because my spending level is quite high. But I never paid income tax, I never paid corporate tax, because I just made my life like this. It's also about the bureaucracy. I actually never did any accounting. I have an accountant in my company because I have so many clients, but I'm not legally forced to do any accounting, and that makes life much easier. And you also have a lot of other advantages. And of course, hardly regulation, especially in the EU and the US, you have a lot of regulation with your company, but if you form in the right jurisdictions, not much regulation, there's more anyway as well. So my factory as an example, I'm not going deeper into that. I'm a German-born citizen, but that's not the only citizenship anymore. I got another passport. I bought last year the Vanuatu passport. That's a little country in the Pacific. It cost me around 4 Bitcoin back then, a little bit cheaper than now. And this passport gives me certain advantages. For example, this year I traveled to Russia. As a German, difficult, and at the moment maybe a problem that you held hostage for political reasons. As a Vanuatuan, I went in 90 days visa-free and had a nice time. I mainly bought this passport because I'm a bit fearful of Germany. What I'm doing is not what governments want, so they might maybe punish me by getting my passport, and then I cannot travel anymore. But this threat isn't that big anymore because of another passport. And at the moment, I'm also getting a better passport, trying to get one in Panama based on residency. I know Mikkel, last talk before the break, talked about a couple of options like Panama and Paraguay. I already got those residencies when it was still much easier. I have permanent residency in those countries since 8 years. Back then, it was basically start a company, couple of $1,000s on a bank account, and you got permanent residency. Now it's much harder. So it's always worth it to do it as long as it's easy and not wait too long. Companies, for example, my main company is in the US. If you don't live in the US, if you're not a citizen, you can use it completely tax-free. My clients are mostly in Europe, so I have a Lithuanian bank account because it's easier to pay for them in the SEPA area than wiring the money to the US. etc, etc. So basically my life is in 20 different countries. This is a bit extreme. I think if you put your life into the 3, 4, 5 different countries, you can have a lot of adventures as well, of course. Here you see me at the South Pole. I haven't been to the North Pole yet, but the South Pole was a great journey. I really like to go to Antarctica. I've been there 8 times already. And yeah, I spend a lot of time in other nice countries like Argentina, Italy, Australia, New Zealand. That's my favorite countries around the world. So, levels of sovereignty. I remembered what I learned in political science. I was studying political science, actually government science, for 4 years before becoming a perpetual traveler. In the beginning of my career, I actually wanted to work for the European Union or for the United Nations. But in the first semester, luckily, I turned libertarian. I was very engaged in Germany and Switzerland in different organizations. Like I recently saw Daniel Model here. He had the Modelhof quite close to Constance, where I studied. And I spent every Friday there getting into this libertarian and anarcho-capitalist theory. And that really helped me developing my own way. So in political science, we learned in the beginning how a government is defined. And it's basically Professor Jelinek who said a state is defined by state territory, state population, and state power. So generally, all normal states, like Argentina, have all 3. They have the territory, they have the population, they have the power. So how do the other things we speak about here fit into this definition? Well, a free city, in most cases, has the territory and the power, but it doesn't have the population, at least not in the beginning. Of course, over time, like Prospera, after a couple of years, it has its first inhabitants. Now it has more inhabitants and it's growing. But generally, it only has the territory and the power to start with. We are speaking a lot about international communities here. Generally, they have the population. They have like a like-minded group of people forming the population, but they don't really yet have the territory, and they don't really yet have the state power to implement anything more than living peacefully together and working on the same goals. And then there's the territory, the so-called microstates like Liberland or Sealand. There's also talks here. Or terra nullius claims. Yeah, terra nullius is a territory which isn't claimed by any country. There's one very famous, Bir Tawil. Who of you have heard of Bir Tawil? Bir Tawil is between Egypt and Sudan. Many people claim a country there, but never been there. I've actually been there in 2019. You see my claim there. I put a Staatenlos t-shirt on the ground of the desert and claimed my own state. Well, it didn't work completely out because on the way back we were taken hostage by a Bedouin tribe. We were discovering an illegal gold mine, so apparently people are living there. But I think my t-shirt still lies there. And yeah, back then I declared the free city of Bir Tawil. That was 4th November 2019, so almost 6 years ago. And very luckily, or very funnily, just before this talk, I bumped into someone who's been there this year. So that guy over there. So at least 2 people here in this room have been to Bir Tawil. And he's making an interesting project there as well. So anyway, I hop to the next slide, speaking about passport sovereignty. So in my eyes, more citizenships mean more freedom, not less freedom, because you're much more flexible, and if one country turns totalitarian, you can just give up that passport, and you still have another one. But if you have only one passport, yeah, the government can basically do with you what they want. So what I recommend for most people who are able to, they have their home country passport, they still keep it as long as possible, as long as it's not turning to totalitarian. They have a small offshore country, like I chose Vanuatu, but there's many other countries like the Caribbean islands. Sao Tome has a good program nowadays. And I always recommend to also have a third passport from like a more powerful developing country, like the BRICS states, Latin America, and so on. So you can buy a passport, that's not a secret, and luckily there's more and more countries offering their sovereignty. So over a long time, in the last decade, there was around 20 countries, 15 countries selling their passports. Now it's almost 30, and it's growing. So you have a lot of options. Here I put some of the most popular options, like Turkey, just invest in real estate, get a Turkish passport. Sierra Leone, El Salvador, where you can buy a passport with 1 million in Bitcoin, etc. 2 new programs coming up probably next year, Botswana. Pretty cheap. Botswana is one of the most developed countries in Africa. However, they have a lot of issues due to the diamond which can now be artificially created more or less. So that's why they need cash and try to sell their citizenships. And Argentina, we really hope for that. For me, it was always my favorite country. I really want to become Argentinian if it's possible. Unfortunately, it's not clear yet what it will be. Mikkel mentioned it as well. Maybe it will be 500, 750K, maybe $1 million investment, but let's see. That can be a very nice opportunity in future to become Argentinian under the Milei government. You can also do that same with residency. So there's a lot of residencies you can take. I won't go into detail with that. But for example, if you have a Vanuatu passport and decide to give up the home country citizenship in the EU, like I'm not German anymore, I'm only Vanuatuan, I cannot travel visa-free to Europe anymore. But for example, I can then invest into a golden visa in Latvia, just 50K business investment, and then I again have unrestricted, full-time freedom of movement to the European Union. So there's always ways to combine even worse passports with better opportunities. And an argument I want to make is free cities cannot really give sovereignty. They cannot give you citizenship. So I think it's really important that the free private city movement gets this idea that they either work together with the host country or maybe even another country to facilitate citizenships for the residents. Because many people who go to these free cities do that because they feel politically persecuted, but they still keep their old passports. So I think there could be some nice negotiating power if free cities negotiate better terms for the residents with other countries. Just an idea of me. So the last argument I want to make is about international tax law. And that really contradicts lifestyle reality for a lot of nomads. The problem is the international tax law is outdated for decades. Yeah, there's a lot of rules coming up, and those rules are for big companies. But us as laptop entrepreneurs don't really need it. For example, now in many offshore jurisdictions and even in many EU jurisdictions, to have a company without living there, you need an office room, you need local employees, local management, other kind of economic substance, and that easily sets you back 15 to 30K, depending on the jurisdiction, sometimes even more. So basically, you can only form the company in your home country. But in order to have a tax residency, you have similar problems. Yeah, for tax residency in most countries of the world, either you have to stay half a year, or you have to pay some kind of minimum taxes, you have a local company, other jurisdictions, I come to that on the next slide. And that's a big issue for nomads who just want to live free, just want to travel around. It's not for them. So what can they do? The big issue is you need a permanent flat, and that also sets you back a lot, especially if you're starting. Basically, people just don't having much money, little income. They're really restricted from doing that, starting out, and of course, that makes them stay in their home countries and further tax cattle, as I used to say. Tax residency, of course, most of you are tax resident. You choose to stay in one country, but that's a big danger because, well, you have a full regulatory and tax commitment to that country, and that can easily go wrong when the country turns totalitarian, and unfortunately we have this development in most of the Western world, most of Western Europe, especially at the moment. So that's why I invite every one of you to think about your situation and maybe give up their tax residency. That doesn't mean that you cannot visit your home country anymore. You can still visit your parents, your friends, for up to half a year even, but maybe choose just another country to get out of the risk of being not only taxed, but worse. For example, a war against Russia or whatever, and you're drafted and sent as cannon fodder to the front. Well, tax residency, most cases is 183 days, but there's a couple of countries who have other solutions. The big thing is, most people think they need a tax residency, but they actually don't need one. So for example, my clients are mostly Germans, Austrians, Swiss. In order to leave their countries, they don't need a tax residency. They can legally leave their countries without proving whether they are resident anew. Some countries are different. If you're living in Spain, for example, a couple of other countries, you need a tax residency to get out initially, but only for 1 year. And then you don't need it anymore as well. So it really depends where you're currently staying and what your citizenship is. And many people also confuse the terms, like a tax residence is not a tax number. You can have a tax number in many countries. I have a tax number, I think, in 5 countries, but that doesn't make me taxable there. But I can still provide these tax numbers to a bank account, to other financial platforms to verify myself. Same about the residency permit. If you get a permanent residency permit in Panama, in Paraguay, in Dubai, like a Golden Visa etc., again, that's not the tax residency. It's just like the permission to stay for unlimited time in this country, but only if you actually do that. If you go over 3 months or 6 months, you are actually a tax resident. And as well, this is not a tax declaration. You can be tax resident. That doesn't mean you have to pay taxes. There's a lot of tax-free countries. There's still over 50 countries in the world where you can, structured well, live completely tax-free. So here I've put a couple of options. A very nice option just recently passed, but I was told I'm allowed to tell that, is Prospera. Prospera introduced very recently the option of tax residency with just 7 days of stay, a local company residency, and $5,000 in minimum tax. So it's a rather good option on worldwide scale. Just go to Prospera, there's great things going on there. Stay there for a bit, pay this minimum tax, and then you get a tax certificate, which is recognized, because in the end, Prospera is Honduras. Yeah? So this is a good option. At the moment, we mostly do Paraguay. It's also possible without a stay, but you need to travel there now and then, and you have to do monthly tax declarations. Other countries, for example, it's not comprehensive. We have Antigua, there's already 20,000 minimum tax and the local flat. Cyprus, very popular in Europe, where you have to stay 60 days, but start a local company and pay into the social security system to sponsor the Cypriots. And Monaco, for example, where 90 days is fine, but in order to live in Monaco, you have to put a lot of money on the bank account and have a very expensive permanent flat in order to keep living there. So I want to make the argument now, free cities, are they really required for digital nomads? Or should they maybe overthink their marketing approach? Because I'm a digital nomad, I don't need to move to Prospera. I can live free in any country of the world because I know how to do it. And many of our clients know how to do it as well. So digital nomad freedom requires digital work and sufficient assets. How can physical workers do that? I mean, still digital nomads are maybe 1%, probably less of the world population. Most people are actually living and working in their daily life in physical jobs. And you can do physical work, even tax-free. We have a lot of clients from from many different physical industries. But that's really depending on where they live. So in some countries, up to 6 months, you can do local work and not pay taxes, but often you have restricted tax liabilities, you have withholding taxes on that kind of work. So it's not really attractive. And tax havens are not attractive either, because in tax havens, it's generally only for digital work. So many tax havens are great if you have foreign income, but if you have local income, for example in Panama, you're still taxed up to 40%. So many jurisdictions are just good for digital work. And I think free cities can really offer much more freedom to physical business and workers because they don't have this choice. There's very few countries around the world where you can have a physical business on the ground or physical, okay, time is up. You see, fair, it's only one more slide. Free cities can give them fair, low taxes and easy bureaucracy, less logic or self-chosen regulation, clear liabilities with, for example, insurance arbitration solutions, and easy participation models in the companies, for example. So in my eyes, that also makes the free cities more attractive for digital nomads. Because at the moment, when I can live tax-free in basically every country in the world, I don't need to move to a free city. But once there's a certain infrastructure, of course, that gets better. So my argument in the end is digital nomads can live tax-free everywhere. Physical workers cannot. Basically, the rest I already explained. Just an idea for the free city movement to think about. And I here made the Burj Khalifa as an example, Dubai. Dubai is kind of the exception at the moment. It is a country with no income taxes where people can work physically and still don't pay income taxes. But Dubai has a lot of other problems. At the moment, there's a worrying tendency of bureaucratization. There's so many laws coming up every new month. So in my eyes, Dubai is already lost. Once you have introduced the tax office and many other offices, it will just increase and increase, and you will never get rid of it again. And that's also why we need free cities offering these opportunities. So that was it. I still have 2 other talks at this nice conference. There's a panel tomorrow with Mikkel, how to thrive as a borderless entrepreneur. On Sunday, there's Ask Me Anything on all these questions. So just be there, ask me anything, and approach us, me and my employees, Caroline, Irina, Katarina, and Chris anytime. We're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Christoph. I got to say, nobody has their finger on the pulse of what's happening and where to move to as much as Christoph does. So thank you for coming with your usual provocative ideas to the conference. Always a pleasure. Now, if you guys like a story, this is a really good one. It's from a World War II sea fortress to the world's smallest nation. And the story of 2 princes, Prince Michael Bates, who spent decades defending his nation's sovereignty, and Prince Liam, who is ushering into the digital age by making it a crypto-powered net worth stake. So they're here today to remind us that freedom isn't granted, it's claimed. So please welcome to the stage Prince Michael Bates and Prince Liam Bates of Sealand.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting us here. An amazing venue. So, this is Sealand. Make Sealand great again. For those not familiar with it, this is the Principality of Sealand, referred to by many as the OG seastead or the original network state. Sealand was declared an independent country by my father in 1967. I was 14 years old. Just a boy, I'd left school early to join in the adventure. Let's start at the beginning, the swinging 60s. The Beatles and the Rolling Stones were topping the world charts. Young people were hungry for music, fed up with the monopoly and the censorship of the British government. And the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, had on the radio in the UK. They provided only 1 hour of pop music per week. My father did what any determined freedom seeker would do. He put together his own radio station offshore outside government controls. The government were incensed. They branded it pirate radio. The kids loved that. Everyone wants to be a pirate, right? The government prosecuted him, trying to crush that spirit and freedom of the airwaves. So he went one step further. He took his fight to of freedom beyond the reach of the state and onto the long-time abandoned fortress in the North Sea. So this is where things become interesting. Instead of broadcasting from the fortress, my father declared Sealand a sovereign nation. He took his freedom back. He moved our family out to the fortress. My sister and I were both teenagers at the time, and even Fruitcake, the family cat, came along for the adventure. Once we were living there, we raised a flag, wrote a constitution, created passports, minted coins, and built all the trappings of state. Of course, declaring independence is one thing, but what comes next, the fights to defend it, and the moments that prove Sealand's sovereignty in the practice, that's where the story really begins. Of course, freedom must be fought for, and fight we did. I fought off 7 invasion attempts, with petrol bombs, firearms being my weapons of choice, and I fired warning shots at one point across the bows of a British warship that tried to intimidate us, driving it away. Curiously, this was never reported in the British press. The UK effectively then laid siege to Sealand. While out there as a teenager with my sister, no food, very little water, my father then mobilised the power of the British press and broke the blockade, exposing the government's dirty tricks department. 1968 court ruling ruled no jurisdiction. In summing up, the old judge said, "This is a swashbuckling incident." Next. This is a swashbuckling incident, possibly sorry, I jumped a thing there. I don't tell you what it is. It was a swashbuckling incident, according to the judge, perhaps more worthy of the first Queen Elizabeth. So now I'm going to talk a little about our sovereign status and how this ties into our future. Since 1967, Sealand has met all 4 Montevideo Convention criteria for statehood: a permanent population, a defined territory, a functioning government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. Now, under international law, there are 2 key theories of what makes a state. The declarative theory says that sovereignty exists the moment 4 Montevideo criteria are met, whether other nations recognize you or not, or the recognition theory that says the opposite, that sovereignty only truly exists once other states recognize you.
Are we able to scroll down on the...
It's not scrolling down.
Oh, 1 second.
They're scrolling down now. But recognition can be unreliable and even absurd in practice. For 30 years, the United States refused to recognize Communist China, a country of 1.3 billion people at the time. Now they're really scrolling down. Where am I?
And that's where I see it.
1.3 billion people at the time, yeah. Clearly it is political and not legal, and that's where Sealand stands. We sit firmly with a declarative framework. Our claim predates both the UK's 1987 extension of territorial waters and the United Nations later reclassified of man-made structures as non-territories. Because our declaration came first, it is protected under customary international law, meaning Sealand's sovereignty is established and safeguarded. Our next step is to strengthen those 4 Montevideo pillars in the eyes of the international community and move from de facto recognition towards formal recognition. And unlike modern startup societies or seasteading projects, Sealand doesn't just aspire to sovereignty, we have lived it for nearly 60 years.
Okay, thanks, Ed. So for those 60 years, Sealand has been continually inhabited, serving as a living symbol of independence and determination. Today, Sealand has quietly grown into a global movement. What began as my family's stand for freedom has become a worldwide community of over 1.3 million Sealanders, more than 100,000 of them financially supporting the dream. Our e-citizens now span 124 countries. These are people who identify not by borders, but by our values: freedom, adventure, and sovereignty. These aren't passive followers. They're people voting with their feet in the digital world, choosing to stand with our flag because it represents something they can't find where they live. Sealand is entirely community funded. Through e-citizenship and noble titles, this is proof that a country can thrive through voluntary participation and shared belief. Each year, the Sealand community expands as more people discover a nation that reflects their own values, from international sports teams in football, American football, open water swimming, and mountaineering. This photo here is actually the Sealand flag on the summit of Everest, which is a particularly proud moment for Sealand. Sealand has become a flag under which adventurers, rebels, and dreamers unite. Now, looking into the future, our fight for freedom and 60 years of independence have all built towards this moment. Sealand 2.0 is about taking the legacy and rebuilding it for the digital age. We're creating a sovereign network state, a nation that lives both in the physical world and on the blockchain. Our e-citizenship is expanding into a full digital identity system, one that includes voting, verification, and representation for Sealanders all over the world. Through the Sealand DAO, our community will help make decisions and shape our future. We're launching governance as a service, so builders, companies, and communities can operate under Sealand's digital jurisdiction. And the fortress itself will be evolving, with modern infrastructure to allow Sealanders to visit and host events. This is the future of Sealand. Sealand as a city-state. We'll transform the fortress into a hub of innovation where builders and pioneers can create freely. The mission is simple: build Sealand and our community until we're too big to ignore, earning diplomatic recognition and leading the fight back for freedom in Europe, and with any luck, inspiring others to build their own path to sovereignty. Today, we're inviting you to be part of our story. Whether you become an ambassador, an e-citizen, or simply spread the word, you're helping us build the future of Sealand. Because Sealand isn't just a fortress or a flag, it's an idea that freedom still has a home in Europe. And if enough of us believe in it, that home can grow until it's too big to ignore. Amore Libertas. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Are we doing questions? Or? Yeah. Okay, we could take a couple of questions. Anybody? Right there.
What does permanent population mean? So how many people are living there since?
So there's been at least one. There's usually a minimum of 2 people on Sealand. There's people there right now, have been for 60 years. Our population tends to go from 2 to around 15. You know, it's easier to get to in the summer months. That's usually when we have a larger population. But yeah, for the last 60 years, it's been permanently inhabited.
Maybe one more, how to visit? Because obviously I want to visit.
Well, contact me after the talk. I'll share my contact details with you. And right now, it's quite difficult to visit Sealand. We're very selective about who we take out there. You have to be a little bit more accustomed to being on the water, perhaps. But this is all part of the next phase of Sealand, is to improve that infrastructure so that we can get groups of 30, 50 people out there safely to and from Sealand and host events and really get the community involved physically. Right here. Sorry.
When I was at school in the 80s, I first heard about Sealand, and now I'm running this conference, so I'm very happy that the circle has finally closed. You mentioned this UK court decision, which basically said, if I recall it, this is outside of our jurisdiction, the UK's jurisdiction, which is a kind of approval. But this was long ago in the 60s, and in the meantime, they've extended their international borders. Was there an attempt to attack you again on a legal basis in the UK, saying, well, now they are part of the UK, before they weren't, because they were outside of the 3-mile zone. Now we have a 12-mile zone. Any other court or politician attempt since then, or the UK is leaving you alone?
I'll answer this. So back in 1978, there was quite an interesting incident involving a little bit of violence and one thing and the other. And I ended up being kidnapped and held prisoner in a steel room for 4 days, no food, no water. And I ended up on a beach in Holland and got back to England. So having got back to England and met up with my father, we obviously decided to take our country back. And the weather was bad and we couldn't use the boat, which we had access to. So we found up a friend of ours who'd flown in all the James Bond films, the helicopter, to a guy called John Crewdson, great pilot, great friend of our family friend. And we told him our problem. He said, okay, he said, see you at the airport at dawn. Get some ropes together. So we go to the airport, we take the doors off the helicopter, we tie the ropes on the back of the airframe, and we fly out at dawn, a metre above the North Sea. The first thing that the guy on guard on the Sealand Fortress saw was a helicopter appear from underneath with us standing outside of it with cords of ropes in our hand. I was the first man down the rope. I ran to the edge of the building. The armed mercenaries were running out the building below me. I was covering them with a shotgun. My dad went down through a hatch, got down in amongst them. I thought to myself, do I go down the hatch? And I thought, no, I can't do that. I jumped over quite a wide water tank and dropped about 12 feet in amongst them. Boom! The sawn-off shotgun went off as I hit the deck. Everybody went like that. No one pointed a gun at me. No one got hurt. They were very, very lucky. So anyway, one of these guys was a Sealand citizen. He had a Sealand passport. So we kept him. And the German government went to the British government and said, you're the nearest neighbours, do something. And the British government said there is nothing we can or will do. This man is also, I have to say, a bit of a victim of his own adventures. That was the comments amongst themselves. So the German embassy said to our British lawyer, Bonn demands the release of Herr Gernot Putz. And our lawyer said, well, I can't help you, but you're welcome to go and visit and speak to my father. So the chief legal advisor of the German embassy in London comes out in a helicopter after we had him searched at London Airport, which he had steam coming out of his ears over because he had diplomatic immunity. He kept saying that. And my mother said, if you want to go out there, you've got to be searched. And amusingly, she found a very young, fresh-faced British bobby policeman to search this guy because she didn't have anybody else with her. When he got there, we took him out the helicopter, we stood him up against it, we searched him, we stamped his diplomatic passport with the Sealand stamp. We then... My father spoke to him and he interviewed the German lawyer that was out there, and he saw that he was okay, but we wouldn't let him take him away. And so that is de facto recognition. A few weeks later, we let the guy go. But, I mean, it's been an interesting journey politically and everything. And when we started out, there was no internet, no satellites, no communication, no radios, no mobile phones. It was tough. It was interesting. We were before our time, maybe, but we were there.
Good to see you guys. It was nice to host you guys at the Draper House in Singapore, so good to see you here. What's the plan for the next phase of Sealand? Is it that you have this one amazing place and you build on top of that with all the digital services, or is the plan to build a network of Sealand locations around the world, as it seems like the baton is being passed down to a new generation? So what's the phase 2 of Sealand?
I mean, initially, at least, we're going to really focus on rebuilding the fortress, as I said, so that we can get the community more involved physically on Sealand. And our territorial waters extend out miles as well. So after building the towers that we showed the picture of in the slide, after building these towers, our intention is to build out around that and really have a city-state. We'll have embassies all over the world, run by the Sealanders in different countries. But yeah, possibly. I mean, it's going to be a network state. Our community is going to live largely online, so why not? I mean, having different places like that. But I think what makes Sealand really unique is our sovereign status. With these network state projects, they're amazing. I love it. I'm really on board with it. But we actually have a legitimate sovereign claim to our land. So I think that's the differentiator. So our focus really is going to be on the fortress and the waters around us.
Hi. What are you looking for in terms of support? Here we have a very diverse group of very smart people that all share, I'm sure, the same things that you are promoting. Mm-hmm. So I heard embassies, I know community. I don't know I do know. Are you looking for investment also? Mm-hmm. Can you tell us a bit about how we can support what you're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you scan the QR code here, you'll see various ways that you can get involved, from being an e-citizen to becoming an ambassador. That's a new thing that we're launching just recently, is the ambassador program, because we're trying to really build solid buy-in with the Sealand community all around the world. We have large numbers of Sealanders, but to really get that solid connection to Sealand, that's what we're looking to build. So we think that will come with the embassies. As far as investment, yes, we're looking for seed investment. We'll be going out for that in the early part of next year. So we're quite excited to raise that money and get building on the next phase.
Just an idea, wouldn't it be maybe easier to take one of these arc pads or pods or something and put it around this than building the 2 towers, maybe as a first stage?
We actually have been discussing that, so it's a possibility. Yeah, I mean the towers. This is going to be a little bit further down the line. Right now, we're going to focus on making the fortress a lot more accessible. The fortress that we have, because we love the seasteads. We know the guys that build them, and eventually, probably having those in our territorial waters would be great. But our fortress is pretty iconic, and I think it deserves to be pulled into you know.
I think also you have to bear in mind that when you live at sea, you actually see what the sea is capable of and the power of the sea. And I think a lot of people that get involved with this kind of stuff don't realise the absolute raw power of the weather, you know.
One thing I would actually add to that, to add a bit of colour, when I've spoken to seasteaders and all those kind of people, I say, okay, so what's the provision for security? And they say, well, how do you mean? Well, how do you stop pirates and people invading and all that kind of thing? And they kind of look a bit bemused. When, of course, we've been invaded several times, once successfully, obviously, then there was the counter coup. So it's an extremely important question. If you're going to build sovereignty, you have something of extreme value, and you are responsible for yourself. You know, you are your own police force, your own military, and you have to look after yourselves and your sovereignty.
Does Sealand operate its own ship registry? If not, why?
We currently don't. It's something that we're actively looking into, actually. We've been having those conversations the last few weeks, and that is something we're hoping to incorporate into the next stage. Anyone else?
Yes. Okay. Hey, big fan. You mentioned a little bit about declarative theory and the idea that even if Britain extended territorial waters and UNICLOS declared your platform non-territory, you mentioned that it would be ruled under customary law. Can you break that down a little bit further and how that relates to your claim?
I'll let Liam talk about this in a moment, but you have to bear in mind that when UNCLOS 82, when they all carved the world up amongst themselves, when there were situations like Ceuta in Africa or the Channel Islands in France, when the distance was less than 12 miles, they had to draw a median line between the two states, and we did actually extend our waters the day before the UK did.
Yeah, so also customary law protects our sovereignty, because even though UNCLOS 82 and then was when the UN resolution that allowed states to extend their territorial waters to 12 miles, the UK actually did it in 87. And essentially the customary law tells you that you can't just overwrite somebody's sovereignty. You know, you have to respect the older claim.
And the other thing is, I have to say that this particular fortress was built illegally in international waters. It was built during a time of war, so no one cared, right? It was built to defend the UK, whatever. But it was built illegally, and it was abandoned in the 50s to the elements and the weather and nature. And it should have been destroyed, and it wasn't. And there was one other fortress out in the same situation when we declared independence from Sealand, and the military, the Navy, went out and blew it up, blew it to smithereens. We saw it happening.
Okay, time's up. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael and Liam. And I love that Christoph Heuermann of Staatenlos was already getting the itch to visit, because that's one country that you haven't been to, I guess. So hope you have your sea legs ready then. So our next three speakers have their sea legs ready at all times. We have a slight change of schedule because Ben Sillon was supposed to speak, but he couldn't make it today. But I have here for you three men who you have seen already today. It is Mason, it is Mitchell Suchner, and it is Joke Work. Please welcome Seasteader Trio.
So we're just taking Q&A?
Yeah. Any and all questions related to seasteading, you guys open fire.
I've been to several maritime conferences with our maritime lawyer in the last couple months. It's very reassuring. So what we're referring to is the engineering problems are getting solved. The next problem is a legal problem. There's no legal category for a seastead on the high seas. We want to create one. Interestingly, many of these maritime lawyers agree with our plan. maybe we could discuss this more on stage. If we could get any of the many flagging registries to identify a seastead as a legitimate vessel at sea and flag it not as a hotel, not as a boat, not as a oil rig, not as a buoy, but as a seastead, that first one that we have in international waters that is flagged, that will unleash seasteading all over the world. And then we can get more flagging registries competing to offer different kinds of deals to seasteaders. And that'll be the kind of jurisdictional competition we dream of. Heads of law firms told me that, maybe you should just go build it and provoke a discussion about what is it? Is it a structure? Is it a vessel? Is it what laws apply to it? Because we're on a legal frontier. And the mind shift I want to get people to take on is to stop negotiating with governments and start negotiating with flagging registries. They grant sovereignty to ships all over the world, and cruise ships famously are fundamentally floating cities. And if they stay permanently at sea, what is its legal designation? We want to create that kind of legal category.
So one caveat I'll add to what Joe said is it's really the type of structure that becomes the question for flagging. So when you have a sea pod that's a unique structure that requires a unique classification, which is actually done by private companies, that allows insurance and allows for flagging. So as soon as you're classified, you can ask for those other things. The ArcPad, I'll let Mitchell talk to in a minute, but for the LibreArcs, I can say that because it is designed to the same standards and shape as a traditional catamaran, we have absolutely no issue with that. It will be classified and insured as a catamaran, and it can be flagged just as any other catamaran in any country you want. So it really depends on the structure that you're doing and where you want to move it. If it's just in territorial waters, you don't need to worry about that. It's really when you travel internationally. So perhaps for stationary objects, it's less of a concern if you're in a sea zone. And for the LibreArcs, it's not a concern because it will be flagged as any other catamaran. So there's no issue with our design there. But Mitchell, you want to add for what your plans are?
Yeah, sure. I would just follow up and say, yes, if you're in territorial waters, you don't need to be flagged for international waters yet. You can just stay in territorial waters, especially with a stationary platform like the ArcPad. What I would say is currently, the two ArcPads that we're building, the one we have in Boracay and the two new ones that we're building, those are all going to be part of tourist infrastructure in coastal tourist areas. So my plan for ArcPad, the company, and for the ArcPads that we're building is we'll probably go down a similar route to what Ocean Builders is doing. And I'm, really we're just kind of following, I think, Joe, whatever you're going to lay out, and we'll talk more about this later, but we're going to follow you and Ocean Builders and, whatever strategy you guys work out.
Yeah.
And the nice thing about that, once you've got them built in territorial waters and people have lived on them for 5 years, it now becomes much less difficult to convince a conservative classing society that this is safe because it's been proven safe. And now you can say, look, it's safe. We've seen it safe. Classify us and let's get our flag at this point. So build it first and solve that problem later.
Other questions?
Go ahead, Titus.
As far as I know from my discussions with Rüdiger, you have maybe followed the Sealand presentation, and the question came up with a proposal, why not put in seaports or ArcPads there? To my knowledge, it's not possible because the North Sea is really too rough. It's more than 5-meter waves. Is this still the limitation you are facing?
It depends on the design of the platform. I mean, like I said, the LibreArcs could go there. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't want to go to the North Sea in a boat, right? I'd rather be in the Mediterranean or the Caribbean or the Pacific in nice, calm, tropical waters. Sealand is, it's a fantastic project. They are, to some degree, constrained in where they can go based on where the fort was. I don't think any other seasteading project would choose that as their location of choice if you have the freedom to choose.
Right. Well, the North Sea is a rough location. The ArcPad Ds that we're designing, that we're building right now, can handle those conditions. They can take 7-meter waves. We're designing them for 7-meter waves. And not just that, but whereas the LibreArcs is a catamaran, because the ArcPads and also the Seapods have spars, as I mentioned a bit during my conversation, those spars do make it so, you will definitely feel some rocking and some swaying in heavy seas, but it's a bit more comfortable. It's a bit more capable of handling those rough seas compared to a traditional yacht, which is just a monohull or a catamaran. When you're on spars, you can handle that heavy weather a lot better. I would say that in the case of Sealand, if you have an arc pad in the water, you can probably use it most of the time. When there is a heavy storm, I wouldn't worry about the arc pad being destroyed. It won't be destroyed, but you might want to have the people on it move up on top of the fortress just for their comfort. But I wouldn't really worry about damage being done to it. What are the questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm worrying a bit if I imagine living on a seastead that I could feel like in COVID, in the lockdown. So what do you tell me if I want to go for a walk or if I want to play football with my neighbors?
Go for a boat ride. Or well, right. Go for a boat ride is one option. The other option is, as the real estate expands, because this is why we build the arc pads to join together, why we build the hexafarms to join together. As you connect more seasteads in a modular fashion, you can expand in the same way that Sealand wants to expand vertically. You can also expand horizontally in every direction with many of these seastead designs, especially our seastead designs that are meant to connect and go out either in a line or in a circle, or you can make whatever shape you want, right? So eventually you'll be at a point where you have enough space for a football field. It will be a somewhat expensive football field, but I can say that even right now in our resort, which is only at phase 1, I find that I have enough space to walk around. I can go on, a 20-minute walk around the resort in a big circle, and I don't feel confined. I don't feel cramped. When you're actually on the resort in the Philippines, you'll find that it feels quite spacious.
Yeah, the only thing I love more than seasteading is my wife, and my wife says she's not moving to a seastead until she can walk her dogs. So I definitely have the goal of these being as big as possible. Now, the ambition of seasteads is floating cities. Think of floating Venices, where you can move your house around, vote with your house, and get governance providers to compete with you. What these gentlemen are designing is the minimal viable product. So it's equivalent to the American frontier, where people in the cities are saying, well, I don't want to live in a log cabin in the middle of nowhere. That doesn't look very fun. Where's my hardware store? But you get the pioneers, like some of these guys and seasteaders that have already started, and Sealand are the ultimate pioneers. You get those log cabins out there, you create some sort of business, maybe eventually want your family to move out, and then slowly you start building up a floating Venice. And then you show that floating cities are possible, and that the more you can link them together, the more stable they are on the sea, providing an incentive for governance providers to keep customers. But if you can vote with your house, governance providers will compete for you. So we're only looking at the first stage. Hopefully a decade from now, it'll look much more like a floating village like Mitchell was showing in his slides.
I think less than a decade.
Less than a decade.
Oh, yeah.
Or 1 decade, it'll look like Venice.
Yes.
And in the interim, if you buy a LibreArcs, you can bring it to the real Venice and live there for a few months until there's enough arc pads built that you can now go dock at the arc pads. So that's the idea, to a modular approach, and it's going to build up from there.
Who's next?
I'm curious, why are you guys doing this, in the sense of what drives you guys? Some of you have been doing it longer than others, but what's the internal, is it to change the world, adventurous, frontier markets, or what drives you guys?
For me, it is libertarianism. For me, it is the ability to change the world. And I can't stress this enough, that if you believe in human freedom, if you believe in free cities, in improving, having better governance, why not take it to the extreme? Why not have the most freedom possible? Why not have the most opportunities possible? And for me, what the future looks like in terms of the ultimate level of freedom, it has to come not from land-bound cities, but from floating cities. That's just my perspective.
So my perspective, I probably followed a similar journey to most people here, kind of conservative, libertarian, got into politics, got disillusioned with politics, found out about free cities, thought this is a fantastic idea, and then I realized with free cities, you're still asking permission from politicians. So for me, seasteading, building on the water, is the only thing that you can do that you don't ask permission. We're not asking anyone to vote. We're not asking anyone to change laws. We're using existing international law that has been long established for centuries to allow free cities, freedom, and true independence and sovereignty for the individual. So it's really the only opportunity I see to stop voting and just completely choose freedom without needing to change anything. And we're not asking for any change at all. Like, the existing regulations are perfectly acceptable. All we need to build is the technology. And I'll take the choice of building technology over convincing politicians any and every day of the week.
Agree.
Seasteading is a technology to solve governance on this planet permanently forever. So most of this planet is a blue frontier. The only reason we spend so much time arguing about ideology and spend so much time on politics that allow it to consume our mind, the only reason we're doing that is because we founded civilization on land. The land is a monopoly. It gives rise to a military government to lay claim on it, lay claim on the land. It's always been the source of power. But if you can move your house, if you can move things about, I've written a bunch of books. One of them is about evolution and the evolution of human behavior. I came to understand the power of evolution to explain the development of all things. If people can move homes around and you can choose the governance providers you want, that is variation by governance providers, selection by residents. That is in principle evolution. If we can get this going on the ocean, we will create evolution in governance itself. And I think our grandchildren won't ever talk about politics. I think we'll set so many examples on the ocean that it will change things on land. And I don't think humanity can survive the endless rise of the surveillance state. So when I grokked seasteading, I just completely consecrated my life to it, because I'm not seeking personal freedom. I want to unleash a technology that's going to set tens of thousands of examples that will change the world and show a better way to govern, not by arguing, but by seasteading.
Joe, you talked about blue zones in this planet. How about taking seasteading into other planets? Because I'm interested in Mars colonies, moon colonies, and Elon Musk has said that we will create new governance forms on other planets. So, well, not only for you, if you have comments too, but I think we also have to go outside planet Earth, and this is happening in 10 years. So maybe space steadings are coming before sea steadings.
We still haven't colonized this planet. This planet shouldn't be named planet Earth. It should be named planet Ocean. The ocean is more than twice the size of all the land on Earth. And humanity inevitably is going there. We can get started immediately with their technologies, and it's much cheaper, and it already has an atmosphere. And Musk is already a seasteader. He won't admit it. Well, he votes with his boat all the time. He votes with his money all the time. You know, he moved from California to Texas to escape politics. He moved from Texas to Florida to escape politics. He moved his launch site from Florida to the sea to escape regulation. I mean, he's already seasteading. Our species isn't looking at this planet and looking at how it can solve problems. It's really amazing. We're all focused on that red pile of sand up in the sky, which I don't want to live on. And we're not getting there in this lifetime. This conference is called Liberty in Our Lifetime. Seasteading's the way to get it.
So, I agree. Space is the future. I agree with Joe as well that it's probably the more distant future. But when you look at seasteading, it really forces you to essentially be independent for power, for water. It's really the first step towards being independent for everything, which is what space exploration requires. So, I think getting used to living on the ocean is a much lower risk and lower cost way to introduce people to living in less hospitable environments. So I think, as Joe said before, oceans first, space next, but let's first work on the oceans because we can do it affordably. You're not going to find a spaceship for $750,000, right? You can find a LibreArc for $750, an ArcPad for $300. These are things that can be attainable for the average person right now, and in the future, maybe space technology will get there, but it's decades or centuries away. We can do this decade.
Yes. Seasteading is a great pilot program for space steading. That's what I would say. So I think we're out of time for any more questions. There's going to be another seasteading Q&A that's going to go on for longer on Sunday at Mama Shelter Hotel. I hope to see all of you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Now for our next speaker, who is originally from Sweden, but has since moved to warmer isles, and she's one of the world's leading thinkers on special economic zones. She's also a cannabis investor, she's an author, she is running her own wealth management company, and she told me, I've been to some of the most exclusive boardrooms in the world, and you'd be surprised, you can find stupid people everywhere. So here to make us all smarter, please welcome Lotte Moberg. All right, go get it.
Hello, thank you for having me. Where do I start? All right, here's my talk. I'll be talking about voting with your feet, because that's the theme of this conference. But I always want to start in Lesotho. This is a country I've spent a few years back. I've spent quite a lot of time here. I got involved in a company there. I think you're saying the word stupid. I would not have dared to say that. I became a board member. I became the president of this company in Lesotho. I think most of the people in here will not know where this country is, so you can look at it on the map and you find it in the middle of South Africa. And I realized that the governance of this company was very much not up to Western standards. So I tried to change it. I tried to change it from the inside, using my voice. The dichotomy about this conference is about voting with your feet, but it's about this dichotomy between voice and exit, right? And when we say voice, we mean trying to change things from the inside. I tried, it was quite hard, and it was a conundrum. What do I do? Do I stay and keep trying to change it, or do I exit and move my feet? Which sometimes is more effective, and that's what all these projects is about. So what was I doing in Lesotho? Well, you guessed it, cannabis, of course. Here are pictures of some of my colleagues. It actually is the best country in the world to grow cannabis, no kidding. Governance there, not always the best, but really, by the nature, it's the best country. So this is not what you know me for. If you know me as a special economic zone scholar. And it's something I've studied for a long time. It is the ultimate voting with your feet policy, right? It's about providing a space where more companies want to go, lower the cost, lower taxes. But it's also, as I've found through my studies, a very old model. It's your old industrial parks, right? It's the kind of things that we're trying to disrupt. Special economic zones are valuable to study. I realized I wanted to study the kind of things that we're all pursuing today when I did my PhD dissertation. And I realized that we want to understand special economic zones first, because that was so much laid at the foundation of a lot of things that we're trying to understand. It is, and I wouldn't discourage that, I wouldn't say that special economic zones doesn't have a value. Often it creates a lot of opportunities for people. As we know, it is a place where you get more economic activity, more people come there. You create a lot of opportunities for people. Here are some scenes from a place called Kodivi in Haiti that I studied some. And yes, I think all of the pictures on this presentation are my own, except for a couple of AI-generated ones. But this is the kind of work environment, right? You create employment for people in a country where very few people have these opportunities, right? You still have the women laundering their clothes outside of the zone in the river, but you'll have things like healthcare provision, and this guy who seems like he needs it is waiting for the psychologist. And so it is an old model. It still creates a lot of opportunities, but we know that we want to see a new version of this, right? Why isn't it changing, though? Because people like me, we can study it, and we can make the argument that it should be better. We can do it so much better. You policymakers, you can sit down with them, and you can talk about how they can make it better. The problem is that the political economy of special economic zones teaches you that there is often no incentive to change the model, because the reason why they're there in the first place is often not to really create more freedom. It is to pursue certain political goals. Like, I am the president, and I want to say that we grew this part of the country more, and things like that. they are incentivized to control the projects. They want to make sure that they always work. So what you see in many countries with special economic zones is that governments, especially when a zone is not working, so to speak, and is not creating prosperity in the sense that they have to raise more and more taxes to put it into the zone, that's when they're more incentivized to keep doing that more and more and make it grow. So that's a problem. It's a problem of governance, and that's what the political economy of this, how that works. If you try to change the model and you're saying, well, you should give people more freedom, it's a threat to their power, and that's what we have. So another area, you could say that, well, this is about government, and how about if you're in the private sector? And I learned that often you see the same problem in other areas as well as in the private sectors. So I am right now in wealth management, starting a firm there. I'm coming from the institutional world, and I learned that this is a really bad industry. That's kind of the word I would want to use. Fees are high. Wealth managers, right? Yeah, they take your money, they charge you 1.5% a year on your wealth, and they're usually not that good. If I have the conversations with them, they're usually not that smart. And it's also an industry that's dominated with the big players. And if you've ever been in a big organization, a big company, you learn that they become kind of bureaucracy in their own right. You think there'll be competition from the outside. But there is this kind of political economy of wealth management too, just like there is in everything else. So you have these really big, your JP Morgans and stuff like that of the world, that they will have big wealth management operations. They'll be hiring hundreds of people to do wealth management, meaning advising people, private people, with their money. And because they are so big, if they would try to disrupt and they come up with a different model, and I will not have time to cover what my model would be, but there are better ways of doing this. And if they would come up with a different model and they would put it over here, that would threaten this whole part over here of their business and the revenue from that. So they are not incentivized to do that. Meaning, to get the change in an industry like this, you have to change it from the outside. And this is actually an exciting time to be in wealth management because there's a big wealth transfer happening between an old generation and a new generation. Over 100 trillion, say that word, $1 trillion is going to change hands just in the United States from the baby boomers to kind of the old millennials around that age. And the new generation, they don't really want to just go golfing and being wined and dined and then give up a big chunk of their wealth. They actually want to see something else. And it's also very interesting where people put their money. Some people might be interested in seeing this circle is a bit out of line, but it says crypto and digital assets in the red one there. This was a survey from Bank of America asking people, where do you see the opportunities? Where do you want to put your money, right? Real estate is always like on the top for anyone, it seems. But crypto, digital assets, goes from the bottom to the top here. Meaning, as the young people who now are interested in it and right now have $10,000 maybe invested in this space, as they grow up and as they inherit the money, you're going to see a flood of money into things like this. So that makes it an exciting time, right? So what are the lessons here for the Free Cities movement? I think that change can happen. Often we see change happening pretty gradually, and then it can happen suddenly. And it comes from wherever you are, whether you are in industry, in business, or in government and doing special economic zones. I think that change happens from the outside when you actually threaten an old model, when you create an alternative that people can see, and that where the established players see that they're actually threatened. Because what you see in the financial world, where I've been for some time now, I've been trying to change things from the outside of financial companies, and it's often very hard. They are set in their ways. They don't want to deal with things. They want to monitor. They monitor and monitor, and monitoring means we're going to change when we are threatened because others do. And as long as we have an agreement, it's kind of this tacit collusion of let's not change too much, everybody's sitting pretty comfortably in a lot of industries that are quite established. So I think that as we're creating new jurisdictions here, we are creating those alternatives. And there are two things that are happening, right? One is there a different alternative? And two is, are there people who are kind of migrating, just like we see the money migrating now in the wealth management space. And the more and more people waking up to there are options, opportunities for different kind of governance, I think we're going to see more and more of that. And I think that the old special economic zone model, we know why the governments are doing it. It's still going to exist. There's going to be a lot of those out there, but I think a lot of governments are actually feeling like they want to attract people and they need that. They're going to see that there is an option out there that actually threatens this kind of old model that I've been sticking to for so long. So I think I'm hopeful in that way about this movement, where we're going. Do we need this kind of wealth management kind of opportunity in terms of like a new generation that all of a sudden has migration options? I think it's a lot about education, people realizing that you can actually move and you can cross borders. So what happened with Lesotho then, you might wonder? I did give up my voice and I exited. Begrudgingly afterwards, the company has made the changes that they should have made a few years ago. This picture, by the way, is from the Special Economic Zones map that is up there online that maps out special economic zones in the world. Kind of fun to just peruse, at least if you're interested in those things, it's fun to peruse. As you see, there is a special economic zone in Lesotho. It's not active. It hasn't been any projects there. There has been an attempt to create another zone, which was around where the cannabis operation that I was involved with, where it's operating, and it was the husband of the CEO of the company who was was a driver between the special economic zone project there. And I know that zone was up on this map for a while, and I mentioned it to them that it's really not active yet. So unfortunately, he lived in Johannesburg. Johannesburg is a dangerous place. I was working with them I was advising on the Lesotho government just on a voluntary basis as they were setting this up. But the driving really force behind it, he was mugged one day, they took some of his money and they left him dead on the side of the road. So he was a wonderful human being and that was very sad. After that, nothing has moved ahead in these projects. But that's Lesotho for you. So conclusion, and by the way, this is the local mall of Mafeking. What is it called? The Limpano Mall or something like that. It's a very nice place. Lesotho, by the way, if you compare it to South Africa, if you see a shed like this, nobody lives there. It's only kiosks. In South Africa, you have slums. You don't have that in this country. So just like firms sometimes need to see the people, to see that there can be a force to change, I think that we're going to see changes in the old style of SECs. I think it's going to happen when there is a threat from the outside. And I think that there is still a lot of energy in creating change through voice and helping governments to do it differently. And I know that if I talk to a government and they'll say, that was great, thank you so much, I know that when I turn around, they're probably going to do what they're going to do anyway, because they're not pursuing the goal that I am pursuing. They don't have the motivation that I have with seeing more freedom for their people. Unfortunately, that's still the case. But again, we can have a new generation. And I see two forces behind this. One is a new generation, of course, of young people wanting to find new jurisdictions, seeing that there's an opportunity for a different and freer life. Last night, we had a Tipolis shareholder meeting, and somebody mentioned at that meeting something that stuck with me, was that there's also a new generation in many countries of policymakers. So if you have also younger policymakers, they can be more radical, and they might also pursue different goals and actually have a different sense of what they're trying to do with their country and being these upstart nations, and that's really promising as well. So with that, I thank you, and I might leave some room for questions here, so thank you. And this is a picture of my book you can find on Amazon. It's on special economic zones, the political economy, special economic zones as well. Okay.
Oh, why am I holding my...
There's one arm in the back there. All I see is an arm, of course.
Hello, thank you. What do you do for protecting this area from governance spontaneous violence? because normally the government is not the best in protecting freedom or even sovereignty of individuals. So in every region of the world we see some grow, like in special economic zones, and then they flatten out and they die, normally. Or how can we protect these zones better in the future? That's my question.
When it comes to special economic zones, that is actually quite rare, and it's something that I expected to see more of. Cuba had a zone for a good while that was like a special economic zone, and that was one where you actually saw wealth being transferred by a very short-termistic government from the companies that were invested there, and they confiscated the assets that had grown up there. So if you go to some countries like that, that are the things that can happen. Most countries, as I mentioned, and this is also the curse of the special economic zones, right, is that governments pursue it because they have a goal of showing that this area grew thanks to me putting in, like, I was the one creating it. I created this wealth. And sometimes it's just capital, by the way, moving from one part of the country to another. And they say, look, it's richer here than in the zone than the rest of the country, and therefore I created this, right? So we actually don't see that, and I think that's the reason. I think the reason we don't see a lot of confiscation of property and things like that in special economic zones is that because the government set them up so that they are not threatened too much by people having too much freedom. So unfortunately, that's the case, right? And then if we're now creating the newer jurisdictions, you'll have a lot of experts in the room, right, of the kind of security measures that they set up. But often we are in this world where the government has the last say of whether you can be there, and that's why we're seeing all these like agreements with governments that generally have to be signed for a zone to keep existing, even if it has more autonomy.
Thanks, Lotta, for your presentation. I am looking forward to hear about your project with wealth management, and I agree with you. Yeah, it's very limited because, of course, they need to agree each other to get that. But then in your model, what will be the proposal? And I know one of the answers will be Bitcoin, to move wealth from one country to the other, especially now that Europe is heavily taxed, and if you want to take your money out, the capital gains tax and stamp duties and everything is being hit so hard. That would be a good solution. I would like to know your thoughts about that. Thanks.
Sure, and it is hard in the sense of you don't just take everybody's money and say, hey, let's just put everything in the Cook Islands and then take it from there, because those transfers are very expensive. I do a lot of international investing on a macro basis. So what I see a lot is that people are very home biased. So an American will have, they say, oh, I'm diversified because I have a large cap index, and then I have an S&P index, and then I have the MSCI US index. Guess what? They're all the same. It's 100% the same companies, right? Or not 100%, but almost. And then they think they're diversified. And by the way, they feel very good with their advisor because the advisor picked out 3 great indices that are all diversified. And they made no sense, right? Like, he did nothing for you. So one thing, I would say the first thing to answer your question, the main thing would be just to think of the world as what is the actual wealth that is being created in the world, and proxy that as well as you can for how you place your money. Meaning, US on a capital market basis is more than 50% of the world. But that means that 50% of your wealth should not be in the US. And there are ways to get to that international exposure without paying a lot, right? Through your own bank, you'll have various indices. You can do like an international index, and you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to go travel all around the world and find the various companies and work with your lawyers, which is going to cost you, a lot every time. Not going to cost you. It can cost you much more than what you could possibly earn from this kind of revenue. So that's definitely where I would start to think about the international diversification. If you do it on a macro level, it doesn't have to be so costly either. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lotta, for your insight and for reminding us of the power of exit. Now we come to the last speaker of today, and I do want to remind you that that is followed by the glamorous award ceremony hosted by Titus, so do stick around for that. Now, it wouldn't be a Free Cities conference if we didn't have at least one objectivist, of course, on the stage. So to meet that quota, we didn't just invite an objectivist, we invited the objectivist. He is a finance professor, he's an entrepreneur, he's the director of the Ayn Rand Institute, and he's here to tell us that freedom alone isn't enough. It needs moral courage to last. Please welcome to stage Dr. Yaron Brook. All right.
That doesn't sound convincing. I mean, this is great to be at a conference with a bunch of people who are pursuing their own freedom, who are not only pursuing it at an individual level, but are creating entrepreneurial ventures, creating entrepreneurial opportunities to be able to increase their own and some people's freedom. But the reality is, most of us are not going to be digital nomads. The reality is, most of us are not going to want to live in the middle of the sea. The reality is that there's a real fight still to be had to establish freedom. Not just in marginal, small, relatively small communities out there, but in, let's call it the civilized world. It would be nice not only to be able to walk your dogs, it would be nice to be able to go to the opera. It would be nice to be able to get the kind of job that some of us dream of having. It would be nice to have all the options, all the possibilities, all the variety that we have when living in not just small cities, but in the world out there, in what is still civilization. I don't know for how long it'll be civilization, but at least for now, still civilization. And in that sense, I think, therefore, the battle for freedom continues. The battle for freedom in the world continues. Changing the world is going to be necessary. And the reality is that changing the world is primarily an educational endeavor. It's about changing hearts and minds of people. It's about getting to the point where people want to be free. Because the reality is we live in a world where most people don't want to be free. Because if they wanted to be free, they could be. The thing limiting us is the fact that most people don't want it. They might fear it. They might be afraid that if left alone, in a sense, they don't know how they would survive. They might not think they deserve it. They might feel like just living for themselves is wrong. It's tainted somehow. They need to live for the collective, for the group, for the state. Nationalism is on the rise as we're all now, being our politicians are demanding more and more of our sacrifice for the state, for the nation. Because that collectivistic tendency is on the rise again in the world in which we live. So the battle of freedom is ongoing. And we need to be able to articulate, those of us who believe in freedom, those of us who want a free world, we need to be able to articulate the case for freedom. We need to be able to convince people that freedom is good, that freedom is worth fighting for, that freedom is worth better than fighting for. What is freedom worth what? Living for. Freedom is worth living for. And that educational campaign needs to be ongoing. It needs voices to speak up. And I think, we need to be very clear as a consequence. We need to be very clear about what we mean by freedom. I think the first thing you want to do when you're trying to convince people is define your terms. If I was speaking in front of a group of, communists, or in front of a group of national socialists, and I asked them if they believed in freedom, what do you think they would say? Every single hand in the room would go up. Absolutely. Everybody believes in freedom, they say. But we all defined it differently. So how we define freedom is really, really important. Now, for some, it's doing whatever you want to do, whatever you feel like doing. Is that freedom? Some people feel like jumping off of buildings and flying, and it doesn't quite work, and then they resent the fact that they're not free, and you've got whole philosophies built in the idea that we're inherently not free because we can't do whatever we feel like doing. Reality doesn't adjust to us. We have to adjust to reality. So what we mean by freedom is really important. And the question of why do you want to be free is really, really important. Why is freedom important? So what is freedom? I mean, I think the right definition of freedom is a state in which you can pursue your values based on your rational mind, based on reason, free in the absence of coercion, in the absence of force, in the absence of an authority telling what you can and cannot do. That is a proper definition of freedom, which unfortunately most of the world does not share. So you being able to pursue your rational values based on your capacity to reason, free of coercion, free of force, free of authority. Authority of the state, authority of the church, authority of anybody who can put a gun, the equivalent of a gun, to your forehead and demand obedience. Now, that definition of freedom depends on a number of things. If you believe, for example, as many do, that human beings do not have the capacity to take care of themselves, that reason is a fiction, that we cannot achieve anything real in our lives, that truth actually comes from revelation, or truth comes from authorities. Then if you leave people free of authorities, what are they going to do? How are they going to survive? How do they exist? I mean, 250 years ago, people believed that they had no access to truth. Where did truth come from? Ancient books, maybe the Bible, maybe the ancient Greeks, which they treated as the Bible. Truth came from authorities, from something outside of you. And as a consequence, most people just accepted their fate as relying on authorities. I mean, 250 years ago, 300 years ago, I mean, we complain about lack of freedom today, but 300 years ago, you weren't free to do anything. You couldn't choose your own profession. What was your profession? What did you do? How did you determine your profession 300 years ago? You did what your father did. You joined the guild. You joined a guild. You didn't have a choice in profession. And women, forget it. What profession? Profession? Right? You had no voice, no profession, no freedom, zero to choose anything in life. Did you choose who to marry? No. Did you choose your political leaders? No. The governance? No. Where you lived? You had to get special permission to leave your village. And very few people left their village. So we live in a relatively free world as compared to what it was back there. And the reason is that everybody accepted it because they trusted the authorities, who determined who they would marry, determined what job they would take, determined whether they went to war or not, whether they lived or died. And most people, I think today, to some extent or another, still accept that view. Who am I? But about 250 years ago, we had a revolution, an intellectual revolution. Call it the Enlightenment. And people discovered something. They discovered that they as individuals had the capacity to reason, to think, to figure out the values that were necessary for them to live well. And they rejected the authorities. And they turned away from the ancient books. And they embraced the idea of reason, the idea of thinking for yourself and creating values for yourself and living based on those values. So they stopped accepting the guild system. They abandoned the idea of arranged marriages, and they abandoned the idea of kings ruling over us. and demanded a voice in their own governance. That idea that each one of us is capable of reasoning for ourselves and living for ourselves and figuring out our own values, that idea is at the core of what it means to be free. We have the capacity to live for ourselves. And then the second part of that is moral. It's ethical. Should we live for ourselves? Because forever we've been taught that to be good, to be moral, to be virtuous is to do what? It's a sacrifice for others, the state, the nation, the tribe, the king, the authorities, your neighbors. But why? Why should I live for other people? Why are other people more important than me? To me. I mean, to you, you should be most important. But I can tell you, I don't love my neighbor like myself. I like me much better than my neighbor. And all of you do too. Some of you won't admit it, but you do, right? The best test is, I call it the swimming pool test, right? There's a swimming pool, 2 kids are drowning. Your kid and the neighbor's kid. Who do you say first? Your kid, because you love your kids more than your neighbor kids, and you should be proud of that fact, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. See, one of the things that came out of the Enlightenment, but it was fleeting, was the idea that each one of us has the capacity to choose our values, has the capacity to live, has the capacity to create, to build a life, and we're each deserving of it. That is, the pursuit of happiness was a moral goal, was a noble goal. It wasn't just about my capacity to live for myself, but also the moral claim that it's okay, it's good to live for yourself. Again, the world doesn't believe in this. And the demands for sacrifice are only going to intensify. The collectivists want you to sacrifice to the collective. And each collectivist has his own favorite collective he wants you to sacrifice to. But they're coming for us. And I'm not sure we're safe anywhere, if they really succeed. Anywhere on planet Earth, if they really succeed. So it's worth fighting. It's worth thinking. It's worth engaging. It's worth continuing to educate. That my life is not to be sacrificed. Your life is not to be sacrificed. My life is to be lived. And why? Why do I want to be free? I don't know about you guys. I want to be free because I want to live. I want to live the best frigging life I can on my terms, because those are the only terms where you can live well. Other people's terms don't apply to you. Other people's values are not your values. So you have to be in a position to be able to choose your values to live. So freedom is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. The means is your life. The means is your happiness. The end is your life. The end is your happiness. The end is you. In that sense, I encourage you all to be, here's a word, a dangerous word, right? I encourage you all to be selfish. It's about you. It's about yourself. It's about your life and your values. And in that sense, think about being selfish when you think about freedom. Freedom is there to make my life possible, better, for me to live the best life that I can live. I need to be free. If somebody puts a gun to your head, can you really live well? Life depends, I've argued, very briefly, life depends on reason. Can you really, on reason, on thinking, on using your mind, can you really think with a gun to your head? Can you be independent with a gun to your head? A gun to your head, what do? You do what the guy with the gun tells you to do. Your thinking becomes irrelevant. If you're some of you are, right, advocates for life extension, and you start a company, or you want to start a company to extend life. And today it's a little easier, but 10, 20 years ago, venture capitalists would give you no money. Why? Because the FDA won't approve a drug that extends life. I'm not sure they would today. That's a gun. And that gun makes whole possibilities disappear. Whole ventures disappear. So, as we examine the different alternatives of how we can be free in this world on a limited scope, on a larger scope, let's not forget to fight for our own lives. Let's not forget to fight for the civilization we live in, for the world we live in, not out of some duty to some idea of freedom that is floating up here, but out of a self-interested desire to be able to live the best life possible for oneself. And to do that, you need political freedom. You need to be able to choose your values based on your reason in pursuit of your happiness, free of that gun, physical or metaphorical, free of coercion, free of force. Thank you. So we have some time for questions on anything. We got one here.
I think the title of the talk was "Freedom is Not Enough."
Yep.
So you concluded saying we need freedom, but what's the addition you propose?
Happiness. Freedom's not enough. That is, when you think about freedom, think about it in the context of your own life and your own happiness and your own flourishing. That is, what is going to lead to that? It's not, freedom is not an end in itself. It's a means to an end. And the end is you. You know, and human flourishing is what we're aiming at, not freedom as an end. And therefore, you know, for some of us, it might make sense to stay in the world as it is because that's where we can flourish more than to, I don't know, to become digital nomads, where it's rough to raise a family, for example, or other things. The focus should be on your happiness, on how you're going to live the best life you can with what you have. And at the same time, try to make the world around you as free as possible because we know that that expands the boundaries of how much you can flourish, how happy you can be, how many values you can pursue. Other questions? Right here.
So I hear you talking about this aspect of physical autonomy as freedom. I'm curious your perspective of the freedom that comes in communion with the divine. What about the spiritual freedom?
So I don't know what the divine is. So I don't know what you're communing with, but you know, I don't think there's such a thing as spiritual freedom. Or if there is such a thing as spiritual freedom, is to break away from dogma and to break away from authorities. To me, what is spiritual is anything of the mind. Anything of consciousness is spiritual. It doesn't require any other being to exist, and it certainly requires, again, the freedom requires me to break away from dogma and break away from authorities that tell me, you know, how to live spiritually. So to me, spiritual means, I mean, you know, my spiritual experiences, experiencing art is a spiritual experience. Thinking to a large extent is a spiritual experience. But again, I don't know what the divine even means. Now their hands, right? I say something about religion and everybody gets the hands up. Yeah.
If we try to maximize happiness during our life, so provided we stay in good health, does that imply that the more we live, the more happiness we accumulate, and thus we need to strive to prolong our life in good health as long as possible?
Well, I mean, you're skipping ahead because you're assuming that just by being alive, you're going to be happy. So the first step is figure out how to be happy, which is not obvious, right? Most people, I think, in the world are not happy. So first, in the life that you have, however long it's going to be, make sure that you're doing the things that are going to make you happy, that actually lead you towards flourishing. And then, absolutely, let's maximize our length of quality time, right? What Peter Thiel calls lifespan, the quality of life as we live, and maximize that so that you maximize your happiness. But the first challenge is to figure out happiness, to figure out being happy and really fully living. I think so many people out there live, I call it with a lowercase L, right? They just drift in life. They're just on a path, and they just go on that path, and they never question it, and they never challenge it, and they never introspect about whether they're even happy or not. They buy self-help books, but it's kind of all superficial and all. But to really live a happy life requires real work, real effort, real thought. And most people don't do that. We spend a lot more time thinking about our career and what kind of career we want than thinking about our life with a big L, let's say, capital L, and what kind of life we're going to live. We spend too little time thinking about how to be happy. But yes, life extension, God, as older I get, the more I am excited about the prospect, and the more I have the feeling that I'm going to be like 10 years too late, right? All the great medicines, all the great life extension stuff is going to come just after. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you right here.
Yeah, I see
So
it.
I think the talk invites us to reflection.
Yes.
And you said something about, in your definition of freedom, about the absence of force.
Yes.
So I reflected on that, and I think there is no such place on earth where there is an absence of force. That gun has many faces. Do you think there is such a place in the world right now where there is actually an absence of force?
No, absolutely not. And one could argue there probably has never been. We've come close in a few places on occasion, but no, there's no place right now on earth. But that's what we need to strive towards. That's why what's needed is a real revolution. I think it's an intellectual revolution first, and then a political revolution to achieve it.
So we start from we basically agree that we start from there, the concept that there is no actual freedom right now. There is no current freedom right now.
There's no absolute freedom. That's right. There's relative freedom. That is, it's better now than it was 300 years ago. You could argue in the end of the 19th century it was better than it is now. It was better in Hong Kong before the Chinese went there, and it's worse now in Hong Kong than it was. So, there are better places and worse places in terms of freedom, but there's no question there's no place in the world right now where there is pure freedom, and that's what we're striving for, because half-assed measures are not good enough, right? We want to be free, which means all out, no coercion. Do you have a question? One more question. I thought you had your hand up.
Thank you. Why happiness and not just will? Why limit the goal to that of which the consequences you yourself can experience, rather than anything you could possibly decide to want?
So why happiness rather than what?
Will.
Because will is not an end. Will is a means. That is, I will myself to do X for what? Why what is the motivation for the will? That is, I want to will this, I want to create this, I want to do this in order to achieve something. And I think the ultimate achievement as a human being, the ultimate achievement you can achieve as a human being is to live a great life. It's to live a flourishing life, which ultimately boils down to live a happy life. That's the kind of biological entity we are. So will, again, is a means, not an end. The end is you're flourishing as a human being. If your will leads to suicide, or if the will leads to death, then not good. No, unless that's what you really desire is death. Time is up. And now she has her hand up.
Well, do you want to ask your question?
Sure, ask the question.
Yeah, well, how far should freedom go? Because you said the ultimate goal is a happy life. So if someone incentivizes someone to, I don't know, to go to war or to bomb themselves up in the air, like it might have happened with certain terror organizations, should you still let them this freedom?
So how far should freedom go if somebody wants to, what, bump somebody? So I think you have freedom of speech, and people are responsible for themselves. I don't think that you're responsible for somebody else committing suicide unless you push them off or you literally provide them with the weapon and pull the trigger for them. People are responsible for their own decisions. But look, happiness is not just whatever you feel like it is. We don't have time to get into this, but there are objective things. We are a particular type of biological being. We're a particular type of entity. Certain things lead to happiness, certain things don't. It's not just what you feel like doing. It's what is actually good for you will lead to your happiness. So if the goal is happiness, certain of these behaviors you're not going to engage in. But yes, you have the freedom to pretty much say whatever you want unless you're inciting violence or unless you're committing fraud. Where the borderline is in terms of encouraging somebody to commit suicide, is that inciting violence? You'll have to ask a legal expert in terms of speech. I don't know. But pretty much anything you do, anything you say, is not an imposition. It's not coercion. It's not force on somebody else. So the only limitation of freedom is this: you cannot force, you cannot aggress against somebody else. You cannot violate their rights. Where exactly the line is in every borderline case, that can sometimes be tricky to draw that line. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Yaron, for bringing the fire. I knew you would. We're going to take that energy to the highlight of the evening, which is the award ceremony. So without further ado, I'm going to have Titus come up to the stage and kick it off. 3 categories, 3 winners. Let's hear it, Titus.
So, some of you know this from last year. So it's a little bit like the Oscars for the Free Cities movement. And we have several categories. One is innovation, the Innovation Award of the Free Cities Foundation, the Humanitarian Award, and the Storyteller Award. And other than last time, we were this year, we were asking around in the Telegram chat groups and in our networks, nominate us people. Tell us who is an innovator, who has humanitarian things done that are good for society, they're good for the world, good for everything, and good for us. And the same with the storyteller. And you were very busy and helpful, and so we have, then it goes through a jury, and then for each category, we have filtered out 3 nominees. And now I'm mentioning, I hope they're all here, I'm mentioning the nominees, and please, if you are in here, then please stand up, and I tell the crowd what your achievement is. And then we get from our lovely Pavla the awards, and then I will see who is the winner that was eventually chosen out of these nominees by the jury. we start with the Innovation Award. So who created innovations, and a lot of us are creating a lot of innovations, who is nominated? So, Michel Suchner, would you please stand up? Michel delivered the first operational seastead resort, Reef Resort, providing a real-world, guest-ready seasteading model with viral traction. Thank you, Mitchell, and another applause for him. Another nominee is Jordi Lonch Esteve from Satlantis. I remember last time I was very impressed by Satlantis. So they're developing a new Nostr-powered social network and digital governance tools for free cities with strong momentum through early development. Thank you very much, Jordi. And last but not least, Patrick Hebert. Patrick, you have been nominated for advancing really self-sustaining villages in Latin America. You have heard today what kind of technologies is using for real off-grid living and freedom and independent energy infrastructure, which is a key innovation for serving communities. And out of these three, the jury has nominated the winner, who is... Okay, and where's the award? It's coming. Yeah. The winner is Michel Suchner. Michel, please come on stage. Thank you very much. And here it is. With your name, it says Free Cities Conference Innovation Award, date of today, and your name. A big applause for Michel.
Thank you, Titus, and sorry.
Yeah, just take one.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you again for everyone who nominated me. Thank you for everyone who came here. Just by you being here, you are pushing forward the liberty movement. So a round of applause for yourselves, please.
Mitchell, have a seat here, please. Thank you, Mitchell. We're going to the next round, the Humanitarian Award. Nominated is Trey Goff. Trey from Prospera. Trey is an early, and I know him since many years, we work together there, early and central contributor to Prospera's development, creating high-value jobs and upskilling Hondurans in future-focused industries. Thank you, Trey. Another nominee for Humanitarian Awards, Ivan Dubois. Ivan, stand up. You are one of the oldest advisors to President Milei, and you advanced pro-liberty reform efforts in Argentina much earlier than most others, promoting policies aimed at lifting citizens from economic hardship. And you all know, hopefully, that the poverty rate in Argentina has fallen tremendously. So I think 12% of the population has been lifted out of poverty in the last 2 years. Also thanks to your activity. Last but not least, Massimo Mazzone. If you have been here today, you have seen this fantastic presentation of Massimo and Ursula. Massimo is the world's first builder of a free city for blue-collar workers. He was completely self-funding this project and already improved the lives of more than 100 low-income families in the region of Coloma. Thank you, Massimo. Pavla, who is the winner? Massimo. Massimo Mazzone. I think we all agree that Massimo has deserved this more than others. Massimo, we know each other for a long time and have worked together and living together now in Monaco.
Yeah.
And Massimo, what you started there in Stuart Morazan, and I was very impressed today that the idea to bring Ursula and tell us what's happening there. The reason why the press is not mentioning Morazan when making claims against the CEDES is what you created there, because it's so objectively positive for the poor people and everyone. Thank you again for that. And here you are.
Thank you, and thank you to everybody. And I like humanitarian, but we shouldn't mix humanitarian with charity. Morazan is not charity, it's another way of managing real estate. And I think it's the future of managing real estate in the model that Spencer Heath and Spencer McCallum invented. Thank you.
Massimo. Yeah, as a Free Cities movement, of course, Massimo is right. This is not a charity thing. But he is proving that with market forces, you can do even better for the people. And you're not running out of money because you're self-sustainable. And insofar, I think this is a model not only for Honduras, not only for Latin America, but for a large part of the world. And I'm relatively sure many people will copy what you did, and we will certainly have some projects that will try to do the same that you did, at least part of the projects where the people who have lower incomes are living. We come to the last award, the prestigious Storyteller Award. And somebody has been nominated who is relatively new. This is Chris Engel from Yes Theory. A big applause. These were the first, basically, far-reaching video, travel influencer video about Prospera. And they had created the most culturally impactful Free Cities narrative so far through a viral Prospera documentary. And I think it got 1 million, 2 million? 2.7 million views, and it was really somebody who was saying, I have no idea about libertarianism or what is happening there, but I don't want to hear, I just come, look, I don't want to get paid for that, I make up my mind. And he did this in a very great way, and we heard about these electro knife fighting, I remember this from the video. Who is another nominee is an old friend, Joe Quirk. I don't have to tell you much about Joe Quirk. I mean, he's probably one of the best storytellers in the world, and that's why we love having you here every year. And everybody that I know is trying to be here in the room when Joe Quirk is speaking. And we know from people like Tim Allen has said he was very skeptical about seasteading, and you convinced him that this is a good thing. And I mean, this is what else can you do? If your story is making an impact, then this is the best you can do. Thank you very much, Joe. Last but not least, Joyce Brandt. There she is, Joyce. You really walk the talk, right? I mean, she moved into Morazan, which we just heard is for Honduran workers, right? And she moved there and is part of the scene. She wrote a book, Pioneering Prosperity, and is writing regular Substack articles offering thoughtful and compelling narratives about free cities. Thank you for all your efforts, Joyce. And the winner of the Storyteller Award is Joe Quirk. Joe, this is the award for 2025, but I would say you are the best storyteller of all times. It's yours.
I'm never going to stop quoting him on that. Yeah, we are, as Yaron just explained, we are meaning-seeking creatures, and we derive meaning from the chaos of life by telling a story. And if you tell the right story, before everything gets built, people have to believe a story, and they have to believe they're going somewhere, and that their life has meaning. That comes from a story. So yeah, I'm very glad and very honored to receive this award. Thank you, everyone.
So, would you please stand up? We take a picture together. There she is. Or just the three, and then with me. Camera. Okay. Massim, can you flip it? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you, Massimo.
Thank you, Titus.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, so Peter, when are we starting with the VIP dinner for the people who are attending? Come on stage.
Okay, so yeah, what amazing and deserving recipients for these awards. So just to run you through some practical arrangements, this evening we have the VIP dinner. So those of you who are joining us, I think you've already got your tickets. It starts at 8 p.m. at Restaurant Mlinek, which is the detailed address is on your conference program. It's about a 15-minute walk from here or a similar length Bolt Uber ride, so I just recommend having a nice leisurely walk over with everyone else. We've got a couple of hours now for people to freshen up. And if you're not attending the VIP dinner, we have a Telegram group which you should have received in your ticket purchase email at a hyperlink. If you go in there, maybe people that aren't going to the VIP dinner might want to suggest places to meet and have their own sort of decentralized activities. But for those of you who are joining, it's 8 p.m. And we encourage you, of course, to have a great time tonight, enjoy yourself. But also bear in mind that tomorrow we do start at 9:30 in the morning. So I'm looking forward to seeing you all bright and early. We kick off with a really amazing panel. It's on capital flight. And the panelists are Lotte Moberg, who you heard from earlier today, Sven Lawrence, who is a conference regular from the Isle of Sark, who's become famous for promoting the island between England and France. We also have Sam Roberts, one of the people responsible for getting a UK pension fund to make its first ever investment in Bitcoin, which was an industry first. So they're all going to be talking about capital flight. Really not one to miss. So hope to see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Thanks for your attention today. It's been great.